Hello, and welcome back to Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. And I am the host of extraordinary event. I am so glad that you said yes to joining us and said yes to taking steps to manifest more love, more abundance, more success, wealth, and better health in your life. We are kicking off day 2, and wow, what an amazing set of sessions we have in store for you. We are going to build on day 1's lessons and provide even more guidance on what you need to do to be a master manifester. With lessons on strengthening your emotional foundation and healing your nervous system covered yesterday, you're nicely primed, layered powerful techniques that will help you be the person who is able to identify her greatest desires, knows she deserves them, and calls them into her life. Day number 2 is where we go a little deeper on this whole business of reprogramming your subconscious, getting clear on your intentions, and learning how to attract them to you with ease, fun, joy. Remember, ease, fun, and joy are high five, guys. I know I touched on it before. We think of these things as unimportant and superfluous, but nothing could be further from the truth to become a master manifester. This is your permission granted to embody them daily and feel how it feels to be joyful and peaceful regularly. Now, before I tell you all about what I have teed up for you today, I am excited to introduce the Power of Manifestation Circle membership. This is your high vibe, members only sanctuary where every tool, ritual, and connection is designed to magnetize the life you've been calling in using both the ancient art and modern science manifestation. Nothing here is random. Every ritual, affirmation, playlist, and gathering is chosen with precision, blending time-honored manifestation techniques, the latest neuroscience on habit formation and neural wiring, and the energetic principles that shift reality in your favor. You'll be surrounded by women who believe in the impossible, work with the magic of divine timing and guidance, and understand that manifestation isn't just wishful or positive thinking. It's training your mind, heart, and energy field to become the highest version of you, she who is truly aligned and magnetic, starting October 1st. Here's what you'll get as a Pioneer member. 1, your monthly manifestation calendar. 12 times per year, we map out your month in a precise day-by-day sequence that works with your energy, your natural wiring, and the stars, offering you rituals, affirmations, nervous system hacks, and more, so you're tuned in and open to receive. Next, you'll get your daily Power of Manifestation companion delivered exclusively to our members. This quick daily email expands on your daily calendar offering you even more guidance to achieve your manifestation goals with specific directions on what to do, look for, and think about to help you achieve manifestation mastery. Third, private monthly sessions with top thought leaders and master teachers. You will have access to leading experts in manifestation, spiritual growth, healing, and more in these energizing, entertaining, and highly effective monthly activation. Fourth, your Dream Life Gathering. This is a monthly live celebration where a community gathers to share successes, common obstacles, and synchronicities in a lively, inspiring setting. Fifth, a private high vibe inner circle community. This truly is your manifestation sanctuary. It's a space to share wins, ask questions, and connect with women who are also committed to their dream life and being the highest version of themselves. Ladies, we have so much to share with and learn from one another. We have such a beautiful opportunity to support and commune with one another. 6, you'll also get a high frequency supercharged manifestation playlist, set of playlists. Every track is chosen with intention, carrying precise vibrational frequencies that act like sonic spells, designed to accelerate your healing, activate your love and abundance energy, and weave your desires more effortlessly into reality. And 7, the power of manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, powerful manifestation resources you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide. Unlock the energetic beauty codes that make you irresistible. The 10-minute nervous reset. Step into instant calm and magnetic alignment with these quick, proven techniques. You'll also get the kitchen manifestation rituals. Turn your pantry into your personal abundance altar. Use simple, everyday ingredients to perform powerful love, money, and confidence rituals that tap into centuries-old symbolism and modern manifestation science. You'll also get curated frequencies and subliminals. Reprogram your mind while you sleep. These audio tracks are embedded with specific frequencies and subliminal affirmations to effortlessly tune your reality. The Power of Manifestation Circle is your shortcut to living in alignment with your desires without wasting time, losing focus, or wondering if you're doing it right. Every ritual, affirmation, playlist, and gathering is chosen with precision to help you become the highest, most magnetic and abundant version of you. And this is just the beginning. We're constantly adding new trainings, experts, and exclusive resources. Because you've shown up today and trusted us with your transformation, I am giving you pricing, locked in at just about $14 per month, billed annually. That's less than a fancy venti Starbucks latte and croissant, in most places at least, for helping you manifest like a queen. If you're ready to make manifestation breakthroughs truly take root and take off, go to thepowerofmanifestation.com to join our Power of Manifestation Circle at special pioneer rate. By the way, you're closer than you think to the life you've been calling in. And we're here to help you do just that. In just minutes a day, you'll follow a precise daily plan with an array of tools, insights, fun and easy hacks, angel number, timing, meditations, and so much more to rewire your brain and energize your heart for receiving and achieving with ease and with flow. You don't have to guess, research, or do it alone anymore. All you have to do is show up, follow the steps, and watch how fast things begin to shift in your favor. But spots are limited to event attendees, so I urge you to say yes now. The good news is, once you're in, you're in. I'm excited to join you on your journey of becoming, because that's what this is all about. It is so much more fun to do it together. So I hope you say yes and join me. This is my baby after all, by becoming a pioneer member of our sacred circle. I can't wait to see you inside. And with that, let me remind you, you have so much more power than you realize. You really do. You really do. Starting with our first session today, you're going to begin to harness that power in ways that feel beyond incredible. Starting with our first session, Manifest Like a Baddie. Unlock confidence, love, health, and abundance fast with RTT, featuring Marisa Peer. With her rapid transformational therapy techniques, Marisa teaches you how to reprogram your mind, install new empowering beliefs, and 3 steps required to manifest your deepest desires. Be prepared to be wowed and honestly surprised and delighted by how simple and powerful her techniques are. Second, using the map of your chakra system to manifest your highest dreams. In this rich and practical session, globally respected chakra expert Dr. Anodea Judith reveals how to flip the chakra system on its head, not just as a ladder for spiritual ascent, but as a downward map for bringing your highest visions to concrete reality. Next up, the algorithm of the universe, how manifestation works like your social feeds, featuring the wisdom of Brian and Bob Proctor. We channel the timeless teachings of Bob Proctor, one of the world's most influential voices in manifestation. Remember him from The Secret? Yeah, that's the guy. Through Bob and his son Brian's wisdom on paradigms, the law of vibration, and the subconscious mind, you will learn how to hack the algorithm of the universe to attract abundance, love, and success with greater clarity and ease. Next up, speaking your dreams into reality using affirmations like a super boss, featuring Theresa Cesare. With practical tools, neuroscience insights, and rituals that weave words with heart energy, Theresa demonstrates how to align your language, body, and belief with the version of you who already has it. Next, wake up, show up, light up. Mindsight is your ultimate superpower, featuring the one and only Dr. Dan Siegel. Through science and practice, including his celebrated Wheel of Awareness meditation, Dan shows how cultivating mindsight widens our window of tolerance, dissolves separation, and helps us manifest from the plane of possibility, a state of love, joy, and interconnectedness that trends fear and ego. Oh, I love Dan. Next, activate your inner genius using the power of NLP and paraliminals to manifest faster and more effectively with Paul Scheele. Paul reveals how to tap into your subconscious mind through NLP and paraliminals, audio tools that speak to both hemispheres of your brain simultaneously. This is next level programming that accelerates your learning, dissolves your blocks, and activates your innate genius for effortless manifestation. You're going to love Paul. I do as well. Now, what you really want, it's okay. I want it too. Glow like a goddess, manifesting confidence, radiance, and magnetic self-worth, featuring Sahara Rose. With goddess rituals, movement practices, and powerful reframes, Sahara teaches how to shed our masks, rise like a phoenix, and glow from the inside out, magnetizing confidence, beauty, and self-worth. It's such a fun, sassy, and empowering discussion. You're gonna love it. Next, quit wanting, stop chasing, start attracting, featuring Matt Cooke. Matt shows why chasing, striving, and wanting harder actually repels what you desire, and how shifting into embodied magnetism changes everything. Drawing from neuroscience, quantum physics, and his own journey, Matt reveals how to collapse timelines by becoming the version of you who already has it. Yes to that. And finally, to close out this magnificent day, there's intuition manifesting secrets used by Hollywood royalty and major corporations, featuring Laura Day. Drawing on decades of work advising Hollywood royalty and Fortune 500 CEOs, Laura shows how intuition isn't mystical, but a grounded, trainable skill that transforms how we manifest love, success, and healing. She shows how A-list celebrities like Brad Pitt, Nicole Kidman, Demi Moore, and Oprah have turned to her for guidance, and how top executives at billion-dollar companies quietly rely on her intuition to make critical decisions. If you're excited about these sessions, but are concerned that you can't catch them all over the next couple of days, or you want to rewind to parts that really resonated with you, please note the Lifetime Access Pass will give you access to all of this exceptional exclusive programming, plus the transcript. So you read and annotate the parts that really resonate with you the most. And you'll get the MP3 audio recordings so you can listen on the go as well. You'll get a bunch of goodies, including an epic set of affirmations, some terrific meditations, and the ooh la la sex magic ritual from Dr. Laura Berman, and more. Grab your lifetime access pass now on this page. It is modestly priced, and honestly, the rate is going to go up as the show comes to a close. This retail price is well over $1,000, but we're charging a small fraction, less than $100 in fact. And more important than the cost is the value you will extract. I promise that if you watch even a handful of sessions and take the insights to heart, if you listen to even some of the audio files, if you read through the transcripts and apply a few of the teachings to your life, you will get value in excess of the dollars you paid for this revelatory material. I promise. And I know because I carefully conducted every single interview with my whole heart. And honestly, I was transformed in the process, looking to the invaluable lessons, insights, and stories that my superstar guests have shared with me and you guys. You don't need to overthink it. Just a couple minutes now, while you're here, score your lifetime access pass. Honestly, I'm bringing this material to you because I care deeply about your well-being. I've invested myself completely in it because it works, and it will work for you too. I promise, which is why this matters so much to me. But you need to take aligned action here, guys. I can't do it for you. So please join me and say yes to your healing. Say yes to your growth and freedom. Say yes to your transformation to more wealth, abundance, joy, love, fun, and better health. Say yes to investing in yourself. Say yes to you. That is why we are here. Say yes to the nearly 30 of the most extraordinary master teachers in the manifestation space who are here for you. From PhDs affiliated with UCLA, and Harvard to the most popular spiritual teachers to some of your favorite best-selling authors. You will not regret investing in this all-star lineup. And speaking of all-stars, let's kick off day number 2 with the queen herself, the one and only, the luminous and enlightening Marisa Peer. Enjoy day number 2. I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Welcome back to The Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to host this episode with the one and only Marisa Peer. Marisa is genuinely one of the most inspirational voices in personal transformation, manifestation, and more. Our session is called Manifest Like a Baddie. Unlock confidence, love, health, and abundance fast with RTT. Marisa is a globally acclaimed therapist, best-selling author, and the creator of Rapid Transformational Therapy, RTT, which is a multi-award-winning breakthrough method blending hypnotherapy, psychotherapy, neuroscience, and more, designed for rapid and lasting change. Over 3 decades, Marisa's supported royalty, CEOs, athletes, and creatives, and now trains thousands of RTT therapists worldwide, creating a ripple effect of transformation. Marisa, welcome to the Power of Transformation, Power of Manifestation. Thanks so much for joining me.
Oh, it's lovely to be here. Thank you for asking me.
Of course. I would love to kick off with understanding what RTT is and why it's so effective. Will you just walk us through what it is and why or how it differs from traditional therapy?
Yeah, so RTT stands for Rapid Transformational Therapy. It's different because it's rapid, because most therapists will tell you therapy should be long and it involves years of forming a relationship. And I never quite understood that, because if you lost your tooth or you broke your leg, you wouldn't go to ER and go, hey, my tooth's fallen out and we need a relationship for at least a year before I can get better. You know, if you're in ER, you wouldn't say to the doctor, hold on a minute, I need a relationship. You know, I got run over 2.5 years ago, and it wasn't my fault. It was in a pedestrian street of all things. And I was lying in the road waiting to hear this. I knew when I heard the siren, it would be okay. And finally, this guy turned up in an ambulance. And I didn't say to him, hang on a minute, we need a relationship. I just said, put that stuff in my arm, put that stuff on my face, get me out of pain, because it was pretty painful. And he did. So I remember thinking, that's this relationship thing. While I understand it, it's not necessarily right. You don't need a relationship. You need faith and trust. We created a very fast therapy where you trust the therapist. You know they're good. The training is outstanding. And they do something which every therapist should do. They find the pattern, understand the pattern, and change the pattern all in the session. They don't say, well, spend a year finding it, another year understanding it, and then finally we might get to change. They're going to turn up, and what you see in the ER, you turn up with pain and go, hey, take me out of pain. And if you're in the kind of pain that's the emotional pain because you can't find love, or you self-sabotage, or the physical pain of having tension headaches or irritable bowel, because so many diseases that we now know are caused by diseased thinking. Up to 80% of our illnesses are not diseased organs, they're diseased thinking. So you don't need a relationship. You need someone good that can find the pattern, understand it, and change it all at once. And that's what we do very effectively. And it's an amazing thing. It works really well.
I mean, amen. And I feel like you're being generous with, being in a relationship with a traditional therapist for a year. I think a lot of people watching are like, wait, I've been on in 5 years and 10 years and decades.
And 20. And that's not even their fault, because they're taught that that's the right method. You know, most therapists are very good people, but they're taught, therapy was invented in the 50s. Women especially had time. They were at home. They had time to go and talk about how bored they were. But now we live in a very fast world. We don't have time. Therapist was invented by a man for women, basically. And now we have women therapists seeing males, and we have to say that's just old stuff. It wasn't taking in how we live today, and that we haven't got time to turn up every Tuesday at 4 for the next 5 years. It's very expensive and it's very time consuming. And when you're in pain, you want to be out of pain like that, whatever kind of pain it is. Our clients have one request: can you get me out of pain? I should be yes, right now, and for good.
Oh, I mean, amen to that. And that is just, I feel like such a ray of hope in what feels like an increasingly dark world where change is available fast. That is so empowering to hear. But let's rewind a little bit as it relates to, so somebody walks in, they're in pain, things are going wrong in their lives, and you say, that the therapist will help them identify that pattern. Can you just go a little bit more deeply? And crucially, do people need to do RTT with the therapist, or can they do RTT on their own?
Pretty much with a therapist. I'll give you a good example. I met a girl called Carolyn a couple of years ago in one of my classes, and she had such severe OCD. She had to get showered in a particular way many times a day. The teeth cleaning was a 20-minute ritual. If it went wrong, she'd do it again and again and again. So, of course, she was a bit late for class and rather stressed. I said, well, let me fix that for you. So RTT looks, no one is born, no baby says, oh my God, the teddies aren't straight. I'm so stressed because my Lego bricks are not lined up. Babies can live in chaos. I'm staying with my daughter's baby today, and the house has got toys everywhere. So OCD is not born, it's acquired. And what happens is when you can't control in here, you try to control out there. All the cushions must have a karate chop. Every fork must be the same. So I knew it was acquired. And all we have to do is one thing, ask the brain, when did this begin? What happened to you to give you OCD? And she went back to some very interesting scenes. She was an interesting case. The mother had multiple children with multiple men, a completely crazy house. She was put into care. She went to live with a grandmother. She came back, went into another foster home, came back. And the whole childhood was really dysfunctional. And her brain began to, as if she had order, her room was the only thing she could have order in. Her room, her little bedside table, her little school bag. And so she formed a belief, I can't control anything but this little section of the house that's mine. And that worked very well. You know, it's like kids saying, if I don't tread on the pavement cracks, I'll be okay. If I line up all my books, nothing bad will happen. So that made sense. The thing is that once the brain locks onto something as being an effective benefit for you, it doesn't know how to undo it. Rather like people who can't get pregnant because at 16 they were terrified they were pregnant. Oh my God, that's the worst thing ever. So we found the pattern, this chaotic, dysfunctional household, this poor child who created order just in her school bag and a corner of her room. And then we understood it because it made perfect sense when you're 11 or 12 and you have no control, so you can try to control something. And then we rationalized the brain and said, look, she doesn't live in that house. She lives in Utah. She's got a husband. She's got a child. She's got a career. It's redundant. And so it's all eyes. You kind of investigate what happened like a good detective. You investigate something. You interpret the information that the brain comes up with. You interrupt it and say, well, that made sense then, but not now. And then you install a brand new belief. You love being normal. You quite like a bit of mess. Your kids are happy. And she said, it was so funny. The next day I got up, I was showering, and a voice said, that's enough now. And I stepped out of the shower after 2 minutes and thought, wow. And she said, it's never come back. But the funniest thing about that, I mean, it's wonderful to see how she changed. She cleans her teeth. Was that about a year later, I was having lunch with a doctor, and he said, you know, since COVID, I've got so many clients with OCD. COVID has really made OCD blow up. He said, and I can fix everybody. It just takes a year. 50 sessions is all I need. And I thought, shall I send him the video? I thought, actually, no, I shouldn't send it to him because I think I'm showing off. But 50 sessions a whole year. You don't need to draw this out. The brain is very patterned. The brain likes patterns, and you can give it new patterns, just like a baby with a comfort blanket or a child who likes everything lined up because it makes them feel secure. That's a pattern. But often the brain keeps the pattern. So the saddest thing, we get a pattern of going, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy enough. You know, our greatest pain comes from the stories we tell ourselves and the patterns we create in order to deal with that story. But you can change patterns, just like we can say, you know, my computer's got a bug. It's gone a bit weird, but some great person came in, fixed the bug, upgraded the whole thing, and now it's perfect. But we have bugs in our thinking, and just like a great tech person, we can upgrade we're so busy upgrading our software. We've got to upgrade this software and say, well, yeah, that was then, you know. I worked with a girl, it was so interesting, who could not stand noise. She couldn't even stand the sound of her husband breathing. They slept in different rooms, and she never went to the beach or even a department or even Ralph's Market. And when she was little, her father came home from Vietnam, would walk around at night with his gun cocked, saying he was going to kill everybody because he was having PTSD. And what she learned as a child lying in bed, hearing the father pacing around with a gun, was that, You're only safe when it's completely silent. When he's gone to sleep and the house is silent, I'm safe. So any noise, going to the cinema, going to the store, made her highly on edge. But you can reason with her and go, here's a child of 8. She had no other option. But your dad is dead. You're not that child. You've got your own husband, your own kids. And she said, I went straight out and got a dog. And thought, I've always wanted a dog. And now when it barks, it's just doing its job. And sounds don't bother me. In fact, I like them. And I'm living a life. I've gone to the cinema. I've gone to the beach. I've taken my kids out, which we never did. So it's the ability to find something, understand it, but get the brain to change it. We all have patterns. When I was a kid, my mum gave me cookies after school, and now at 4 o'clock I have to eat cookies. Or when my dad visits, I got ice cream, and whenever I'm sad, I want an ice cream. So our job is to find it, understand it, change it.
But how, so I'm tracking with you and understanding those patterns. And I want to get into the I Am Enough movement that you created. But before we get into that, because it feels like that is at the core of most, if not all, discontent. But when somebody understands their pattern, in the case of the woman who was afraid of noise, how does she understands the pattern, but how does she change it? And I'd love for you to talk about, are we talking about tapping into our subconscious mind, which is the 95, according to neuroscientists, the 95% that's running the show? Because I think a lot of us are conscious of what's holding us back. But how do we, and it's like, okay, I'm conscious of this, but I'm still having a hard time convincing myself or changing.
Because our alcoholics will say, I know why I drink. People say, I know why I binge. I know why every Sunday I go mad with Ben and Jerry's, or I know why when I've had a bad day, I come home and eat a whole sleeve of cookies. So knowing it is not enough. But knowing in hypnosis is very different, because you get different messages. What you think you know is often not what you know. But again, with alcoholics who say, I know why I drink, my dad drunk, I'm from a family of alcoholics or whatever, often that isn't quite the case. You would go back and have a look and something very different turns up. But it's the ability to go into the subconscious mind and reason with it, because the subconscious mind doesn't really think. It just feels. The conscious mind thinks, but the subconscious feels. It's a feeling mind, and the thing is, emotional will defeat logic every single time. So if you go into the emotional brain, you can give it a different idea. Yes, you were eating all this stuff to please your mother, but now she's not here. And even if she was, you can please yourself. You don't need to finish everything that's on your plate. You don't need to drink so you feel bonded to your family. So it's negotiating with the subconscious mind. I'll give you an example. I worked with somebody who told me that his mother, when he was very little, said, darling, I should never have had you. I'm so intelligent. I can't deal with small children. I should never have had children. And don't ask me to play with you because I find it all so boring. So that obviously was a very tragic thing. He had a mother who spent her life telling him she was so intelligent she shouldn't have children. Of course, when I got to him, I said, well, doesn't sound very smart to me, because she had 2. You think if the first one was a disability, why would she have another one? She's so goddamn intelligent. Why do it a second time? That's not the mark of intelligence. But what he was doing was trying to find a super intelligent woman to love him, a super smart investment banker, and he owned a nightclub, so they weren't too keen on him. And I told him, I said, listen, your cure is not finding someone like her, it's finding someone nothing like her. So you kind of excite the imagination. Someone nothing like your mother is exciting and thrilling and compelling. And you tell him, when you're in your club, if you find a woman who's nothing like your mother, that's your woman. If someone thinks you're super smart, but if you have to prove it, that's not your person. He said, I heard that voice in my head. He said, I was really intrigued because I always looked for someone just like her. And I purposely thought, no, that pain, that's not where pleasure is, that's where pain is. And the brain went somewhere else, and he found someone nothing like his mother, married her. I went to the wedding. It was a lovely thing. But it involves explaining something to the brain, very simple. Your happiness is not in finding someone like your mother, in finding someone nothing like her, and then giving them images and pictures to follow of what this person might be like, and how he would know that she was someone he should pursue, and how he would know someone was not to be pursued. So you give them a new idea, you wire it in and code it in, you make it quite enthusiastic and thrilling and exciting, and then they leave, and the brain has another instruction. Oh, I'm attracted to a woman who's nothing like my mother, because it's wiring, so I'm attracted to a woman who's exactly like her. And happiness is never in marrying your mother anyway. I mean, who wants to marry their mum? Even if she was an angel, you can't do that. So you give the brain a new direction, and you make it compelling and exciting and very, very accessible. And then the clients go off and do something very different. But you do make a recording for them. And they do need to play that for about at least 10 days, because the thing about the brain is a couple of things. It learns by repetition. It loves what is familiar and wishes to go back there. So if you've never been praised and always been criticized, and someone praised you, go, oh, no, that's not true. It's rubbish. You actually add in the criticism that's familiar. So you've got to train the brain to like something new, because if the brain likes what's familiar, which it really does, our job is to make good stuff, like praise, compliment. So, and the brain is heavily patterned. It loves repeating what it knows in order to change the ending. But life's too short to do anything. We've got to change the beginning. Stop looking for a critical man who reminds you of your dad, and find a lovely, kind, gorgeous man who doesn't remind you of your dad at all. So we do those three things. We find out what's familiar. We change the pattern, and we get clients to change the beginning and not the ending.
Oh, I love that. Well, I would love for you to walk me through an exercise so people can see how RTT works. But I'd love just to pause on that and ask you a few more questions, and then I'd love to get there. Does that sound okay?
Sure, sounds great.
Yeah, and just even what you were talking about, this whole business of listening to the recording for 10 days, and this idea that while you can achieve dramatic outcomes in one session, to really reinforce it and lock in that lasting change is it's a little bit more than just one.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd love to talk about the power of self-worth and confidence. It's something that you have talked about a lot. What is the I am enough movement, and why is that so important in the work that you do?
It's so important because I hadn't been a therapist for very long at all, and I began to see a pattern. Almost all my clients, at least 80%, had a belief: I'm not enough. I'm not worthy enough. I'm not interesting enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not cute enough. There's so many ways to not feel enough. And I realized that the common issue they struggled with is not enoughness. And if that was the common issue, surely the answer would be to switch that to I am enough. Because it's a bit like a ladder. You think a thought, I'm not enough. That thought, I'm not enough, affects your feelings. You feel sad and worthless and blocked and frustrated. And that feeling affects your behavior. So you don't take risks, and you might self-sabotage. But if you took out the answer, I am enough, then you feel better. You feel brave and risk-taking and confident and self-assured, and you act differently. So the law of behavior says everything begins with a thought. Thoughts create feelings. Feelings create actions, which you justify with a thought. So when we're very little, if our parents, for whatever reason, don't appear to love us, the child can't go, oh, my dad's doing 2 jobs to pay the bills, and my mum's doing 3 jobs. All they can think of is, my dad is always at work. I guess he likes work more than me. My mother's never here. Wherever she is, she prefers being with me. So when a parent doesn't appear to meet a child's need, the child never stops loving the parent. They immediately stop loving them. So I think, oh, people are mean to me. I guess I'm not. I'm nice to you and you're horrible to me. I guess I'm not enough. So we buy into not enoughness very early on. And the problem is the brain doesn't know how to reverse that. So the I'm enough movement was created to reverse this pattern of not enough. You look at Kate Spade, Amy Winehouse, Whitney Houston, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Michael Jackson, and indeed George Michael, there it is over and over again. Talent, which means nothing if you don't have a belief that you're worth it. You can have all the love and gifts and beauty and what. If you don't think you're enough, you haven't got a thing. So I wanted to put the I'm enoughness back, and we started putting it into schools. I have these bracelets that I'm enough. I have it all over my house in artwork. We put it into a lot of schools, and we give children recordings, and they make little plaques for their desks that I'm enough. And they understand that if they can just say it over and over again, if I have dry skin, I put balm on my skin, it's going to nourish it. But words are balm for a very dry soul. And so I'm enough is one of the most amazing. You're just saying it every day. Because again, you're back to that ladder. I'm enough. I feel good. I take action. I'm not enough. I feel terrible. I don't take any action at all. The action is no action. So we're always working to change thoughts. The I'm enough movement gives people badges and bracelets and things they can stick on their mirror, and we have books and audios, and every school I put it in says, bullying seems to just disappear when the kids, and we've actually got a program for the bullies, because no bully says, well, I'm having a bully says, I'm not enough. And if you feel not enough, at least I feel equal now rather than inadequate. So it's a big message we're putting everywhere, and it's making such a difference. I'm so proud of it.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of it. I love this so much, Marisa. And honestly, my heart feels so full listening to you and feeling this so powerfully from you. And you nailed it a few moments ago when you said, I think you said at least 80% of your clients have that feeling of not being enough. And I just want people watching and listening to know you're in the majority, like vast majority, if you don't feel enough. Sorry?
Marilyn Monroe said that. She said, when someone said to Marilyn, why do you keep turning up sewn into those dresses, no underwear, dancing? And she said, well, I never belonged to anyone in my whole life. You know what? I need the whole world to love me, because no one ever has. And I don't think anyone ever will. So one person wasn't enough for her because she felt so unlovable. If you listen to Amy Winehouse's songs, I told you I was trouble. Love is a losing game. I'm no good. Then you see it, that belief that, wow, I'm not enough. And a lot of people who are not enough are drawn to fame with the belief that fame will give it to them, but it doesn't. Not only does not give it to you, a bit like Britney Spears, the whole world now sees, oh, wow, you really have some problems here. So it's worse, actually, because fame magnifies your not enoughness. But the truth is, it's not true. You're enough. No baby says, gosh, I've got triple knees down here and milk spots. I seem to have a double chin. And my eyes are going in the wrong direction. I've got no hair. They think they're the most gorgeous thing in the whole world. So we have to ask ourselves, when did we buy into it? When and why? And can we change it? And we change it by simply saying, I'm enough, over and over and over again. You can put it on your screensaver. You can write it on your fridge. You can write it on your T-shirt. Imagine if your passwords all had, in a secure way, I'm enough. You had to type it out every day to open your phone, and then by repetition, it starts. First of all, your brain goes, oh, that I'm enoughness. You keep doing that. But eventually, you run out of every objection. You go, well, you say it so much, it must be true. And then it starts to make a profound impact on you, because, of course, you're enough. How could you not be enough? And whoever told you that wasn't even true.
Yeah, the subtle, it feels like the subtle osmosis that so many of us, at least 80% of us, get from our parents, from the generations before us. And I do want to come back to alcoholism and addiction and some of these maladies that RTT treats that are so pernicious. But I want to stay for a moment on this I am enough, rewinding actually to what you were saying about people like Whitney Houston and Britney Spears and Marilyn Monroe who didn't feel enough and sought fame. It reminds me of this great video I think a lot of us have seen with Jim Carrey saying, I wish everybody would become famous and wealthy, and then they would realize That's not the answer.
I've often said that I wished people could realize all their dreams and wealth and fame, and so that they could see that it's not where you're going to find your sense of completion.
No, of course not. But we think it is. You know, if it was, you wouldn't have all these supermodels and people with $1 billion living on yachts who are miserable. Obviously, I mean, look at Heath Ledger, that beautiful, beautiful, talented, gorgeous man. I mean, obviously, if looks made you feel enough, we wouldn't have people who are gorgeous who want to kill themselves. If money made you enough, we wouldn't have the same thing. And even talent doesn't make you feel enough, because often when it's so easy, you think, well, I didn't even earn this. It was just so easy for me. So you can't get it by becoming famous or wealthy or having surgery to look more beautiful. You can only get it inside saying, I've always been enough. I always will be. Because if you state it enough, it becomes what I call a statement of truth.
Well, I mean, amazing. Let me just add one more quick thing that I think a lot of us you were talking about seeking fame and so forth, and keeping it real. I find myself every now and then getting ready to post something on social media. And I'm keeping it real. I have to say, like, why am I posting this? Am I trying to impress people? Am I trying to be liked? Right. And it has been a great, just a great way for me to tell the truth to myself. And I've just decided, like, I am not here to be liked. I am not here to please. I am not here to impress people. And it has been such a relief. And I say all this because I'll like, for example, like I'm relatively modest. I'm not one to, like any of these things in the camera. And I see all these other women particularly, and it's like, oh, like they're just showing off how beautiful they look and so forth. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with feeling and looking beautiful. But I have wondered at times, it's like, I'm not necessarily all that comfortable doing that. And it's like, oh, is it that I don't want to show off, right? I mean, it feels like there is a number of people using social media as a way to get that kind of attention. And I've really tried to get honest with myself about what that means to me. And I would, love, since, so many people are on social media, what your thoughts are they trying to use social media, the likes and, FOMO and so forth to try to prove that they're enough versus actually feeling it.
Yeah, because it's rather hollow. You might have 5,000 friends, but who's turning up with soup when you got a bad cold? Who's coming to look after your kid when you're sick for the day? Not one of those followers, I can promise you. So we get followers because we think, oh, if everybody likes me, I'll feel better. But you see, if you're looking for it out there, it's not out there, it's in here. You have to spend time going, I like myself. I'm my biggest fan. I like myself. If you can say every day, I like myself, I believe in myself, I'm significant, and I've got something that will give you more joy than having 1 billion followers. I mean, I know someone who's got 13 million followers. She bought all of them, and it's all so fake. And it's like, but what is the point of that? What are you trying to say? Everybody likes me? But you don't like you because you wouldn't have bought all those followers if you did. So instead of saying everyone likes me, try saying, I like me. I really like me. I'm a good person. I've got a great heart. I've got a gift. I'm here for a reason. And I like myself a lot. Because that's the thing that will give you peace and joy, becoming your own best friend. If you put the energy into trying to make someone else like you, into liking yourself, if you could fall in love with yourself, there's a lifelong romance. Nothing has to be injected in or snipped off or dyed or waxed. No epilation is required. I mean, you can still do that for yourself. But when you fall in love with yourself, there's a lifelong romance. Your birthday's never forgotten. You're celebrated every day. Because if you say to someone else, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? They go, yeah. And then they go, actually, no. When you give someone else the power to make you feel good enough, they also have the power to stop, to remove that, to get sick, to die, to things happen. But when you do it yourself, when you say, I have agency over how I feel about me, no one else, it's down to me and me alone to say I like myself. Because confidence is very sexy. You know, you could look amazing. I mean, we can look at someone like Kim Kardashian, who is beautiful, but, you know, every relationship seems to have not worked. I know she's training in law now. I think it's a beautiful thing because it makes her feel better, but looks so temporary. As nice as it is to look good, it doesn't last. One day it all goes, and then what have you got left? Nothing at all. And they were working with a client who told me that she was so beautiful. She walked into a restaurant and the drummer dropped his drumsticks. And she was used to that. But the day nobody looked at her, she went home and took an overdose because she didn't know who she was. When people stopped turning their heads in a restaurant, it was like, oh, well, I have no value anymore. And that's not true. Your value is your kindness, your heart. You know, what we look like is the wrapping. It comes and then sadly it goes. But maybe it goes because we get wisdom instead. But I think the answer is like yourself. Do not say to someone else, do you like me? Do I look okay? Can you rate me out of 10? Am I good enough? Say, I'm enough. I'm enough. I'm great, just the way I am. Because it's giving it to someone else. You give all your power away when you say, am I okay? Do I look okay? Do you like this? And they go, no. And you go, oh, I better change then. You go, well, I like it. I'm doing this for me, not for you. So all the likes in the world, it's a hollow victory. The number one like you need is to truly, deeply like and respect yourself, honor yourself, fall in love with yourself, and the whole world will join you, because when you elevate your sense of self-worth and self-image and self-esteem, the world joins you at that level. When you diminish it, they join you down there. So it's no one else's job, it's your job. And you can do it fantastically. Just say, I like myself. I'm a great person. Look at me. I'm kind of got a beautiful heart. Say it every day. And you'll find very quickly you start to believe it. And then the whole world will join you at that elevated level. And now you're winning because you've got the most important likes of all. You like yourself.
Marisa, you make it sound so freaking easy.
It's because it is easy. It's so easy.
I want to give you like the big hugs and high fives. It really, yeah, and it helps. I mean, you exude love and confidence and grace, and so I've got the great benefit of being able to, be across from you on the screen and to feel that, and it just makes so much freaking sense, right? That it's like to just keep saying that. But let me ask you this: do you recommend people saying it in the mirror? Do you recommend them writing it down, saying it out loud? I'd love just to get a little more detailed. And are we talking like saying it 100? Like I was actually listening to something with Louise Hayes the other day, and she was like, say something 500 times in a day. I'm like, 500 times? No, holy smokes, that's a lot. No. That's going to overwhelm me.
Don't make anything work. Make it easy. So when you're having a shower, what else are you going to say? I love the smell of this body wash. You might as well do it then. The shower's a great place. The water's coming down. It's quite meditative. It's quite refreshing. So in your shower, go, I like myself. I like myself. I matter. I'm significant. I'm enough. I'm lovable. Say those 5 things. Or just I like myself. So say it in the shower. Maybe when you're cleaning your teeth and they go, look at you. You're a good person. And then when you're waiting for the kettle to boil or the coffee or the toaster to pop, do it then. So just getting a ritual, saying it first thing in the morning and last thing at night. And then write it on your fridge, write it on your mirror where you see yourself doing your hair or makeup. Put it on your screensaver, and put it on your phone alert. So try and say it pings with, you really like yourself, or I really love myself. And that's all you have to do. So say it morning and night, just a few times in the shower. I like myself. I'm enough. I matter. I'm a good person. I'm lovable. Something like that. Well, once in the morning, once in the evening, put it on your phone alerts, write it on your fridge, and maybe put it into your screensaver. And that's all you do. You see, when it has to be 500 times, it's such hard work that you lose.
Oh my God, it's stressful. I get stressed even thinking about it.
I know. It's like I used to take, people who I remember one of my clients saying she took 100 vitamins a day. I'm like, oh my God, how could she? It's so hard. I start to dread it. And I said, well, try and have just 6. Because the minute something becomes work, I've got to take 100 vitamins. I've got to chant 100 times. I've got to do this. It's not fun. It's got to be easy. It's got to be simple. And saying I'm enough when you're in the shower is the simplest thing ever.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you this. There are going to be some people who are listening and watching this saying, but I don't believe it. And there's this I think common perception in manifestation that if you say something you don't believe, then you're really confusing your nervous system or your subconscious. So for people who are like, I don't like myself, I don't feel enough, what do you say to them?
I think you should lie, cheat, and steal every day. I believe in lying to the brain, cheating fear, and stealing back the confidence to the ball. Which if I said to you now, put your hand on your stomach, put your hand on your stomach. Most people are going to put their hand above their navel. That's your intestines. Your stomach is below the navel. The fact that you don't know where it is doesn't mean it doesn't work. So we can't even identify parts of our body, but they still work. But let's do a little thing. Everyone close their eyes and just put your hand in front of your nose and mouth. And simply imagine you're holding half of a big, fat, gorgeous, juicy lemon in your hand. And as you breathe in, you can breathe in that gorgeous lemon smell. And I want you to quite literally, with your eyes closed, squeeze that lemon. So you imagine lemon drops coming onto the surface. And I want you to stick out your tongue and lick off those drops of lemon. And now I want you to open your mouth and squeeze all that lemon into your mouth and start eating. I want you to suck all the juice out of that lemon and swirl it around your mouth. I want you to bite into every lemon segment so your taste buds pucker and swell as you eat that lemon and find your taste buds are swelling. You're pumping out saliva as you eat that entire lemon, biting into the flesh, sucking out the juice, swirling it around, feeling it on your tongue. And now open your eyes. And here's a question. Did you notice that you were making saliva? Did you notice that you were making saliva?
I mean, eventually, yeah.
So was there a lemon? Was there
No.
a lemon? I mean, the answer is yes and no. You were absolutely correct. Yeah. There was no lemon. But also there was a lemon. Your mind believed your mind didn't go, this is stupid. And even if it did, it didn't matter. You still made the saliva. Even though you knew there was no lemon, it was just a thought. Your mind's job is to make every thought you think real. If I think of something sad, my eyes will fill up with tears. If I think of something embarrassing, I'll go bright red. Think of food, my stomach will rumble. And for a man, if you think about sex, guess what? You get an erection. And it's not even real. And you think of a lemon and you start to pump out saliva because your mind's job is to make every thought you think real. That's what the placebo is. I think this drug's going to work. Wow, it worked. Then I found out it wasn't even real at all. So if your mind's job is to make your thoughts real, then what do you think your job is? Is to think better thoughts all the time. So saying, I don't think I'm enough, it's like saying, I know I'm going to get sick. I knew I'd get a cold. I knew I'd gain weight the minute I ate that. We make our thoughts real. So the placebo says that whatever you think of a drug will affect you more than what's in the drug. Your thinking is more powerful than actually a drug. But don't worry about believing it. Just say it, say it, say it, say it. I'm enough, I'm enough, I'm enough. And your mind goes, oh, here you go again with that stuff. And eventually you'll think, you know what? Actually, I am enough. It's sunk in. Because the brain isn't filtering, is this right or wrong? Is it good or bad? Is it beneficial or not? It's just sinking in. Like butter on, if you put hot butter onto warm toast, it goes in. The toast can't reject it. But guess what? If you put fly spray and contact lens solutions on it, that will go in too. So just like the toast can't reject the oil, your mind can't reject thoughts. They all go in. The thing is, are you having good thoughts or bad thoughts? Can you flip a thought? Can you say, I don't think I'm enough, but why don't I just say it for a month anyway? What have I got to lose? Nothing, actually, except your low self-esteem. Why not say it and then start to state it and affirm and embody it? Because you know what? It will become true. And, it's such an insidious thing, not enough. I've worked with thousands of alcoholics, drug addicts. I've never met one ever who thought they're enough. So when you think you're not enough, you need more food, more alcohol, more drugs, more shopping, more followers. When you know you're enough, you go, well, that's all lovely, but I don't need to buy more cushions. I've got 10 pairs of shoes. I don't need 11. You still like stuff, but you don't feel it's not controlling you, getting the likes, getting the stuff, needing more. Because when you know you're enough, You don't need more. When you think you're not enough, you're never going to find enough.
I mean, honestly, Marisa, it is so exciting listening to you. It makes so much sense. And I just love genuinely how simple this is. Guys, if there's any resistance whatsoever, please just do it. Just give yourself the gift, just as an experiment. Prove Marisa wrong. Do it every day for a month. And like I'm saying that sarcastically, of course.
Someone came on to it. I bought your course to prove you wrong. I'm going to prove her wrong. And I was amazed that within 2 weeks I couldn't prove you wrong at all.
Exactly. But I want to come back to the it's a topic near and dear to my heart. It's a person that comes from a family with a lot of addiction, deadly eating disorders, and so forth. And a lot of this, I am not enough is something that I've taken a lot of effort to overcome. And I know it's so common for so many people. And you touched on that. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit more. I mean, you've said about people who have these maladaptive behaviors, they don't feel enough. And so they're looking for control. They're looking for another pair of shoes. They're all outside of themselves. Is there anything else that you would say to people who experience these kind of compulsive eating disorders, sex disorders, and so forth, that RTT can help them just get really real and take that step?
I've got so many audios and videos on YouTube and Instagram that you can go to. But of course, if you can just remember, you're coming at it from, I'm not enough, I'm not worthy, I'm not good enough. And you have to ask the question, were you born with this? The answer is no. I have a great friend called Sammy Shoebox. He's a DJ. It's called that because he was put in a shoebox and dumped on a rubbish tip in the Philippines. And he cried, I think, for the whole day because people went to work and heard this kind of mewing, thought it was a cat. When they came back, it was still going on. And somebody went and found a little shoebox and there was a little newborn baby. He came to America, got adopted, and has now got his own child, a beautiful wife, a great life. But he's alive for one reason. He didn't think, oh, no one's coming, I should just lie here. Baby is certain. You're going to look after them because they haven't really done worth it. You bring your baby home. If they want to cry all night, they're crying because they know I'm worthy of your attention. And not just a baby. I mean, I've rescued so many cats and dogs, and they're the same. They come and sit on your knee. They wrap themselves around your leg. They go, well, you're going to feed me and love me because guess what? I'm worth it. So if a cat can do it, you can do it. If a tiny baby can hold on to their enoughness long enough to be rescued, then you can do it. So just start to say it and remember. The mind learns by repetition. Of course, you don't believe it and you doubt it, but if you just repeat it over and over again, it will sink in. It will make an impact. The mind learns by repetition, and the mind likes what is familiar. When you're doing that, guess what? You're making bad stuff unfamiliar. You're saying every day, I'm enough. You're not saying I'm not enough. So the brain is hardwired to go back to what is familiar and known while avoiding what is unfamiliar and unknown. That is a fact, but here's another fact. You can make anything familiar. You can put some silicone on your finger, in your eye. The most job is to say, I'm enough, I matter, I'm lovable, I'm significant. Don't worry about doubting it. Just keep saying it, because what will happen is it will become familiar. It'll become comfortable. You'll run out of objections, and by repetition, it will absolutely work. It always works because the mind doesn't think, it just feels, and it feels the emotion. And when you say, I'm enough, you might find you feel tearful. You might find you feel angry. You might find you feel, that's silly on Marisa Peer. This is just woo-woo. It's actually not. It's quantum physics. So if you feel silly, angry, tearful, or dismissive, it means one thing. It just means you haven't yet made it familiar. Keep doing it, and guess what? You will. It's like you riding a bike. Being in the toilet wasn't familiar once. No one says, I never got grips with that. I have a picture of my daughter the first time she had a banana. It's in her hair. It's not in her mouth. But she didn't say, yeah, I never got to grips with eating food. I still have to be fed. We can make anything familiar. Swimming, riding a bike, even I got out my BlackBerry one day. I thought, I don't even know how I use this thing. I had no idea. I kept it for a reason. I put it out the door. I thought, I used that for 2 years. And now I don't know what any of those keys mean. Because when I moved to an Apple phone, I forgot how to operate a BlackBerry completely. And if any of you get out your off anything, it's so funny. I don't remember my first phone number. I obviously recited it a lot. I have no idea what it was. Because I made the new one familiar and the old one unfamiliar. And that's all you have to do. If you want to change your life, do one thing. Make good stuff familiar, especially praise. And make bad stuff unfamiliar, especially criticism. And when we talk about manifesting, here's something else. You never manifest what you want. You manifest what you think you are worth. So all the manifesting won't work until you go, I'm worth it. So people get so hung up on manifesting and how complicated it is. It's not complicated. You will only ever manifest what you think you are worth. So again, that's why saying I'm worth it is a precursor to being a great manifestor. You've got to do the work first. I'm worth it, but it's not work. We all talk to ourselves every day, so you do something you already do, just more effectively. But when you say I'm worth it, you're leading up to being a phenomenal manifester. Because if you know you're worth it, that's what you're going to manifest.
Well, I'd love you led us right into the perfect next section on manifestation and confidence and putting it into practice. But I want to just share one last observation. I mean, I've said it now at least 3 times with a lot of enthusiasm about, oh my gosh, could it be this simple? And Marisa, you're saying it not only could it be, it is this simple and it works. You've been doing this for 3 decades. You've helped all these extraordinary people, well, no one's ordinary, all these amazing people. And for anybody who just still has a little shred of doubt, it's like, I feel like we're so conditioned that things need to be hard, that psychotherapy needs to take 5 years and $10,000 or whatever. The fact that this is something you can do so easily. And even Marisa, I love how it's like, don't do it 500 times because if it's hard, you won't do it. That it is this easy and it can feel so good and be effective. It's just so antithetical to how we think about progress, hard work, homework, right? You got to grind, you got to hustle. So, to me, this whole business of manifesting like a baddie, like letting it be simple, letting it feel good in the ways that you described. Marisa, I love it. And guys, I hope you're feeling as on fire as I am listening to Marisa, being completely convinced that this is where everything changes for you. Because I know I am going to adopt it. I've made a lot of progress, but I got even more opportunity for growth and love in my life, thanks to feeling more than enough.
I attract abundance. I live an abundant life. I'm attracting more and more abundance. I'm living in an abundance of health and wealth.
So let's turn into manifestation and confidence. What is and I heard you loud and clear that you manifest what you think you're worthy of. So the half an hour we've spent or 40 minutes we've spent on being enough, that is so foundational. So let's presume everybody's doing that now. What is next? You've got a 3-step manifestation process. Will you walk us through that?
The first step, because 80% of success comes by having this I'm worth it mindset. 80% of your success comes down to having a mindset that says I'm worth it, I'm worth it, I'm worth it. So if we know that to be true, and it is true, your first thing, and it's not work, your first piece of joy, let's call it joy, is to say I'm worth it every day. Spend a little time just saying I'm worth it, I'm enough, I deserve it, just that. Write it on your t-shirt, write it on your underwear, write it on your fridge, write it, but don't just look at it, you've got to say it. And don't just say it, state it, affirm it, embody it. I'm worth it, I'm enough, I'm lovable. So you need to say that over and over again, not 500 times, maybe 20 times a day. Very simple. When you're driving the car, what else are you going to do? When you're in the back of an Uber, again, when you're boiling the kettle, making the coffee, when you're in the shower, I'm worth it, I'm enough, I deserve it. I'm worth it, I'm enough, I deserve it. As you're doing that, which is step 1, and I'm going to take you through that, as you do that, Of course, you'll think, well, I'm not really worth it. I don't really deserve it. But you keep doing it anyway. Just keep going. Just
overcome.
Mm-hmm. And eventually it will just click. Rather like, when you go to the gym, you go, hey, I did a 600 sit-ups. Where's my flat stomach? You go back and you think, oh, I can see it now. I was getting married. I was doing a lot of push-ups. One day I could really see the depth into my arms, but I didn't see it at first. But somehow 7 weeks in, I thought, oh, yeah, my arms have changed shape completely because I kept doing those press-ups, which I hated, by the way. But I had to get into a sleeveless, very unforgiving dress. So I did it. So the first thing is, but this is joy. I'm worth it. I deserve it. I'm lovable. I'm enough. I'm worth it. I deserve it. I'm lovable. I'm enough. Just say
not work. Joy, people.
Yep. And get your kids to do it too. Sit around the table and say it together. Go, oh, Mum, not that again. But they'll actually say, oh, Mum, you forgot to do it today, because they actually like it. While you're doing that, which is step one, we're going to move on to step two. Step two is thinking about what you want. What is it that you, and I change the word want to require. What do you require? You might say, I require to write a book, or I require to be an amazing chef. I require to be a parent. I require to find love. So you've got to really notice, what does that look like? If you can't see it, how are you going to achieve it? So the second step is really seeing what you require. And as you see it, you're going to see something else. What is what you require of you? Writing a book requires a lot of solitude. Being a parent requires a lot of patience. It's amazing how many people I work with, they say, I want a baby. We never have sex. I'm going straight for IVF because it's quicker. It's not quicker. It takes 4 minutes to have sex. But it's a big thing now. Women are going straight to IVF because they see it as an easier way, but it's actually a harder, more expensive way. So what you require, I require love. What are you doing to find love? What do you mean? Well, where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. I thought you said you required love. I do. But if you required a house, wouldn't you be out there looking? But you require love and you're not getting off the couch. So ask yourself the question, what I require, what does it require of me? And then the third step is to do it. So, for instance, my daughter said one day, I said, darling, she said, Mummy, I could never have a normal job. I'm going to be an artist. I said, that's good. Do you want to be an artist or a successful artist? Because many artists are not. Do you want to be successful, sell a lot of paintings? I want that. I said, okay. That's what you require. What does it require of you? And she knew what it required of her. She was very reluctant to go, well, I've got to walk around town and take my pictures into a gallery, which she did not want. She came up with so many reasons why she couldn't do it. They're too big. She couldn't cart them around town. I said, well, take one and put the rest on an iPad. Oh, it's too uncomfortable. I said, look, if you want it, you got to, people who make it do what they don't want to do. So we're now very clear. You know what you require. You know what it requires of you, something you do not want to do. But if you require it, you got to do it. It's called JFD. Just freaking do it. I don't want to sit at home writing, but I make myself. I don't want to have broccoli instead of potato chips, but I sometimes make myself.
JFD.
Anyway, so the third step is do it. So off she went with a huge painting under her arm and an iPad. And she was very uncomfortable. She went into a gallery. They said, oh, no. That's not our style at all. We would never buy that. And as she was leaving, they said, but if there's a gallery, they would love it. And when she went there, I was very glad the first one said no, because it gave her some grit. The second one, when she left, it was hanging up in their window. They loved it. So she learned very quickly, I'm worth it. I deserve to have my paintings in the window of the gallery. Okay, that was the I'm worth it. What do I require to have my paintings there? What does it require of me? That uncomfortableness of going out there, putting myself out there and taking my paintings around town. But it worked for her. She had them in a gallery and we already took pictures of them in the window and it was very exciting. So if you require love, well, what does that look like? Where is this love? It's not in your yoga class. It's full of guys. You need to go to a golf club instead, or a poker club, or you've got to be very proactive about what I want to manifest love. But it's not going to fall out of your shower. I want to manifest wealth. I'm going to manifest money. But here's the question. What are you going to do to manifest wealth? What you require, what does it require of you? What are you going to create or invent or improve? And amazingly, the fastest way to make money is not to invent anything. It's to improve something. We know Lululemon did not invent little black stretchy leggings, but she certainly invented how to sell them for $200 a pop. Dyson didn't invent a hairdryer, but he managed to sell them for like $700 and people loved them.
Well, how about Spanx? Can we just talk about the brilliant Sarah Blakely? There were girdles and shapewear. It wasn't even called shapewear, but you look at her early.
Yeah, of course. Spanx. And then, of course, Kim Kardashian had Skims. Even Starbucks, did they invent coffee? Of course not. They invented a new way of promoting it. So if you want to be wealthy, think of something you could improve. What is out there? I mean, look at the girl who invented eyebrow shaping, Anastasia, with that eyebrow shaping. Who would have thought you could make a fortune selling bottles of water? Look at that drink, Prime, last year. And look at the Labu, what are they called? Labulus? Little boo-boos. I mean, it's crazy what people can create that will generate wealth. But those people, first of all, have a belief, I'm going to create something and sell it. Everyone's going to love it. So again, it's I'm worth it. We'll go through it. We'll do it. Actually, it's I'm worth it. What does it look like? And so many people do the first one, they never do the third one. Or some people do the third one and they never do the first two. I'm going to go out and sell this product, but they've never worked on the worth that you've got to do all three. And it has to be in that sequence. First one, 80% of it is the mindset of I'm worth it, I deserve it. There's a great story of Celine Dion when she was just 14, who sent an audio cassette, Silent cassette, to Sony. And then she called and said, do you like my music? They said, no. She goes, you never listened to it. She said, if you played my music, you would sign me on the spot. They were so shocked by the confidence in her voice that they found it, played it, and signed her on the spot. Because she had I'm worth it. When they said we don't like it, she said, no, you haven't played it. I don't believe you would never reject my voice. And that's okay. You haven't played it, but you can play it. And then you'll sign me. And they went, okay. Because she told them she was good. And again, we wait for people to say, you're good. We have to go, I'm good. I'm good. Someone said to Meryl Streep once, Meryl, you will never make it because you're not beautiful. She said, well, that's your opinion. In a sea of opinions, I'll get another opinion. And actually, she might be a great beauty. If you ever saw Out of Africa with Robert Redford washing her hair in the bath, she was so beautiful. But she played Margaret Thatcher. I don't think beauty was necessary to play that part. But there are many people who have been rejected, like Danny DeVito. And Whoopi Goldberg was told, you'll never, ever make it. She got an Oscar. So the most important opinion is your opinion. Don't let someone else say. Demi Moore said, she said recently, I was told I wasn't enough. But the problem is, Demi, you have to tell yourself it's not someone else's job, it's your job. So when they said she wasn't enough, she'd always be a popcorn actress. What is so sad is she let that in for years. But it was actually her job to go, not enough? Why don't I show you who I am and what I can do?
Yeah, I just want to interject there, Marisa, and say to our audience, this is your job. And that is great news. And I love how you even reframed, the hard work to the joy. I mean, and so often we're in this somehow suffused with this victim mentality, thinking it's my husband's job, it's my parents' job, it's my, my kids, like my work. Like somehow in much of the world, this idea of somebody's supposed to do this for me is crippling. And it feels so, just even speaking these words, it feels so obvious and insidious and so wrong. And I really wanted to home in on what you were saying. This is our job. Yeah, we shouldn't wait. And not only should we not wait, even if with all these famous, Marilyn Monroe is such a great example, the beautiful, most iconic woman of history practically, died tragically. All these people loved her, all these people admired her, but it wasn't enough. So even if everybody tells you how enough you are.
Yeah, because the person who didn't tell her was her. Same with Princess Diana. Everybody loved her, but she never really felt worthy of that love. So it's your job to work on yourself. Self-esteem means what you think of you. If I say I hold you in the highest esteem, I esteem you, but self-esteem is what I think of me. And it is your job to raise your self-esteem. And the fastest way is by praising yourself. Studies have shown that praise boosts your self-esteem faster than anything else. So saying I'm worth it, I deserve it, I'm lovable, I matter, I'm significant, that will give you everything. And it is your job. And isn't that great news? Because you can do that job and you can do
that is the best news. Like it is the best news.
Yeah, no one else can do it as well as you. And again, it's always the same. I'm enough. I'm lovable. I like myself. I matter. I've got something great to offer the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting, and not to go on too much of a tangent, but part of me is like, God, you're right. It's inside of us. It's that easy. And all I can say, and I do want to make sure we have time to go through an RTT demo. The only thing I can think of is between, our capitalistic system that's constantly, advertising and so forth, reminding us that we're not enough, social media reminding us that we're not enough. I mean, it just feels like systemically there's a lot in society that has been, and then of course generational trauma and alcoholism and all these things that riddle through so many of our families that okay, listen, you're off the hook as far as why you haven't gotten the memo till now, fine, but you've got the memo now, everybody. You've got it. And Marisa, really, I'm just, I'm so grateful for how clear you are and how simple and joyful you make this practice. So I'd love to have you walk me through a demo, an RTT demo.
Okay, so let's do it right now. So when hypnosis is really just using your alpha brainwave, where you're very, very receptive to suggestions, good suggestions. And to get into alpha, you do one thing. You roll up your eyes like that, keep them up and close the lids down. Just what you do when you go to sleep at night. So look up, pretend you're trying to look into your own eye, but keep your eyes open and look up as high as you can and breathe in and out 3 times. Just breathe in and out. Every time you blink, deep, powerful hypnosis is coming upon you. Breathe in, breathe out. And just one more time, breathe in, keep your eyeballs up, keeping your eyeballs up. As you exhale, just close your eyelids right down, all the way down. Now just forget about the position of your eyeballs. It doesn't matter at all. Just drop your chin and just imagine you're looking down 10 steps. You have that same looking down feeling that you might get as you look over a balcony or down a flight of stairs. You are looking down 10 steps. You're moving onto step 10. As each muscle, every nerve turns loose, lets loose, and you go deeper. You're taking step 9 and 8, and you can see your feet, hear your feet, feel your feet treading each step. As you move down, drift down, travel down to an even deeper level, you are taking step 7, going deeper with every sound you hear as you take step 6. The sound of your heartbeat is taking you deeper as you take step 5. The sound of your breathing is taking you deeper as you take step 4. Every sound and noise is flowing through you, taking you deeper into an awareness of yourself. As you take step 3, the sound of my voice is taking you deeper, deeper, deeper. You're taking step 2 and 1. As you gently, calmly, easily move on over to an even deeper level. Just go deeper, deeper, deeper. Every time I click my fingers and say the words, go deeper, go deeper, go deeper. You're going deeper into an awareness of yourself. And as you go deeper, I want you to imagine that you're looking at a movie of your life today. And you're pressing rewind, and that movie of your life is going backwards, backwards, backwards. It's rather like you're in a time tunnel going backwards, traveling backwards, moving backwards, all the way back. And all of a sudden, that movie stops. It's like you're being pulled backwards, and suddenly it stops, and you're standing outside your childhood home. And you are drawn like a magnet to the bedroom door of the bedroom you slept in, and you're reaching out your hand, touching that bedroom handle, knowing on the other side of that door is you as a young child. You're about to go into that room and meet the young version of you who bought into not being enough. And the young child in that room waiting for you knows that you are the adult version of them. And as you step in that room, there they are, the child version of you. And you and that child have a complete, total, absolute, a beautiful affinity with each other. You understand each other. You trust each other. You know that you're the same person, the adult and the child, and you're going to ask that child one question. They're going to immediately tell you the answer. I want you to ask that child one thing. When did you begin to believe you're not enough? When did you start to think you were not enough? And why? Why did you ever think you're not enough? Why did you think you're not enough? And when? What happened to you? What is it you saw or heard or felt or experienced that made you believe you're not enough? And I want you to keep asking the question and noticing the answer. Oh, yeah. What happened to me that made me feel I was not enough? What did I see? What did I hear? What did I experience? What did I believe? And as you get the answers, I want you to scoop that child up in your arms. I want you to take them back to wherever you live today. I want you to take them to another front door, the front door of the home you live in now. And as you walk them through the door, I want you to repeat word for word some things I'm about to say. Just repeat every word. I want you to start by saying out loud, if you want to, I'm becoming a loving parent to you now.
I'm becoming a loving parent to you now.
I want you to repeat, no one in the world can play this role of loving parent to you like I can.
No one can play this role of a loving parent to you like I can.
I love you completely.
I love you completely.
I love you unconditionally.
I love you unconditionally.
I'll always have time for you.
I'll always have time for you.
I'll always listen to you.
I'll always listen to you.
You and I have balance now.
You and I have balance now.
There's nothing we can't do.
There's nothing we can't do.
I think you're amazing.
I think you're amazing.
I know you're enough.
I know you're enough.
You're worthy of love,
You're worthy of love,
success.
success.
You're worthy of joy.
You're worthy of joy.
You're worth everything.
You're worth everything.
And I want you to imagine taking that child into the home you live in now and saying, I'm upgrading you into my world.
I'm upgrading you into my world.
And this is a nicer, better, safer place.
And this is a nicer, safer, better place.
And now you live with me in my world.
And now you live with me in my world.
You can't go back to that other world.
You can't go back to that other world.
Not even in your daydreams.
Not even in your daydreams.
You can't go back.
You can't go back.
You can only go forwards.
You can only go forwards.
So showing that child all the things in your home, you probably have Alexa, some Sonos, a smart TV, a smart home. You didn't have when you were a kid, but you have them now. And you went out and got them. And you can have everything. So I want you to imagine looking at your living room, your bedroom, with the clothes in your closet that you didn't have access to when you were a kid. The food in your kitchen that you can eat whenever you want to. The products in your bathroom that you got. And I want you to hold that child again. And I want you to say, you matter.
You matter.
You're enough.
You're enough.
You're lovable.
You're lovable.
You're significant.
You're significant.
You're worth it.
You're worth it.
And now I want you to say the opposite. I want you to imagine that child is merging into you, taking up residence, living in you. You can feel that child living in you, living in your body. You've created a place in your heart, in your body, in your life. You have created a place in your heart, in your body, in your life, in your world for that child. And as they take up residence in your heart, your body, your life, as they merge into you, as they live in you, you can never go back to that. Otherwise, you can only go forwards. So now I want you to say, I matter.
I matter.
I'm enough.
I'm enough.
I'm lovable.
I am lovable.
I'm worth it.
I am worth it.
And again, I want you to really state it, embody it, affirm it. I matter.
I matter.
I'm lovable.
I am lovable.
I'm enough.
I'm enough.
I'm worth it.
I'm worth it.
I want you to shout it out. I matter.
I matter.
I'm lovable.
I'm lovable.
I'm enough.
I'm enough.
And I'm worth it.
And I'm worth it.
And this time I want you to notice how you feel in your body as you say it. So one more time, but really tune into how you feel as you say, I matter.
I matter.
I'm lovable.
I'm lovable.
I'm enough.
I'm enough.
And I'm worth it.
And I'm worth it.
And tell me how you feel. How do you feel? Because there's 5 feelings as well. I love this. It's great. I'm going to do it again. Or there's, well, I feel a bit silly. Isn't this woo? Or I feel tearful, or I feel angry, or I'm just not sure. So one of the 5, I love it.
I love it.
I'm
I feel incredible. I felt you could see maybe a couple tears fall
Sure.
in the earlier phase. And should I keep my eyes closed or should I? Not sure. I want to stay. Okay.
And the reason I'm asking is when other people do this, they're going to have one of those 5 things. It feels great. It feels sad, and I'm tearful because I haven't let it in. I feel angry and dismissive. Oh, it's just silly old woo. I'm actually scared of change. So whatever you've got, if you haven't got the first one, which you have, fortunately, it doesn't matter. It just means you've got to do it more until you go straight to number 1. I love it, and I'm doing it again. So now that you're working on I'm worth it, I want you to go on to step 2. I want you to think of something, Andrea, that you require. You don't have to share it if you don't want to, but think of something you require. Remember, you can manifest only what you think you're worth. What would you love to manifest? What do you require? Imagine you can see it. It's on a screen. You can see the thing that you require so much. You can see it clearly. I'm going to ask you just one question. What you require, what does it require of you?
Yeah. Believing in myself.
Oh, which is wonderful because that's the easy, joyful thing to do. I believe in myself. Say it every day. Say it, state it. So what you require is to believe in yourself. You've worked on your sense of self-worth. You require something which is phenomenal self-belief. So the step 2, we're going to stay in step 2 for a minute. Step 2 is I'm worth it, I'm worth it. And that's an ongoing step that even as you're doing step 2 and 3, you're still constantly working on step 1. Step 2 is taking a long look at the thing you require and getting very clear what I require. What does it require of me? What do I have to do? What do I have to do or be or become? Because manifesting does require work. I've never met a manifester ever who didn't do any work. They go, I've got this vision. I'm going to invent. I'm James Starr. I'm going to invent a hairdryer. And I'm going to go through a lot of different things. I'm going to charge $700 for that hairdryer. I'm going to say it's the best in the world. I'm Lululemon. I'm Sarah Blakely inventing Spanx. But I'm going to do the work. So step 2 is seeing what you require, knowing you're worth it, and knowing that there is work required. And step 3 is to go ahead and do the work. Step 3 is to go ahead and do it. So if you require, for instance, to be a famous chef, well, the first step is to say, I'm worth it, to get a job in a restaurant. You probably won't be doing much at all, but when you stay there, eventually you can become a famous chef, but you'll be doing prep and ordering and running your own restaurant. But you can do it if you can see the steps and apply them. So manifesting is you manifest what you think you are worth. You must be willing to do a lot of work. And finally, you cannot manifest from a place of scarcity. I daren't make the call in case they don't like me. I don't want to ask that person out in case they say no. I'm scared of showing the world my invention in case they don't like it. I'm holding on to old stuff, makeup that's 10 years old, clothes I'll never wear again. I have scarcity habits and scarcity thoughts. You can never manifest a place of scarcity. So go into the newness. You know what you have to do. I want you to see yourself doing it now. I want you to really see yourself doing what is required of you. And absolutely not from a place of scarcity. And see that little child with you, living in your heart, living in your body, having merged into you. You see, your childhood is behind you. Your childhood is a bow. And you, Andrea, are an arrow. And an arrow uses the bow for one thing, to get as far away from it as it can. So if you were to put an arrow into a bow and to fire it, we all run to see the arrow. How far did it go? How fast? How sleek? No one says, where's the bow? Because the bow's done its job. Your past is a bow, and you are an arrow, and you can go far and fast and sleek. But you've got to leave the past behind, because it's behind you. You're not going there. It's behind you. It's gone. You're an arrow. You know you're worth it. You're continuing to work on your worth. It's saying it, stating it, affirming it, embodying it. You're continuing to see what you require, what it requires of you, and then you are doing the application, because manifesting requires application. I'm doing the work of I'm worth it. I can see what I want. The third step is application. The best plan will never work if you don't. Books don't write themselves. People don't bump into strangers in the night when they're staying at home watching Netflix. You don't get a six-pack without going to the gym. And people can't buy your products or know who you are, where you are, if you're staying at home. So if you want love, wealth, success, joy, you can have it all with bells on. If you know you're worth it, you know what it requires of you, you do the application, you apply yourself, and you move away from scarcity thoughts and scarcity habits. That's all you have to do. It's fun. It's easy. It works. And it's what I call JFD. Just freaking do it. So now you can open your eyes. I'm glad that you loved saying that. That's so important. So you can see what you're going to do now, can't you?
See it and feel it.
And that's
that feeling is, it's powerful.
And the great thing is you gave it to yourself. So the application and no scarcity, throw away the old makeup and the clothes you're never going to wear again. Women especially now, just keep that. It might come back into fashion. I hate that lipstick, but I don't want to throw it away because, I bought it. We even keep old stuff in the fridge, men too, but women especially bad at holding on to products. Mind you, my husband's got 100 chargers. I said, what are these chargers for? We're never going to throw them away. He loves keeping plugs and adapters and chargers. Every outdated laptop is piled up. In fact, when I go back, I'm going to get rid of all of them. But we've got to get rid of you. So it's simple, very simple. I'm worth it. What I require, what does it require of me? Apply myself and do all of it not with scarcity thoughts, beliefs, or habits.
Well, that was magnificent. And I hope everybody did it. And honestly, I'm so grateful. And I know you guys can find Marisa elsewhere. You can come back to this recording. But it was so powerful, Marisa. Thank you. And I wanted to add with the scarcity, the throwing away the old makeup or socks or adapters. I mean, to me, there's something really like the act of doing that, the act of letting go, like that physical act of letting go, right? And it's letting go of those limiting beliefs, letting go of the scarcity mindset, the not enough mindset. And it feels like there is something, even every now and then I'll lose something and it'll be like something I really love.
I can see myself into my husband's office with that song from Frozen, Let It Go.
Yes.
Who needs all these tables anyway?
Well, totally. And that free feeling of just freedom to say, I'm going to let go of these things that don't serve me. And they're so,
the things and the thoughts, not just things, but thoughts, beliefs. You make your habits make you. So let go of stuff. The most important was to let go. Let it all go, and then you'll be a master, majestic, magnificent manifester.
Amen to that. All right, we'll wrap up. You've been so generous with your time. Thank you. And
Thank you so
even
much.
more than your time, it's your wisdom and care and just supreme clarity, Marisa. It really, it's wow. This is a wow for me.
guys. I hope it's a wow for you. Okay, so Marisa, you often say when you change your words, you change your beliefs. When you change your beliefs, you change your life. That has been the thesis of this wonderful discussion. Any last comments before we wrap up?
You change your words, which change your feelings, which changes your actions, which changes your outcome. So it's thoughts, feelings, actions, outcome. And just know you're enough. That's a great thought, a great feeling, a great outcome, and a great action. And go ahead and do what Andrea did. Be the person who says, instead of watching it, I'm doing it. Sometimes the things that change your life take 5 minutes. Sometimes the results we get are out of all proportion to what we do. RTG is designed to have rapid change in minutes. Because how long does it take to change your life? Well, it can take 21 seconds. Every day you get the chance to change twice. Every day you can change a thought, which changes a belief, which changes a feeling and an action. So you can change every day and you can keep the change. Start right now. Thank you so much.
Oh, I love it. Last question for somebody who says, for a lot of people who say, I would love to have an RTT trained therapist do this with me. What's the best place for them to find that kind of person?
Go to rtt.com or innerbelief.com. There are 2 platforms we have, rtt.com and innerbelief.com, where you can find
put that on
a
the
trained
screen.
therapist who's going to help you. And they're very good.
Yeah. And I know you're personally training them. Is it for people who live in remote places? Do they have to?
You can do it online. No,
you can do it online.
Therapy is great. Online therapy is amazing. I do it all the time.
Amazing. Marisa Peer, you are such a gift. Thank you for being in the power of manifestation, for all the work you do, and for just creating this I Am Enough movement.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure and a joy. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Okay, you guys, I hope that was as magnificent and powerful for you as it was for me. I really hope you did the exercise. Oh my gosh. And I have to say, if you want to be able to go back and do this exercise at any point, I urge you to upgrade to our VIP package so you can own this session and all the sessions in the power of manifestation. Fast forward, rewind, pause, reflect. This one in particular, I mean, all of them are amazing, of course, but this one in particular, when I think about the opportunity to be able to come back to it and have Marisa guide you directly, it's worth the price of admission. In addition to VIP, as always, I'm so excited to invite you into our new Power of Manifestation Circle. This is a membership that we are just in the process of launching. I urge you to become and be a pioneer member and tap into techniques like this. And I know I said it a few times, but oh my gosh, yes, it can be this simple. And when I think about the amazing people like Marisa that I'm so excited to bring to the membership and teach me and teach you and help all of us and each other. Right? I mean, gosh, I'm looking forward to all sorts of members saying, you know what, I tried this thing, or I read this book, or I listened to this podcast, or whatever it is, that as a community, we're healing and transforming together. And honestly, it makes it more fun. And just final last thing, when I think about Marisa and her whole point of being able to do it with ease and joy, and whether it's becoming a chef or manifesting the love of your life or whatever it is that you're manifesting, what is so beautiful to me in Marisa's approach and a lot of the speakers in this event is not just focusing on the outcome, getting the love of your life, your dream job. The thing is going about it in a way that feels great. That, to me, this idea that the journey is the destination is so powerful. And it's just the kind of, in part is why I'm excited to bring this membership to you, because together, having the opportunity to be on this journey together, yes, to realize the big outcomes, and every single day to feel joy, to feel gratitude, and from time to time where it feels a little harder, where we feel like we're backsliding, that's all part of the process. So that's it. I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Mwah! Thanks for tuning in to, oh my gosh, this is one of my, guys, I'm not joking, like one of my favorite titles Manifest like a baddie, unlock confidence, love, health, and abundance fast with RTT. I hope we delivered it. See you at the next session. Thanks. Bye. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource, and finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal
and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation Circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. I am so excited to bring you yet another incredible session. Today, we are all about manifest your highest dreams, mastering the map of your chakra system. Have you ever had a powerful vision for your life, a dream, a calling, a deep desire, but no matter how much you visualize, journal, or meditate, it still feels just out of reach? Well, in this transformative session, you'll learn why and how to finally shift that. But before we dive in, don't forget to get the most out of the session. You got to grab your copy of the Power of Manifestation Handbook. Remember, this features rituals, affirmation, a daily journal, all sorts of the good stuff. Plus, it's a powerful companion designed to help you integrate the chakra-based manifestation system we're going over today that my guest is going to walk you through. So you're not going to be just inspired, but you'll be actually implementing these details into your daily life. You can download it instantly at thepowerofmanifestation.com and start using it during this session to deepen your practice and accelerate your results. I am so excited to introduce our incredible speaker. Dr. Anodea Judith is a globally respected teacher, somatic therapist, and one of the world's foremost experts on the chakra system. She's the author of multiple groundbreaking books, including some of the biggest classics, Wheels of Life, Eastern Body, Western Mind, and Creating on Purpose, the spiritual technology of manifesting through the chakras. With a doctorate in mind-body health, an MA in clinical psychology, and decades of teaching experience across 20 countries, Anodea bridges the worlds of psychology, energy healing, and spiritual awakening like no one else. Most people think of chakras as a ladder for spiritual ascent, a system that helps you rise into higher consciousness. But in this unique session, Anodea will introduce you to the lesser known but equally powerful downward current, the energetic pathway that takes your highest vision and grounds it into step-by-step reality. Through Anodea's dynamic teaching, you'll discover how each chakra plays a specific role in the manifestation process, why skipping the lower chakras can sabotage your achieving your biggest goals and dreams. Also, how to transform spiritual inspiration into grounded, successful action. A repeatable, embodied framework to manifest love, abundance, confidence, creativity, and purpose without bypassing your inner work. Anodea's teachings are both ancient and deeply relevant and practical to the moment we're living in now. And if you're ready to stop hoping and to start activating and achieving your highest dreams, this is your next step. I am so delighted to introduce Anodea Judith. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Anodea. I am so excited to feature you in the Power of Manifestation. Can't wait to hear everything you have to say. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you to all of you who are listening. And welcome to this talk because, you know, it's said that most people spend more time planning their summer vacation than they do the rest of their life. But this is a way to actually use the map of the chakra system to create exactly what you want in your life in all these different areas. So I'm so excited to share this with you. I've been teaching about the chakras for 50 years. And since my first book came out almost 40 years ago. And, mostly I've been teaching the path from the bottom upward. But about 25 years ago, I started teaching it as well from the top down for a whole different experience. And this is a map, a step-by-step map for bringing your dreams, your highest dreams, into manifestation. So what I have to share with you is a slideshow I've created that describes all these steps. So this was all written up in a book that I published in 2012 called Creating on Purpose, the Spiritual Technology of Manifesting Through the Chakras. And I want to give a shout out to my co-author, Lion Goodman. I've been teaching it on my own, mostly since we wrote the book, but it really is about manifesting your highest dreams. So if we look at the chakra system, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with the chakra system, but it's really a formula for wholeness. If you address your life
on each one of the chakras, and you say each one is important, you have a recipe, as it will, or a formula for really becoming whole. And most people that are familiar with the chakras as energy centers in the body think of it as a ladder for liberation. In other words, you climb up the chakras step by step in order to get to the highest consciousness, which is your seventh chakra, bliss state, transcendent state. And that is certainly an aspect of it. And I taught that for many, many years, decades, in fact, and still do. But I also discovered there is an equally potent and very important downward current through the chakras that gives you a map for the manifestation process and breaks it down into something very practical and step by step. And I've been teaching this for the last 25 years with amazing results from students who have manifested things they didn't even know were possible faster than they could have imagined. So this really works. So the chakras are energy centers for the body, and you've probably seen these diagrams. And if you look in the old text, they talk about two currents, the liberating current, which moves from the bottom to the top, which is called mukti, which means literally liberation. So we go from a fixed form of earth to a freer form of water, to fire, to air, to sound, to light, and to consciousness, and we get freer and freer at each step. But equally important is this manifesting current, which in the old text called bhukti. Bhukti doesn't mean manifestation, it means enjoyment. It's how we enjoy the manifestation of everything in the phenomenal world. And indeed, it is a phenomenal world. So in this downward current, we begin in the seventh chakra. We begin in an infinite universe. Now, in an infinite universe, anything can happen. I mean, here we are in a third-rate galaxy, of 200 billion stars, one of some 30 trillion galaxies that we know of. I mean, it's pretty infinite out there. And in an infinite universe, you could say that anything is possible. I mean, we don't know what life forms are out there. We don't know how the universe is made. We have to keep our minds open. Now, anything is possible, but we have a saying, you can do anything, but you can't do everything. In other words, if you try to do too many things at once, you're not going to manifest. And this is a mistake many people make. So even though anything is possible, you have to choose. Now you can choose one thing and then you can work on manifesting something else later. Or, you can choose one thing to be your main focus and do this one a little bit on the side. But we need to focus out of that infinity because we get lost out there. But in an infinite universe, miracles are possible. And I believe you can create a miracle because I have seen this happen over and over again. And my late friend, Neil Rogan, said, we don't need to raise hell to change the world. We just need to lower heaven. And I love that statement because, we have put heaven as something way outside that we go to after we die. What we really want to do is create heaven on earth. And these are the steps to bring heaven down to earth again, where we can create what we want in our bodies on this planet, create a beautiful planet for us all to share. So to lower heaven is the point. Now, if we start in chakra 7 is the realm of pure consciousness. And I have a manifestation principle that I teach at each chakra. And this one is consciousness creates. And that means that in order to create anything, you have to think of it first. I mean, the clothes you're wearing, somebody thought about it. The chair you're sitting on, somebody thought about it. The computer you're looking at, somebody figured out how to make it. There was thought involved, and that's where it began. Of course, if we just leave it up in the realm of thought, we won't manifest anything. So consciousness is what creates. And here in the seventh chakra, we open to receive guidance where we conceive of an idea and we match our beliefs to the possibility of creating that, and we intend. Now I'm going to unpack that a little bit more for you. So tip number 1, begin in emptiness. We need to empty out in order to receive. You know, just like you wouldn't cook dinner on last night's dirty pan, and you don't go out on a hot date without taking a shower. We want to clean things out and create the space to bring something new in. And that can mean meditating. It can mean taking a day off and going out in the woods. It can mean going on a fast. It can mean just taking a shower or cleaning off your desk. But empty and clear a space to begin. And then you are open to a download. You've got room for it. And the download is sort of like the messages that are waiting for you in your inbox, but you have to take time to look to get them. Spirit has messages and guidance for you when you quiet yourself enough to listen. And that download is a conception. Now, a conception is a word we use for the sperm and the egg coming together to create you. And we know that when the sperm and the egg come together, there is so little material substance, and yet it contains all the information to make you who you are, all the DNA. And so when we first get an idea, there is very little material substance, but it contains all the information that we need in order to create what we want. So the conception, then the mother puts the flesh onto the bones, so to speak. She creates the flesh of the baby around that DNA. Well, the manifestation process is then fleshing out our idea into the material world. And so I like to often start with a meditation. In fact, we'll do this for a moment now. Just close your eyes and come inside your body, what I call the temple of the body. And if you're sitting upright, which probably most of you are, if you're not, it might be a good idea to sit upright. We align our chakras, the energy centers of the body, by sending our roots down and lifting our crown up. And as you do that, you're lengthening the spine. It's like pulling apart the two ends of a necklace and all the beads line up when that string is straight. And as you do that, you find that that line that comes through all your chakras when you lift your crown up and send your roots down can be seen as the capital letter I, the way we used to make them in third grade, with a vertical line and a little hat at the top and a little foot at the bottom. So just inside, say silently, I, or I am in here. For it is the I that is inside you that is the creator of your life, of your dreams, of whatever you want to manifest. So we need to start by affirming that I. No one's going to do it for you. You are doing it. So just feel that I inside. And open your crown chakra to receiving any kind of guidance, ideas, conception. Maybe you already know what you want to manifest. Maybe you're waiting for guidance on that. Both are okay. But we open to a greater intelligence. And as we conceive, we get an idea. Now you can open your eyes and look at the slides again. Now, Dea, from which I take my name, anodea, is the feminine form of the divine. So you could say the DNA, the pattern, is the pater, the father, and the mother puts the matter onto that information, the mater, the matter. So the idea is just the bare concept or conception to which we then flesh out as we go down. But that is going toward the feminine divine principle, which is more the earth plane, and the masculine is more the heavens, the stars, the sky. Okay, so when we have an idea for a dream. Oh, I want to go to medical school and become a doctor. I want to write a book. I want to create a play that'll be on Broadway. I want to start a business. I want to start a family. I want to find my perfect soulmate. I want to get healthy. I want to lose 20 pounds. Whatever that dream is, we begin in our little reality, which you see down in the lower left hand, and we stretch toward our dream. And imagine like a rubber band stretching to that point of, stretching from this moment where your reality is whatever it is to the dream where you have your business, you have your fit body, you have your partner, you have your family, you have your book published, whatever it is. And here's what happens as we do that stretch with the rubber band. Most of us say, oh, but I'm too busy. I don't know how I'd find time to go back to school. And then the dream shrinks a little. And then, I'm not really smart enough. I would have to take physics and biology to get into medical school. Okay, well, let's take that away. I don't have enough money. It costs a lot. Oh, it's way too complicated. And next thing you know, this rubber band that stretched all the way to our dream, we let go of the end that is at the dream, and it shrunk back. And what we're left with, nothing but our current reality and a faraway, vague dream. But if instead, and the dream shrinks, reality wins. But if instead we expand reality to fit the dream, we're still extending like a rubber band from our current moment to that dream, the point of fulfillment of the dream. We say, well, it might be complicated, but I could take it one step at a time. Oh, your reality just expanded. I can borrow the money. They've got good student loans. Your reality just expanded some more. I can learn how to do it. I can get a tutor. I can use AI. I can find the time. I can give up something else and I can find the time. And what happens is your reality, your current reality disappears, your dream expands, and the end of the rubber band that you've let go of is the end that's in your reality. It'll snap toward the dream if you put a stake in the ground for your dream. And this is what we encourage people to do, to never let your reality, meaning your current reality, define the reality that you could have. Never let your reality define your reality. So when I teach this, I'm always finding people say, well, I want this, but I'm too old. I want this, but there's no good men out there. I want this, but it would take me years and years and years. And there's always a but. And they keep affirming their current reality. Don't let your current reality define where you're going. Put a stake in the ground at the other end of the rubber band and say, I'm going to have my book published by, January 2027 or whatever that date is, or whatever you're going to have. Put a stake in the ground and then move your reality toward your dream. Now, the fact is we do this all the time. Actually, I'm going to go back to this a moment. When you have a dentist appointment, you say, I know what time I have to leave the house in order to get there. And when you have to be at work in the morning, you know what time you have to leave the house or get off your phone or, whatever you're going to do. So we're always moving reality toward our intention. We can just do this in a larger way toward our dream. So we also talk about being, doing, and having. And most people say, if I only had, and I've taught this across the world, to many different cultures. And I say, if you only had what? And the audience would say, money. Sometimes they say time. So let's say time or money. Then you could do what? Well, that varies. I could do what I want. I could take that vacation. I could go back to school. I could whatever. And then you would be what? And everybody says, then I would be happy. Okay, we teach it the other way around. Who do you have to be, or how do you have to be in order to do what you want, in order to have what you want? So if you start with, hey, I just want to be happy. So if I can give you just being happy, then it doesn't matter so much what you do, and it doesn't matter so much what you have. But you can also say, who do I have to be, or how do I have to be in order, to write a book, which is something I've done a lot. So, I have to be organized. I have to be focused. I have to be disciplined. Ask me if I'm naturally those things. No way. That's not my natural way. So I have to create a being state of being focused, of being organized, of being disciplined. And then I can do what I need to do, which is sit at my computer and write. And then I can have what I want, which is a published book and everything that goes with it. So ask yourself right now, in order to create what you want, how would you have to be? And begin there. Be first. So if you want to attract a mate, you have to be loving, you have to be open. If you want to, lose weight, you have to be energetic and you have to exercise. And, what are the things? Start from being and then go to doing, and then you will have what you want. So that's our tip number 3. Go to being first. So that's just to sum up 7th chakra for a moment. So we open to receive, and from that we conceive our idea, and we work with our beliefs. Do you believe you can actually achieve that, or do you not believe it? If the idea is like an intention that you send out, or an arrow, and the wind is blowing at cross currents with that arrow, it's going to blow it off course. So if your belief system says, well, I can't have that, I'm too old, or I don't know what I need to know, or it's too much, then that belief system is going to send it off course. You want to believe and align your beliefs with your intention and keep that intention focused on your dream. Okay, next one. Chakra 6, which is the element light, and it's about vision and seeing and imagining. Your vision vitalizes. So in 7th chakra, it was consciousness creates. So that's your idea. Now we begin, the first fleshing out of that idea is to visualize it. It's like coloring in a coloring book. You've got the lines, but then you start to color it in, and it starts to vitalize it and bring it into life. So what we do in this chakra is we dream, and we learn to dream big, because you're going to boil your dream down. So you want to start with a big vision, to imagine it and use the power of imagination to create on purpose. And we titled our book that because it's creating in harmony with your life purpose, and it's also creating deliberately, meaning creating on purpose. And then how do you handle the obstacles? Because as soon as you set your course, you're going to see that there's obstacles in the way, but they're no big deal. So we'll tell you how to clear that. Okay, so dream areas, and you might want to write this down. We encourage 12 dream areas. And to write down, and just write down these categories right now: relationships and family. That could be you want a partner, or you want to start a family, or you want your current relationship to be a little juicier, a little healthier. Learning and teaching. Maybe you've always wanted to, learn how to do yoga, or learn how to play music, or maybe you've always wanted to teach something. Most of us have a money and finance dream. We'd like to have this much money on the banks in order to retire, or this much money, or have our debts paid off. Body and health dream. What would you like for that? Maybe you would like to be fit. Maybe you would like to be 20 pounds less, or 20 pounds more, or able to run a marathon. Vacation and play. When I did this exercise, I realized I had not had a dream for my vacation, and I hadn't had a vacation in about 5 years. So I decided I wanted to go to India, and about a month later, someone invited me to go teach in India, all expenses paid, and I had enough money to travel around the country for a month. So sometimes we have to name something to realize we haven't been dreaming in that area. Career and work, that's where most people's dreams are focused. But personal growth, what would be a personal growth dream for you? Like I say, maybe you want to learn how to do yoga, or maybe you want to take a meditation course, or learn a language. Spiritual fulfillment, maybe you want to go on a vision quest, or spend a week in an ashram. Creative expression, what's your dream to, maybe paint someday, or create a garden, or, express yourself in some way. Home and environment, maybe you want to add on to your house, or maybe you want to just contribute in your local community. And what I like best about teaching this is community and society, and your service and contribution to the world. Because if we're going to make heaven on earth, we need a lot of manifestors to be able to do that. And I want people that are not just manifesting their personal dream, but manifesting a dream that makes the world a better place. So hopefully you had a chance to either take a picture of this or write all those down. And what you want to do is write a few words of what your dream would be, in each one of these areas. Don't skip one. If you don't have a creative expression, stop and say, what would that be? And so you have all these dream areas to fulfill. Now we're going to pick one. When I teach the workshop, I have people pick one for the course of the week. But you can pick one and manifest that, and then see how maybe some dreams fit into each other, like nested dolls. But all these dreams are just ideas. They're ideas that come into your head, and they come into our heads all the time. I travel a lot, and I go to stay in hotels, and I love the decor of this. I want to try that in my own house. Or I eat in a restaurant, and I go, wow, this is really tasty. I'd like to make this sometime when I go home. Or I get an idea for a book I want to write, or an idea for somebody I want to call and talk to. And these ideas are like little arrows, and we put them in a quiver on our back. And, oh, that's a nice idea. I'll file that away for later. That's a nice idea. Yeah, maybe I'll do it someday. But once in a while, we take that arrow out of the quiver and we notch it up in the bow, and we say, today's the day that I'm going to make that for dinner. Today's the day I'm going to start working on my book. Today's the day that I'm going to focus on making reservations for my next vacation. Today's the day that I sign up for a gym membership and start and hire a personal trainer. So we notch that up, and you can only shoot one arrow at a time. You can shoot one arrow and then pick up another arrow, but you can only shoot one at a time. And when we notch up the arrow, we're aiming it at what? At a target. Now, the target is our finished, fulfilled manifestation. The target is the book is out and selling. The target is you're walking down the aisle with your beloved. The target is you have a thriving business. The target is you've increased your client load, 50% if that was your target. And that target, when you think of it, does not exist in life yet. It exists only in your imagination. But that doesn't mean we don't keep aiming it there. That expression, keep your eye on the ball. Well, you have to keep your eye on the target that exists only in your imagination, in your mind's eye. That's in your sixth chakra. Now, let's unpack imagination a little bit. Albert Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge. We can't create something if we can't imagine it. And some people say, oh, I couldn't imagine a relationship that would really work. I couldn't imagine having enough money. I couldn't imagine living in a better world. But imagination is where it begins fleshing out the thought process. So imagination has as its root the word image, right? Imagination is an image in our mind. The word image, we go back to that capital letter I, and we add the word mage, which is a magician. And it is the I imagining something, creating a picture in our mind that is an act of magic that begins to focus our attention and energy toward our goal. And a magician can create something out of nothing. But here we say, you have to see it to be it. You have to see it to believe in it. We have to see it in our mind's eye in order to become it. Well, what about the obstacles? As soon as you look at, say, I want to build a house on top of that hill, you see all the obstacles. You see that there's a buffalo in the way. You see that there's no road to that building spot. You see that there's trees in the way or boulders, or there's a creek you have to cross. And this is normal. As soon as we look toward creating something, we see everything that was pre-existing that might be in the way and need to be cleared. Now, lots of people get stopped by those obstacles and they go, well, maybe I'm not supposed to do it because this person didn't call back. And when I went to do that, it fell through and then my plane was canceled or whatever, things happened that interfered. And they go, well, too many obstacles. I can't do it. So what about these obstacles? Master manifestors don't get stopped by the obstacles. Master manifestors have lots of obstacles. Think how many obstacles there are to being the CEO of a huge company. There are obstacles all day long, every day. What master manifestors do is they find the right way to handle the obstacle. They find the right tool. And to look at obstacles as your stepping stones. This obstacle is here to steer me this way or that way. Maybe that buffalo makes you take another route and you discover a whole new thing on that other route. So we actually use the obstacles to get us where we're going. And, in my longer course, I teach how to get obstacles out of each chakra. There's very dynamic physical exercises. They take a while, so I can't do it in this slideshow. But as we move the obstacles out of our chakras, they kind of start to disappear from our lives. So then we get down to chakra 5. Conversation catalyzes. So consciousness creates, vision vitalizes, conversation catalyzes. To catalyze something means you spark it, right? We vitalize it with our image, and then we talk about it. Here we express, we get feedback, we refine, and we set goals. And this is very important. The top 2 chakras have been kind of dreamy. We think about it, we imagine it, but we haven't really figured out the steps to get there. Now we start to descend. So, tip number 5, talk is cheap. So do lots of it. So the more you talk about your ideas to someone, the more likely you are to find a person that says, hey, I know a website that has information about that, or I know the perfect graphic designer for your brochure, or I know the perfect real estate agent that specializes in this kind of property, or I know the perfect personal trainer that will help you at the gym, or I know the perfect product, or, they've got something to offer. And in that collaboration with others, you get feedback. And someone might say, let's say you wanted to build this house on top of the hill. Well, after thinking about it and imagining it, you go and you talk to an architect. You say, I want to build a house with 3 bedrooms and a big kitchen and a big picture window. And as you talk to the architect comes back and says, well, you don't have quite enough money to do that, but you could do this. And did you know there's a new roofing material that has solar panels in it or whatever? And you learn things you didn't learn and you refine what you're doing. And then the architect says, well, the first step is to create a general plan, and then I'll draw up the blueprints, and then we'll do that, and then you'll pay me this much, and then we'll get a contractor, and you get a step-by-step plan out of refining your goals. So we talk about getting SMART goals. Most people in business have heard of that. So when we have SMART goals, we want them to be specific. Like people come and say, well, I want to get in shape. Well, what does that really mean? Does that mean losing 20 pounds? Does it mean bench pressing 200? Be specific. Measurable. Can you measure if you got on the scale and you're 20 pounds less? Well, that's measurable. If you increase your client load by 50%, is that measurable? Yes, it is. Is it attainable? Well, if you want to lose 20 pounds by tomorrow, that's probably not attainable. Is it realistic? That's similar. And sometimes I say relevant instead of realistic. Is it really relevant to your dream that you achieve this? And is it time-based? If you don't put a time on it, it hangs out there in the ether. But putting a time on it kind of anchors it into the realistic plane. So, I want to lose 20 pounds by the end of December, or by next year, or by my friend's wedding, or I want to, when I agree to write a book for a publisher, I have to say, I will finish this book and get it to you by a certain date. I have a deadline. I haven't written the book yet. I don't know if I can do that, but I commit to that, and that brings everything into focus. All right, so here, after we have our goals set, we come into chakra 4, and here the principle is love launches. So this is the realm of relationship. We want to serve, we want to relate, we want to co-create with others, and we want to create a network. So I'll unpack that. The key in my mind is service. The key to manifesting, if what you have is of service to others and puts the wind in your sails. The heart chakra is the element air. So you could say the air has the wind blowing in your direction. If what you're doing serves more than just yourself, you have the assistance of the universe. And it doesn't mean that wind is going to do it all for you. Any sailor knows just because the wind is blowing doesn't mean you sit back and put your feet up. No, you have to tack into the wind and move your sail just so and use that force. But at least you have the wind moving in the direction you want to go. So it's always good to think of something larger than yourself for your dream, and to then realize that nothing is done alone. We have to co-create with others. You might think, even writing my book, I sit here alone at my computer and I'm all by myself in my office typing away. But no, I'm researching books written by other people. I know that I'm going to have an editor. I know that I'm going to have a publisher. I'm going to have a book cover designer. I know I'm going to have readers. I know, there's all these different people that are involved in the dream. And so that's a co-creation. Who are you co-creating with? And we like to ask people to write down every role that is part of your dream, like graphic designer, real estate person, personal coach, whatever it is, write them all down, even if you don't know who those people are going to be yet, because that helps you draw it in. And then, of course, everything today is networking. And networking is really the heart chakra. It's not how you do something, it's who you know that you can connect with. So the more people you network with, of course, we have social media and all of that, the more likely you are to have assistance for your dream and to bring it into manifestation and co-create with others. So networking is a key in the heart chakra. But, the principle that love launches is saying that when you take all these relationships that you will have, your contractor, your architect, your bank manager, or your loan officer, or whatever, if you treat those relationships with love, with respect, with honor, with courtesy, if you treat those in the best way you can and bring love, and that's what I call bringing love into it, then you will get the most out of those relationships. They will want to serve you in return, and everyone wins. Everyone is elevated. So now we go to chakra 3, power produces. This is known as the power chakra, located in the solar plexus. It's ruled by the element fire, and it brings energy and will and determination to achieve your goal. So in every dream, we know there's challenges. We have to make a plan. Here's where we plan how we're going to do it. I'm going to do this first, and I'm going to do that first. When I'm writing a book, I say, okay, I have to have the rough draft done by this date because the final draft is due on that date. And if I do that, I have to have the first 3 chapters done by here and half the chapters done by there. And I have a plan. And then prioritize. Okay, I'm going to prioritize working on this part because you have to build the foundation before you put on the roof. I have to join a gym before I can work out. I have to, meet someone before I can get married. So what are the priorities? And then energize those priorities. And in the live workshop, we have a lot of very energizing 3rd chakra exercises that just pump up that chakra and get you ready to go. And then how do we handle the obstacles? We use that energy to handle the obstacles. So creating a plan. Without a plan, it won't withstand. And that means, here I'm going to, as I say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. You have to create some sort of plan. It's sort of like if I say, hey, let's do lunch sometime. How many people do you say that to? And it never happens. But if I say, let's do lunch next Wednesday at 12 o'clock and we'll meet at Joe's Diner, then we have a plan and then it's going to happen. Or we're going to say, hey, I can't make it at 12. Let's make it at 1 o'clock. So if you don't plan, it won't withstand. You won't get anywhere. We have to energize your intention, fire up your will, rapid somatic breathing, rapid solar plexus breathing, like the breath of fire. If you know yoga is a good way to fire up the will. Working out, using weights is a good way to fire up the will. Deciding something that you're going to be disciplined about and do it every day is a way to strengthen the will, and use that to energize your intention. And then remember to use your obstacles as stepping stones. They are actually there to help you, not to stop you. So then second chakra, we come down to pleasure pleases. So here's where all the hard work of imagining and speaking and making our plan and setting our goals and finding the right people, we want to have fun with it. And here we attract what we need for our dream. We move things into place. We feel our way. And we enjoy the process. Remember, the downward current is called bhukti, or enjoyment. So a lot of people talk about the law of attraction, that what we think we create. Well, to me, that's the manifestation principle consciousness creates. To me, the law of attraction is what are people attracted to? They're attracted to things that are going to make them happy. That's why people like cat videos so much. It makes them laugh. They're attracted to something that is going to expand their life or make it better. You know, if I said, let's go to lunch, Joe's Diner is just an awful place. It's full of smoke. The food is terrible. The service is awful. Do you want to go? Of course not. But if I say, let's go to this restaurant, it just opened. They have the most fabulous food. The service is great. Wait till you see the decor. Now you're talking. Now you want to go. So to make things in your dream as attractive as possible, to find what's in it for the people you want to have be attracted to, that's the law of attraction. What will attract the customers you need, the readers, the audience, the buyers, the collaborators? What will benefit them in some way? Also in second chakra, we're coming down into that murky realm of feeling. Sometimes we can't see all the details. We've done our visioning up in the sixth chakra, but sometimes we have to feel our way. And the question is, what will feel good? So we imagine what will feel good for people to come into my office when they're going to do a session that will make them feel relaxed and safe and happy. Well, maybe if I bring flowers in, or I have a beautiful painting on the wall, or I have really gorgeous soft cushions to sit in, you know, what will make things feel better? Because the second chakra is the element water. And when water is flowing, it carries you along the way. And all water is flowing downhill toward the earth, toward the ocean of bliss. So if we can get that water going by feeling our way, we have that momentum and that passion. So tip number 8, make it fun until it's done. We like to brainstorm with people about, you know, how can this be fun? If you're trying to find money in your life, maybe you take dollar bills and you hide them all over your house. So you open your cupboard or your refrigerator and you find one and it's like, oh, see, finding money is easy. So we brainstorm about how to make things fun. And then finally, we come down to the root chakra, Muladhara, which is the earth element. And here the principle is matter matters. It matters how you put the boards together when you're building a house. They have to be cut a certain length and nailed together just right. It matters what you put in your body. It matters what you say to people. It matters what you do. Matter matters. And on this material plane, things are very nuts and bolts specific. So here, to come into the final crystallization of your dream, you commit. You commit to doing what you have to do to bring the dream about. I commit to writing a certain amount every day until I get my chapters done according to my plan. I fulfill that commitment. You can make the commitment, but if you don't fulfill it, it's good for nothing. I complete each step. You know, if you're making a shirt and you leave off one of the sleeves, well, that's not going to work. You have to complete each of your steps and your goals. And then you get to have your dream. Remember, be, do, have? Well, we finally get to have the completed aspect of our dream. And so in this chakra, we make people put things on the calendar. This week, I'm going to make 5 cold calls. This week, I'm going to hire a personal trainer. This week, I'm going to fill out my, profile on a dating app because I'm looking for a partner. Whatever it is they're doing, when are you going to do it? And then complete that step until it's done. And then the final tip here is complete each piece, yes, but then release. Complete each piece and then release. So if you're sending an email, if you're writing an email, it's not going to get there unless you hit send. You have to do something and then release it. And then it begins to gather all these pieces together and condense them into manifestation. And when you get your dream, it's important to celebrate. Woohoo, we did it. Because that tells your unconscious that it did good. And there's just, if you want to make your dreams come true, the first thing you have to do is wake up. And these are the steps to bringing your dreams into manifestation. And I teach this online. There's a self-paced comprehensive video course that you can find at my website, Sacred Centers Academy. And I'll be live in person with this workshop, which is really fun, at Kripalu in Lenox, Mass. next February.
That was so beautiful, Anodea. Thank you.
I hope that people got the idea that these are the step-by-step process. And you can't skip a step. If you forget to visualize or you forget to talk about it, when people don't manifest, they say, what's wrong? This isn't coming true. I go, well, let's see what step that you skipped along the way. Maybe we need to do more of this. Maybe you didn't make a plan. Maybe you didn't set your SMART goals.
Yeah, I can't agree with you enough that I do think there's this misconception about visualizing and feeling, and that will lead to the great outcome. You make such a cogent point that it really is. It's taking all those steps and being very deliberate about them.
Absolutely. And the visualizing and the dreaming are really important, but they alone will not get you there.
Well, I love that point about the conception, and it's just mind-boggling at times. I mean, to think that little tiny sperm hitting the egg, all of that DNA, having everything a body needs, right? And it's, these just tiny, like a seed, the seed of an idea, the seed of a human being. And so I love your point about whatever your dream is, whether it's writing the book, being in this incredible relationship, it just starts with that seed of an idea.
That's right. And then you put flesh on the bones, and that's moving toward the feminine aspect of the divine. The goddess is more the mater, the mother, the matter. The father is more the pattern. That's what the father contributes to the child. He contributes his pattern, his DNA, but then he doesn't have anything to do with the material process after that. Now, this doesn't mean that men don't manifest and men don't use the same process of, putting flesh on the bones, but that we're actually going to the feminine form of the divine.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Let me go back to your SMART goals about attainable, and you said realistic versus relevant, right? I feel like it comes up a lot, and I'd be curious how you feel about what's attainable, right? And back to even your beginning goals, like with your rubber band, and like you were saying that reality expands to fit the dream, which I love, and it's motivating me to dream even bigger. But how do people balance this idea of, is this realistic and attainable for me versus, nah, that's for somebody else?
Right. I mean, we have to just look at, and yeah, you're right. It's like not looking at I'm too old or too this or not enough that, which is, most people are too much of something or not enough of something. And that's what gets in their way, to what is realistic. I mean, I'm not going to run for president in this lifetime. I'm, 72 years old and I never was in politics, and there's no way that I'm going to run for president. That's not attainable. But it is attainable that maybe I can influence politics in some way. I can write blogs, I can demonstrate, I can organize, I can write my Congress people, I can, so to find out what is attainable. And it's really a judgment call, and here's where I think doing this process with other people, and in the fifth chakra, we have people talk about, well, here's what I want to create. And then the partner says, well, how much money a year do you want to make at that? And how many clients is expanding your practice? And how many students do you want? And how many hours do you want to work? And get them to be very specific. And in that being specific, you can realize, oh, wait a minute, I'd have to work 80 hours a week to do this. And that's not really attainable because I have 3 kids at home. That's reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and I love the specificity thing, because I do think that takes dreams that can feel kind of amorphous and really ground them into both to align your conscious and unconscious thought, right? Starts with that conception. But I take your point and appreciate that, because I also feel like with that specificity, how it feels, what it looks like, you're able to embody it more rather than it being out there. I feel like the specificity brings it into you.
Right, exactly. Yeah, like I say, the person who says, I've had a lot of people in my workshop say, oh, well, I want to get fit, or I want to lose some weight. Well, that's great. How much?
I want more money. Okay, here's $5.
Yeah.
Here's $5. I'll give it to
I want
you.
more freedom, whatever.
Yeah.
How much? And what does that look like? And then what do you need to do in order to create that? What do you need to do to create your business? It's not just going to create itself by itself. But you do want to have your visioning of what kind of business you want to create. You want to have that clear. That's why we start at the top and we go down.
Yeah, that's I love that. It's a good little flipping on the chakra system on its head. But I also love the conversation, the fifth chakra here, the conversation catalyzes something that I've experienced in my own life is when it's like, when you see somebody else doing something amazing. In fact, one of my good friends always says, I'm not jealous. I say, that's for me. Right. And how we give each other permission. So I think to talk about these things, and maybe my ambition is here, a little lower as far as what's realistic. I'm in that conversation. And by hanging around with high vibe people who also have big dreams and ambition, suddenly it's like, oh, I'm aiming too low. I can aim here. Right. And that kind of goes with your point of love launches, that, you're doing it kind of this business of co-creation. I love that. I mean, to me, that's where 1 + 1 = 11. Having, people that you're working with, in our case, with my amazing team at Your Tango, you with the people that you work with at Kripalu and your co-author. I mean, like, I feel like
I have a staff and everything, you know, and I'm meeting my readers all the time, I said, I've read your book. So they're part of that relationship, and do I respond to them with love and positive regard, every relationship that we treat that way elevates the whole situation.
Well, totally. And then the other one that I wrote down that I love, because I always say I'm a very kind of type A, high achieving person that will put fun at the bottom of my list because I'm trying to get stuff done. I mean, have fun till it's done. Like, I love that. Fun is so high vibe. And for me too, again, somebody really type A, who used to have a hard time relaxing. I have found relaxing and giving myself permission to relax and slowing down to go fast has actually helped me manifest more, right? And going through your points, like you have to go through the whole damn thing, but being a stressed out person, going through the whole damn thing doesn't speed it up.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. It speeds it up. It's sort of a tortoise and a hare kind of thing. If you really take the steps, people will come back and say, after taking my course, oh my God, this manifested faster than I ever thought was possible. There was a woman in her 70s who had never owned a house. She wanted to own a house. She had no money for a down payment. She affirmed in the workshop, I want to own a house 6 months from now. 3 months later, she sent me a housewarming invitation. She had bought a house.
Oh my God.
So sometimes it goes faster than you think, but only when you get all these steps, because then it runs away and you go, wait, I forgot to plan this part, and it's running away with you.
Yeah, I love that. Well, and even your point about how you put it, you put the idea of going to India into the universe, and that, collapsed the wave. So there you were. Do you have any just little or big stories that come to mind in terms of
absolutely, they happen to me all the time, because the more you clear this channel and the more you get these, you understand this, the faster things manifest. There was a dinner I went to when I was teaching at Kripalu with a bunch of Hay House authors, and I thought, I think I want my next book to be Hay House. And I went online and I looked, and it didn't tell you who to submit it to or how to do it or anything. So I just sort of mocked it up to the universe. And 2 weeks later, I got a call from Hay House UK saying, hey, we want a book from you. And they wanted a different book, but they said, well, we'll publish the one you have in mind if you write this one first, and we'll publish them both. So actually, I got 2.
That's like double the manifestation mastery.
That's right. So another one is when I had created my Illuminated Chakras movie in English, I decided I wanted to put it out in some other languages. And again, I went online and went, who does translation? And there was nobody close by, and I didn't know who was good and who was who, and it was all very expensive. And so I just sort of, okay, well, that was my initial research. But I had listed that as a role. I want someone who, speaks these languages. I wanted to do German, French, Italian, and Spanish. And I went to a party and someone handed me their business card. I said, oh, what do you do? She handed me her card. She said, oh, I do voiceover translations. And I said, oh, really? She says, yeah, I do foreign voiceover. I'm fluent in Italian and Spanish. And I have a colleague that I'm fluent in Italian and French. And I have a colleague that does the Spanish. And I had a German housekeeper and she was cheaper. And then when I told her about it, she said, I read your books. I love your material. I'd love to do that. I'll give you a special price. So within a month, it was done. But I had listed that as a role. I didn't know who. I said, I want to find someone who does voiceover foreign translations. So I get things like this all the time.
Well, you are the master. And it's so interesting just to listen and remember that by having that clarity that back to your conception is so powerful, right? So starting at number 7.
Yeah, that's right.
And, I'm mindful of like the big things that you were describing. If it's the job, it's a new level of health, relationships, you name it. But I love even what you're saying. You can kind of put something out there without going through all the steps. And if you've got that clarity, right? But I also think tell me if you agree with this. I think I'm going to be on track here, but you tell me if I got this. I feel like as you go through those 7 steps, and it's like you're internalizing this process, and all the like the fun, the co-creation, being in service and so forth. Do you feel like it starts to kind of be an operating system that you work out of, right? So you don't, maybe for the big things, you have to be really deliberate in all the steps, but do you feel like in some ways it becomes a little kind of intuitive that you're
second nature
doing these things? Yeah.
Second nature. Yeah. Well, actually, I had manifested a lot before I even really realized what I was doing. And people said to me, how do you manifest so much? You raised 4 kids, you got a PhD, you wrote all these books, you did this, you did that. And I went, well, how do I do it? And then I realized as I looked back, this was my process. So it's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
no,
it worked.
It's a lovely, yeah, no. And it's a mastery, right? Because you really, you, like you say, it just becomes this embodied practice. So that is so wonderful. I'm going to give you the last word. Any last advice or comments on how we can take advantage of your wisdom?
Well, I have a quote in my book, Creating on Purpose. It's okay to have castles in the air. Just build a foundation underneath them. So it's okay to dream, but don't stop there. A dream without a vision is nothing but a daydream. But a dream without action, a dream without action is nothing but a daydream. But action without vision is a nightmare. So we want to put the two together.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Anodea Judith. It has been so great to learn from you, to listen, and I just so appreciate your being such an important voice in the power of manifestation.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share this.
Oh my gosh. I hope you guys love that and found it so energizing in how practical and thorough her teachings are. And I hope you're so energized for the next session. We've got so much more coming for you here in the Power of Manifestation. And as always, if you don't have your Power of Manifestation handbook, you can get it real easy right now at powerofmanifestation.com. And by the way, if you're like, nah, I don't need that, a notebook is good for me, that's great. I just care deeply about your taking notes, writing stuff down so that you won't forget it, so you can come back to it and really internalize it. Because my goal and my team's goal in bringing this amazing event to you is that you take action, that you internalize it. And honestly, ultimately, love your life, and achieve your highest dreams. So thanks for tuning in to this amazing session. We'll see you in the next one. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love and the notes I took from it close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love so you can really internalize this material like I did with the Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery. We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. So you got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed. And now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. Only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons, because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I'm so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much.
Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. I am your host, Andrea Miller, and I am so unbelievably excited about this genuinely extra special session. This is featuring one of manifestation's greatest teachers and influencers, none other than Bob Proctor. Now, some of you are going to be like, wait, what? He's not with us in person anymore. He's with us in spirit. I am delighted to say I am joined today by Bob's amazing son, Brian, who worked closely with his dad over many years. And so we get, like I said to Brian, we get BOGO, buy one, get one free today. Our session is called The Algorithm of the Universe, How Manifestation Works Like Your Social Feeds, featuring the wisdom of Brian and Bob Proctor. Brian spent nearly 30 years working alongside his legendary father, helping bring his teachings to audiences worldwide while also carving his own path in marketing and business development. A pioneer in online list building, Brian created one of the first large-scale digital platforms for personal growth, setting the stage for his father's global success long before email marketing became standard. It gives me chills to read that. What a cool partnership. As a top affiliate marketer, Brian drove millions in revenue through joint ventures and opened doors for countless entrepreneurs to share their products with wider audiences. He is also the author of the beautiful book, My Father Knew the Secret, Growing Up with Bob Proctor. Today, Brian continues that legacy as co-founder of Kelly Proctor Co. with his wife, Corey Kelly Proctor. Their mission is to empower people to live their best lives through simple, profound strategies that integrate success, resilience, and fulfillment. How good is that, you guys? Welcome, Brian. It's so nice to get to know you today.
Thank you, Andrea. It is really good to be here with you today.
And I'd love to start with section 1. You become what you think about. The immutable law of attraction in our lives and in our social feeds. And it's uncanny to me what you and your dad teach, what your dad taught, what you continue to teach, just how closely related it is to social media, right? What we continue to click on and observe, and then what we don't, right? If we're, I mean, like, I don't like violence. So if there are violent videos, I never see them, right? Because it's not what I click on. I'm not interested in fear and violence. I'm interested in love and peace and hope. And so I wanted to tee this section up and have, everybody watching and listening just to kind of keep that in mind, because it really is a great analogy. Now, your dad, not everybody knows this, but your dad became famous thanks to that movie that came out just over 20 years ago, The Secret. And he popularized many key manifestation concepts that were new to people back then, right? Hence The Secret. It was like, oh my gosh, what is this mystical information? Including how the law of attraction. So I would love for you just to kind of talk about him, his big thing, back to this analogy with social media, that you become what you think about. Will you talk about how that works and how we can do a better job of realizing that truth?
Well, Andrea, you made such a great reference with social media. Today, social media, let's face it, it's dominating everywhere. And it has algorithms. It just keeps feeding you more of what you look at. My wife, I laugh. She got to the point where she didn't like some of the things that she was seeing. So she started deleting off those messages, and she started looking at more like funny dog videos. So she kept getting fed more funny dog videos, and she changed the algorithm of what she was watching. Well, we are our own algorithm. We really are. And what do we give energy to? I have really fond memories back in the early 1960s of driving around in a car with my father. And this is when he really started getting into the material in a deep way. And he studied a fellow by the name of Earl Nightingale. And Earl Nightingale had a record, a long-playing record at the time, called The Strangest Secret. And I can remember sitting in the car with him, holding this portable record player as we drove around so that he could listen to it and play. So while he was programming his mind, he was also programming my mind at a very young age. And The Strangest Secret is simply what you talk about. What we think about, we become. What we give energy to, we bring into our life. And so many people, Andrea, are wishing for a thing, but they're thinking about what's not working. They're thinking about the mortgage that needs to be paid and how stressed they are and the debt they're under. They're not giving energy to what they actually want. They're just wishing for that, but they're thinking of all the worst things. And so we bring more of those worst things into our life. What are you giving energy to? Most people, unfortunately, if their circumstances, their current environment is not great, that's what they're focused on. And what they don't realize is that we have to change our thinking first. When we can start to focus on what we do want, give that energy to. I'm not saying not to recognize where we're at, but to give energy to what you do want. What are you thinking about every day? Are you giving energy to the big dream, the big goal, whatever it is that you're going after? And if you keep feeding that, you keep feeding that algorithm, for lack of better words, you are going to bring that into your life. And most of us have it backwards. We're waiting for something big to happen before we change the way we think. And what we need to do is change the way we think first. And that's when everything else will change for us.
Amen. Amen to that. And your dad would talk about how our mind is like a broadcasting tower. I talk about this with my boys. My kids are 12 and 15 right now, about like Wi-Fi. Like everybody knows Wi-Fi. It's right there, and it's amazing. I mean, when you really think about the fact that you and I are probably 1,500 miles away, and all of our conversation right now, and everybody watching this, it is all being transmitted through energy. And so when I think of Wi-Fi, I think of the broadcasting tower. It's like we don't see these signals, but we are all transceivers. And we think everything is just, either, and especially, in fact, I would like to tee up something really beautiful also from your dad. It goes to the positive and it goes to the negative. So when it comes to even letting go of resentments and negativity, I mean, to me, it's as much about clearing the negativity and resentments as it is making sure you're projecting the positive.
Right. He always taught that we are like a magnet and we attract what we think about, what we give energy to. And I think what most people don't realize is that we are all manifestors. We are all manifesting every single day. But what are you giving energy to, and what are you manifesting into your life? There are some people that are so focused on what's wrong that they just keep attracting more of what's wrong. That's what they're magnetized to. There are other people who, I like to say, look at life through rose-colored glasses. Even when there's bad things happening, they're looking for the good. That's something I learned from my dad, which was a really great thing. Always look for the good. None of us are immune from adversity. But boy, oh boy, if we can stay focused on what we want, stay focused on the good in the world, we will attract that into our life. And it's all up here. That's where the power is.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, in so many ways, it's so freaking simple, right? But we've been conditioned. And honestly, I use the word programmed a lot and a lot of it's real from generational trauma and abuse, and a lot of things that happen to a lot of people. And societally, I mean, we're in a society where there is unfortunately a lot of violence, and social media, a lot of scarcity and not enoughness is getting projected into social media. And yet, your point is the absolute right, beautiful one. If we're practicing scanning for the positive, using the opportunities in adversity to find the blessings and so forth, it's powerful. Let me tee up this next quick one because it's such a good reminder. Because let's face it, I think we've all, maybe not you because you were raised differently, but many of us just, we can kind of be in that victim mentality. So I'd love to tee this one up just to kind of clear this out.
Those brain cells can take on there's a like energy to that which you're sending off. You focus on the negatives in another person. What kind of energy do you think you're taking on? What kind of a vibration do you think you're in? It might be a wise idea to focus on the good aspects of even the worst situation.
I love that. I love that. You know, to that point, Andrea, if I can share one little thing that Dad and I did. We were, I was very, very close to my father. We talked every day, all the time. And we're both morning people. So it wasn't unusual. The two of us would be on the phone at 5 o'clock in the morning. And here's a habit that we got into. And I think it really speaks to this. We started to talk good about people behind their back. We would pick somebody and we would just start talking good about them behind their back. And think, how often do we get tangled in gossip and nonsense, talking bad about people behind their back? And what does that do? That brings your energy down. That's not a good place to be. We got in the habit of talking good about somebody, and it raised our energy. It makes you feel better. It makes you look for the good. There's just so much power in that.
Well, it's amazing, and no coincidences, right? We're all manifesting and creating these synchronicities. Literally, just this morning, I had I said, I'm not going to listen to music. I'm not going to listen to an audiobook. I'm just going to kind of clear my mind, and in that cleared mind, I'm like, oh, I'm just going to send love and gratitude to some really important people. I started with you, Brian. Like, okay, love and gratitude to my wonderful guest and to my parents, and it was like, not a big deal. I'm like makeup on and getting ready, but it was like, ooh, this intentional feeling of I'm sending love and gratitude to the people in my life, and one or two people that I have some challenges with, and it felt instantly freeing, instantly like, oh, this is good, and I have something to learn from them. So it's, simple but powerful. Okay, let's pivot into the law of attraction. I feel like we're kind of teetering right on the edge. Okay. He reframed attraction through vibration. Everything is energy, including thought and feelings. We talked about that. To attract what you want, you must match the frequency with your beliefs, emotions, and self-image. What's the difference between the law of attraction and the law of vibration? Are they the same?
Well, really, the law of attraction is just a subgenre of the law of vibration. They're really the same thing. So it's the law of attraction gained its fame because of the movie The Secret. That's why everybody's talking about that now. And really, it's all about the law of vibration. What kind of vibration are you in? What kind of energy are you putting out? How do you show up in the world? What do you see in the world? Are you looking for the good? Or are you looking for the bad? That all affects the vibration that we're in. Do I have time to share a little story?
Yeah, absolutely. You have all. This is. We are going to have the best episode ever. So let it rip.
All right. So I'm going to tell you a story of something I learned when I was a young boy, and it made all the difference in the world. And it's all around this. It's about the energy you put out and the way you look at things. When I was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada.
I can hear a little bit of a Canadian accent, just a tinge.
A little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
So that's where I started school. And it wasn't long after it started that we moved to London, England. And so I started a new school in London, England. Again, less than a year, we moved back to a different area of Toronto. I'm in a different school. A year, 2 years after that, we moved to Chicago. I'm in a different school. So I am 9 years old, going into the 4th grade, and I'm in my 4th school. I was that perpetual new kid at school. And I can remember sitting across my father, telling him, I don't even want to go to school. I hate being that new kid. Everybody looks at you weird. And this is what he said to me. He says, Brian, what you need to do is put these 4 letters across the forehead of everybody you speak to, MMFI. That stands for make me feel important. He said, if you can stand in front of anybody and make them feel important, don't put the energy on you, put it out there, put good energy, make them feel important. He said, you're going to get on in the world in a great way. You'll make friends really well and everything else. Well, I learned that habit and I've used it the rest of my life. And it has served me so well in business, because when we take the energy off of us, and we put it on the person that's in front of us and be present, be engaged in the conversation, we make a difference. He liked to call this the impression of increase. And he got this from Wallace D. Wattles out of Science of Getting Rich. And it's simply this. What can you do to make everybody you come in contact with feel just a little bit better because they were in your presence today? If we can do that, man, we are using the law of attraction, the power of vibration. We're putting everybody into a great state. People will want to deal with us. They'll want to do business with us. They'll want to be around us. That is when the magic happens. That's when you start attracting more good into your life. When you can leave everybody that you come in contact with the impression of increase.
Brian, my whole body is buzzing right now. I have to tell you, I just feel that so powerfully. I'm like, we can stop the interview here. It's all been said. Because really, like, it's that simple. Guys, MMFI. Make me feel important. It's so simple and it's so beautiful.
It really is. And, it's easy to do. It doesn't require a lot of work. Sometimes it's just a genuine compliment. Other times, it can be when you're engaged in a conversation with somebody, when they tell you they've done something and then you want to say, oh, I did that too. And I did it so much better. Sometimes it's like, you got to bite your tongue, let them relish in their story. Because sometimes when we say our story and say we did it better, we've actually diminished their story. We're not leaving them with the impression of increase. And it's interesting to think about that from time to time.
Well, and it just becomes a practice, right? I mean, I feel like we talk about the gym analogy a lot. It's like you might have a gym membership, but if you never go, you're never going to change your physiology. And when I think of even these simple practices, even walking, if you're totally sedentary, going out and walking 5 or 10 minutes every day can start to up level your fitness. But it is not a theory. It is a practice, and such a small, simple thing. If you decide, hey, I'm going to do this, guys, I'm going to give you a challenge. I'm going to give it to myself today, at least 3 times. However you interact with somebody, whether it's on the phone, through a text, nobody sees each other anymore, right? Or, Zoom, 3 different people. I'm going to do it too. MMFI. Make me feel important. Let's start this. Let's anchor in this practice today. Because it just, again, Brian, like something so simple and this whole business of leaving somebody with the increase, with the better, having that intention. I mean, we are all mirrors to ourselves of each other, right? We know that. So I love this. I would love to tee up. I promise we're not going to spend the entire time on Bob Proctor videos, but there's just a couple more really good ones. I would love to tee up. Thank you so much. Because this, to me, it really is. It's such a great reminder of how the law of vibration works.
Whatever you put out is going to come back. So you don't have to get it back from them. You're going to do things for people they'll never have the opportunity to do anything for you. What do you care? They're part of the universe. You put it in the universe will give it all back. It's a law. It has to come back. It's a law.
And I love that because as I've gotten older, I've really been mindful of this business of not keeping score and really embracing generosity for generosity's sake. And, not going to lie, every now and then it's like, oh, I really feel like I did something for somebody and I didn't get the thank you, or I didn't kind of get the recognition. And I'll think about that person and I'll think, oh my goodness, thank you for not saying thank you, because you've put me back in my power. Because if I would, to the extent that I was waiting for the thank you or waiting for the acknowledgement, then that's on me. And that recognition of what we put out there, just like your dad said, not waiting for some acknowledgement, like it's out there. And that's a gift, to not feel attached to the outcome. To me, it's just a great bit of wisdom that I've really tried to practice.
It is a gift. And I will tell you what, Andrea, he was a master at that. Man, my father was seriously the biggest giver I know. He was forever giving. He was forever doing whatever he could to help people. I'd give you probably the best example that I think a lot of people can relate to. When that movie, The Secret, came out, he was 72 years old. He'd been working a long time in the industry. That's what really propelled him to a large stage. But here's the thing. He was giving long before The Secret. He was forever doing whatever he could for anybody. Well, when the movie The Secret came along, he didn't know that was what was going to be the thing that was going to propel him to that larger stage. When Rhonda Byrne asked him to be in it, he just said yes. He didn't ask for money. He didn't ask for anything. He walked in, he recorded for, I don't know, an hour or 2 hours and walked out. And he knew that he was just doing good. If he can just get his message out to whoever, however, and never be attached to, it's got to come back from this place. Well, he was doing that all his life. Little did he know that one time of doing it was going to be the big thing that changed his life. But he always lived that you've got to forever give and do whatever good you can do. And don't be attached to receiving back from that source. He says, as long as we're giving, we are going to receive great things, but it could come from somewhere that you would never expect. It's all energy. It is just energy. And when we can give freely, we will also then receive freely.
Well, totally. And what comes to mind, and thanks for that anecdote, what comes to mind is he spent, all these years priming himself, and of course he had no idea that his life would be cracked open by this famous movie. But it's cool that all the work that he was doing with sincerity, giving and priming himself, put him at the right place at the right time, and ended up being this huge gift to many, many millions of people, right? And so when I think about so many of us, it's like we toil in obscurity, and we're grinding, and and it's that I feel like it's often like doing that sincere work in private that ends up getting realized and praised in public. And that, because I feel like often it could just feel like, oh, like I'm not getting the recognition. It's like, it's okay. It'll come.
Yeah, it'll come.
However, and trust how it's going to come.
Well, here's the deal. When he was doing his thing before The Secret came out, it was always delivering value. He didn't always earn a great income from it. But what he did earn was psychic income. He earned the mental freedom, the mental greatness of he knew he was helping people. Whatever it is that you're doing out there, if you're doing it from the viewpoint of gaining psychic income, don't just worry about the money, but psychically, mentally, you're being rewarded. Man, you're off to you're going to be in a good place. It's that psychic income that will create all kinds of goodness around you.
Well, let me ask you this, because what I've been wondering about is this idea of karma, right? And the law of karma. Did your dad actually, and I mean, I feel like this, by definition, that is karma. Whatever you put out comes back to you. Did he talk about karma?
He did, and he fully believed in it. He really believed that the good you put out in the world will come back to you. And he believed if you put out bad, it's going to come back to you. He fully believed that.
That was it. Yeah, cool. This next one, I've just really started tapping into myself, and that is act as if you already have it. Bob taught that you must feel and behave as though what you want is already yours. The emotional alignment collapses the gap between desire and manifestation. Talk a little bit more about that, and how do we do that? Because that felt like more of a gap to me before, but I'm starting to get it. But help me get it faster, Brian.
Well, you know what, Andrea? He started learning this from an author named Neville Goddard. There's a book out called The Power of Awareness. I think it just goes by Neville, not Neville Goddard, but it's Neville Goddard. And when he was started to study into that, it's taking your goal and living from that place. And it's using your imagination to feel what it would feel like to already be there. He said, if we can take time every day and close our eyes and use our imagination to feel like we are already there, what does that feel like? What am I doing? How am I enjoying this? And let our whole being feel that. What we're doing is we're impressing that feeling into our subconscious mind. And as we do that, we get in harmony with the good that we desire. Now, sometimes the good that we're chasing isn't showing itself. That's when, more than ever, we need to use our imagination and live from that place and feel like we're there. When we do that, we are programming our subconscious rather than letting the circumstance or environment dictate the way we're thinking. So that's the power in that. The power is the feeling of what it would feel like to already be there.
Yeah. And it's, again, just like previous in our conversation, to me, practicing it more and more makes it easier and more instinctual and habitual. But let me ask you this feeling of, and often this idea of visualizing. I'm going to ask a really technical question, and I'm nerding out here a little bit. When I think about visualizing, what I sometimes get a little caught up in, should I be watching myself in the scene? But then I'm like, and I realize this is like way in the weeds, but I'm sure other people have this question too. So I'm going to ask it on behalf of everybody. Versus what I'm used to, I don't see myself. I mean, I see my hands, but I don't see my face. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see myself as a character. I see myself through my own eyes. Does that make sense? And I'm wondering, what do you recommend when it comes, I mean, feeling, yes, definitely feeling that feeling of having it. But when it comes to visualizing it, should it be like I'm visualizing it as I'm experiencing it, or like seeing myself as a character? Does that make sense?
I guess there's different ways to look at it, Andrea. I visualize the same way you do. I'm not seeing my body. It's like I'm looking through my eyes and I'm feeling myself as there. I have talked to other people that struggle with that. So what I say to them is sometimes lean into a past memory of maybe a situation you were in that was close to what you're looking for, or use the visual of somebody else that has achieved what you're looking for, and look at that and feel what that would feel like, and just let that energy kind of permeate to and through you. It's all about using our imaginative power. That's it. And when we can use that imaginative power, it's not like we're just dreaming. We're not just wishing. We're using that to program ourselves for the good that we desire. Now, here's the big step. Most people are only wishing for a thing, and they're thinking of what they're not getting. We have to dream, we have to wish, we have to know that we're going to get there. But then we've got to step into it and do something each and every day to get there. We got to take action. Most people are missing that action step. And a lot of people think they require that big thing to happen. They don't. It's just the little things. What one little thing can you do today to get you one step closer to your dream? It may be almost inconsequential, but as long as we're stepping out and doing something each day, in a year's time, we'll have done 365 little things. I promise that's going to add up to something big. It really will.
Well, and I think it's a really good point. I'm glad you raised it, because I think there was some that misinterpreted this law of attraction as it's just going to instantly happen. And your dad, for his humor and wisdom and all this stuff, very practical guy, in his teachings, and you too, just this idea of you do have to take that action. I mean, yes, it starts with clarity and energy and so forth. But I want to get into section 2, and we'll get even more into the how. You Were Born Rich is the title of your dad's most famous book. His contention was that wealth and abundance are within all of us, which is a great frickin' starting point, right? Because I think a lot of us start with this scarcity mentality, feeling, expectation. But you and your dad teach that abundance is a birthright. Will you talk a little bit more about that? Because I think that's a really, for people to really believe that, I think can be a big breakthrough.
Yeah, when he titled the book "You Were Born Rich," he said, "We're all born rich. Some of us might be a little short of money."
That's cute.
We're born rich in our mental faculties. That's the deal, and it's through our mental faculties that we can bring whatever we want into our life. Doesn't matter where you come from. I mean, there is examples all over the world of people that came from nothing to huge things. It's our mental faculties. That's where we're born rich. And if we learn to use that, we can change and alter our entire landscape. We can change generations to come. I look at my father. He came from poverty. He changed generations through what he learned, what he studied, but more than that, in how he acted, because he acted on everything that he studied.
I just think about this whole business of rich. And I love the reframing of what rich really means. And yes, of course, we have to pay our bills and we want to take nice vacations and give great gifts. And so, the financial is part of it. But I love the kind of basic idea that richness is so much more than your bank account. And if we all really took that to heart, right? And I feel like it's back to the scarcity versus abundance mentality. So often we are identifying strictly with our bank account and our salary or lack of salary. And it feels like until you break free from that, you'll continue to be in the scarcity mentality. And by the way, I mean, this has come up in a few of the sessions that I've recorded, that there are plenty of very, very wealthy people that are financially wealthy, but emotionally and spiritually impoverished.
Yep, absolutely. It's an interesting thing. My father always said, when you receive more money, it'll make you more of what you already are. And it's so interesting watching Dad through his lifetime. I mean, I got a front row seat to it all. And as his wealth really built, he gave more, he did more, he provided more. He just became more of who he was. It's just a means. It's a means to serve, and it's a good thing. The interesting thing, Andrea, is that none of us are thinking perfectly all the time. We falter. Sometimes we can have lack thoughts. We can have lack thinking, but the key is to recognize that with awareness. And when we do, is to switch it and to start focusing. Okay, I'm thinking the wrong way right now. I saw something on the news. I'm thinking the wrong thing right now. Recognize that with awareness, switch it, and start to focus on what you do want, what you would like in your life.
Well, and that's a great segue into the next point. Your dad emphasized self-image as destiny, and what's coming in, is back to the social feeds. If we keep feeding ourselves and our self-image, and we're around people that tend to be negative and judgmental and not enough. But talk a little bit more about this idea. What is the key lesson with self-image as destiny?
Well, I think with any of this stuff, it comes down to one thing: study, keep learning. My father never thought he knew it all. When he was dying, I can remember sitting in the hospital room probably 3 days before he passed away. And he couldn't hardly open his eyes. And he asked me to bring in a book and read to him. He was still studying, even when he knew he wasn't going to be around any longer. Too many people think they know it all. We'll never know it all. Keep studying. And as you keep studying, you will keep improving your world. Never stop. That was such a powerful thing I learned from him. And my wife and I, we study every day. We have our coffee, we read a book with each other, we read out loud and pass back and forth. And we're always working on new ideas, new things to elevate the way we look at things. Our perspective is everything. You want to improve your self-image. It's about changing the perspective you have of yourself. And that will improve as you study and learn more.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And honestly, it's like, and it'll keep you young. Right?
It really will keep you young. Yes.
I love that. Okay. So he was also a big advocate of paradigm shifts. What did he mean by paradigm shifts?
Well, a paradigm is just a multitude of habits. It's a way of doing things. We all have paradigms. We have good paradigms. We have bad paradigms. And his big thing was, we ran a seminar called Paradigm Shift. And that was to alter the paradigms that aren't working for you. And that's taking habits that aren't working and replacing them with habits that will help improve your life. And really, it was just analyzing your limiting beliefs and what's not working for you. He would often have you start to dream, what would you really want if you could have anything, what would that be? And when you take a notebook and start writing these things down. And as you write them down, that's when you'll notice your limiting beliefs. You'll think, I'm not worthy of that. Or who are they to think I could do that? Our limiting beliefs will start to come up. Recognize when that happens. And when it does, write the opposite of what that limiting belief is. That's how you start to change your paradigms. Start to alter what your limiting beliefs are to the positive side of things.
Yeah. As it's been said by many people many times, it's our subconscious that is 95% running the show. And so this idea of going through the process and identifying those limiting beliefs. And all these steps, guys, I really want to call it out. You may say, well, how does using the practice of MMFI change my limiting beliefs? If we're showing up and every single day making the world a little bit better place for the people around us, like you said, Brian, it's like each of these little steps and then the big steps we take to achieve the outcomes, it compounds, right? And so to me, taking those action, like the action being, I'm going to show up and make someone feel like there's an increase for them, that gets reflected back to us. right? So when I think about even like this paradigm shift, we get to shift the paradigm through these small, medium, and large behaviors. And to me, that's really cool.
That's the magic. That's the magic. Most people don't even give that thought, Andrea. They don't think that they have control over their life. They think whatever's going on, that's it. I'm just, a willing vessel. That's not the case. We have control. And when we take control mentally, we can alter our world. And that's
everything. Well, I always say we're more powerful than we realize. You've led us to a perfect place. I want to tee up just one or two more reels. This one I found, it's a great clip on releasing blame and resentment. So many people are living their lives as victims. Guys, I get it. I used to be like that too. And every now and then I'll be like, complain. If I find myself complaining, I'm like, no complaining. In fact, I'll say, oh, thank you. This is an opportunity for me to show up a little differently.
Take all the resentments and guilts. You know what it's doing? Resentments and guilt is simply choosing to build a negative idea here over something that someone did to you, and then letting ourselves get emotionally involved in it, and we move into the same vibration. Now think. I don't care how justified you may feel in holding a resentment. It's a dumb game. Ray Stanford used to tell me it was like throwing dust into a strong wind at someone else. You know where the dust is going to end up. You may feel justified, but I'm going to tell you, a person of understanding will not do it. Will not do it. That is an act, a mental act of ignorance. Love them. The law will see that they get their reward for what they did. You don't have to look after that. And as long as you're holding that resentment in your mind, it's like replaying the same thing over and over again, and the same physical experience is taking place. You're moving into that vibration. I had a good doctor friend of mine that says rheumatism or arthritis is nothing but frozen hate. It's dwelling on things like that. Dries up the joints in the body. What's guilt? I've done things in the past I'm not proud of. I'm quite certain you have. Many of you. And they bothered me for a long time. They really did. And I wasn't able to get rid of it. So I went to see a psychiatrist. And just through a series of right questions, I developed an awareness. It was gone. I have absolutely no guilt anymore. I just won't not tolerate it. That's looking back at something you did that you thought was wrong in the past and reliving it. And the same vibration takes place. You see, resentment and guilt are very closely aligned. One's directed towards someone else, the other's directed towards yourself. But you're the beneficiary of both, and neither one of them are positive. Most destructive emotions that you can get involved in. There's a great affirmation at the bottom of the page. And anyone that wants to rid himself of resentment or guilt or a lot of disease, I would suggest you write it out probably 100 times a day. I willingly release the thoughts and things that clutter my mind. There are all the old ones in there that you're not even aware of. And then say, I release whoever it is. Name them all to their highest good. That means happiness, health, and prosperity. Just release them. The person could be dead. It's not the person that's causing the problem. It's the remembrance. It's the idea. I release them to their highest good and me to mine. And you see them happy, healthy, and prosperous. And you see yourself happy, healthy, and prosperous. And then you say, it is so.
Love that so much.
That's I haven't seen that one in a long time. That's powerful, Andrea. When I was writing My Father Knew the Secret, I started writing the book when my father was alive. And he knew I was writing the book, and we had a lot of fun around it. And that takes me back to a conversation we had. I even remember where I was sitting when I was writing this, and I was talking to him about forgiveness. And I said to him, I said, boy, you've had partners in the past, you have all kinds of different things of people that have kind of screwed you over, but it never seems to bother you. And he says, that's because I released them. He says, I don't have to let my past dictate my future. He said, by me hanging on to that resentment, I'm hurting myself. So he says, I release them to their highest good. He says, now I'll never talk to them. I'll never do business with them again. I'm not forgiving what they've done, but I'm forgiving to release the energy that he was holding. And that was a great lesson. We're not condoning behavior that's happened in the past, but we're releasing the energy around it Too many people let bad things that happened to them in the past form a part of their identity. It's with this, we can release it and let it go. And man, what a freeing thing that is.
I'm so glad you raised that, Brian, because, oh gosh, it just feels like, especially now, this whole business of going no contact and being angry at our parents. And I know a lot of parents screwed up a lot, and I'm a parent too, right? And so it's like, oh, let me be a little careful what I'm putting out there in terms of my judgment and criticism, because, back to karma. But I know so many people just feel like they just can't forgive. And listen, there are extremes cases of abuse and victimhood and so forth. And, guys, you have to make your own decision. But when I think about just this permission to release for our own sake, to clear that energy, I know when I'm holding on to stuff, first of all, it makes me less high vibe, a little more low vibe. And it's like there's interference. There's interference. And that, to me, that's immutable. If you're holding on to this negativity and resentment, it is, as much as you feel like that person doesn't deserve to be forgiven, or even released, guys, you're going to pay a price for that. You just are. And yourself. That's what I love. I love so much about that clip. So often we're projecting it's our parents, it's our spouse, it's, somebody screwed me over. And a lot of it is back to the paradigm shift and the limiting beliefs, that we are our own toughest critics, and saying these negative things to ourselves on repeat. And, to me, the whole point of all this is to free ourselves from that, and so that we can live genuinely rich, beautiful lives.
It really is. And, sometimes we have to forgive ourselves. Sometimes we have to forgive ourselves for things that we've done. Dad had a great saying. He says, what's in the past is in the past. Let it stay there. Release it. Let it go. It does not need to dictate how you move from this time forward. It really doesn't.
Yeah, no. Amen. Amen to that. Okay. So we're going to get into something fun now. You touched on this a couple of times, the power of the imagination. So your dad talked a lot about goal setting and fantasy as a creative power. What did he mean by fantasy as a creative power?
Well, really, it's a creative power in that we can use our imagination. With our imagination, man, we can do anything. We can be anywhere. It's, when we're kids playing in the yard, we're superheroes. We're doing all kinds of things. Our imagination was so enlarged, and through time, it's been squashed. He says, what we need to do is let our imagination run wild. We have a big dream for something. Use your imagination and live from that place. What does it feel like to already be there? How do you feel? What are you doing? How are you treating other people? And when you can use your imagination to do that, you are putting your being in the right vibration of the good that you desire. And when you do that, we talk about manifesting. That's how you bring these things into your life. You've got to be focused on what you want, not what you don't want. And we use our imagination to heighten those senses. That's really what it's all about.
Yeah. And I even feel that as you're speaking, and, he was a big advocate of don't set, in air quotes, realistic goals, set goals that excite and stretch you. And there's, I think, a really beautiful, healthy tension between, I can't do that, that's crazy, to like, maybe it's possible. And, and all the things that we've been talking about, taking those steps and so forth. I love this quote. If you can hold it in your head, you can hold it in your hand. And I know for a lot of people that feels like a bridge too far, geez, just because I can imagine it. And I'm here to say, like, I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I was telling you before we started recording, in fact, I want to walk us through something that I personally have one of my favorite Bob Proctor lessons. He called it his most powerful manifesting habit. So guys, just, kind of get psyched, because this is something that I love. And I think if all of us did this, our lives would transform faster than we realize. So I'm reading a little kind of setup here. So when Bob Proctor was broke and cleaning floors, someone handed him a book that changed his life. Inside, one instruction stood out. It said, write your goal on a card, carry it everywhere. The card became his compass. a signal to the universe, a subconscious reprogramming tool. He didn't hope it would work. He committed to the process. Every time he touched the card, a feeling lit up in his body. It made the goal real. Not someday, but now. This was how he rewired his mind to expect abundance. The first goal he wrote, I'm so happy and grateful now that I have in my possession $25,000. At the time, he was earning $4,000 a year. No plan, just a belief. He went on to earn millions. Here's how to do it step by step. Number one, pick one meaningful and purposeful goal. Write it in the present tense, starting with, I'm so happy and grateful now. Carry the card with you always. Bob called it a C-type goal, a goal so big you have no clue how you'll achieve it, but it excites you, it stretches you, it speaks to your spirit. You don't write what's realistic, you write what feels like freedom. Your card becomes a vibration anchor. Touch it, read it, feel it. Every time you do, you shift your frequency. You're not chasing the goal. You're becoming the person who already lives it. I was showing Brian before we started recording. This is mine on a pretty little piece of paper with all these little hearts. I'm not going to tell you what it all says, but I read it every day. I keep it in my phone case. I put it in my pocket. I don't know how long this thing is going to last because before it becomes, pulp. But it is this touchstone, and why it works, according to Bob, your goal activates cells in your brain. Every repetition builds belief. The image burns into your subconscious, and whatever you hold there must move into form. So you want to take it deeper? Create a ritual. Read your goal out loud each morning, like we were talking about a few minutes ago, Brian. Feel it and visualize it like you already have it for 2 minutes. This is how you accelerate your manifestation. And to conclude with a quote from the famous Bob Proctor, the only limits in our lives are those we impose on ourselves. And so in fact, I would just love, guys, let's just take 30 to 60 seconds and don't think about it too much. Just that one thing that you feel like, I could never do that. Make it feel as crazy and impossible, not 10 things. Let's just do one. Just right now, you're in the moment, you're feeling the vibes, just write it down. And then I want you to follow those instructions. We have it in if you guys have your manifestation handbook, these instructions are there as well. So you can come back really easily to it. Don't put it off into the future right now, feel it, own it. Feel how good and exciting and crazy it feels. I'm going to give you 60 seconds, 30 seconds. So I don't want you to think about it. I just want you to write it down. Yeah, I mean, it really is, you guys talk a lot about repetition and study, persistence and discipline. And folks, I'm just here to tell you, it is magical. It is 1000% magical, but you also have to show up for yourself, be consistent, and in the repetition, in the persistence, in the discipline, right? I mean, the magic is there and will be there. But you got to do your part, right?
Yeah, consistency is the key. And more importantly, when you don't feel like doing it, that's when you really need to do it.
Right. Well, it's exactly what we tell our kids. It's like, well, I don't feel like cleaning my room or doing my homework. It's like, well, that's okay. Right. Like you could smile and do it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, and let me just add one last bit in this section, and then I want to go into some of the core teachings from My Father Knew the Secret. You guys teach personal accountability, which to me is so powerful and important. And I feel like we've kind of touched on it in the periphery, but to me, this is so where the action is. Your dad would say, you've got to stand up and say, I am responsible for my results. That's where the real change begins. That's where the power is. Own it. Because the moment you do, everything can shift. And I feel like, I know we were talking before about other people and so forth. Like, to me now it's, I own it. And that is the good news.
He used to say something from the stage that I always listened to. It always meant a lot. But then he did something that really showed me what he meant. He always said a pro is at their best regardless. Whatever's going on in the world, a pro is at their best regardless. I witnessed him. My father passed away in February of 2022. Well, in December of 2021, so literally 2 months before he passed away, he was not in great shape. He was pretty much in a wheelchair, although he could walk, but it was painful. He had an online event he had to do, and I'm telling you, he was not in a good
I'm working
state.
till the end. I love it.
Yeah, he really was. And it took us probably 2 hours to help get him dressed. I spent close to the last 6 months of his life with him, doing whatever I could to help. It took us about 2 hours to get him dressed. My son and I, he wanted to walk to his studio. His studio's in the backyard. And my son and I would walk him out to the studio, sat him in his chair, and then he did a 45-minute presentation to a large group of people. They would have never known that he was in pain, would have never known it. A pro is at their best regardless. Man, I witnessed that in that moment more than anything. That anchored into me that, God, he had the worst going on and he was his best regardless. If we can all live that way and be at our best every day, boy, life will get better. Like what would happen in your life if you were the best version of you every single day? Change will happen. Great things will happen for you. You're the best version of you every single day.
I love that. And I love this idea that even when it was difficult and painful for him, how he showed up for other people. You were talking before about his vast generosity. And I just think like, oh, I wish I would have met your dad. Right. And yes, I can watch the clips. And that's the one good thing about social media, right? All those, the clips and the archival footage is there. But when I think about those last audiences that were able to connect with him like that, like he really gave them a great gift there at the very end. That's really cool. I love that.
Yeah, that was his gift. That really was. That I think, so often, we can learn from people with what they say, but I think we learn at a deeper level by witnessing how people act. And my father was who you saw on stage, who you see on social media, on video. That is who he was. That is how he acted in private life. It's by witnessing how somebody really acts when maybe nobody else is watching. That's when you really can gain it at a deep level.
Yeah, I love that. The person who not just talks a talk, but walks a walk is... Yeah, that's a real teacher. Okay, Brian, let's get to section 3, core teachings from my father knew the secret. Let's take Bob's lessons even further, starting with something you really emphasize, clarity of desire. You must know what you want. Will you talk a little bit about that? And I say this, I know I'm asking a question, I'm immediately like talking. I'll tell you one of the challenges I used to have. I used to feel like, oh my gosh, there are so many things that I want. And it would feel overwhelming. And, and then I would kind of like give myself permission to write stuff down. And as time has gone on, I've really been able to whittle that list down to maybe 3 or 4 really core things. Everything else is a bonus. And I'll, even this morning as I was doing my journaling and visualizing, those 3 or 4 things, I'm so clear on those. And it's like, you know what? A ton of other good stuff's going to happen too. So that's how I've been able to kind of work through feeling overwhelmed by wanting it's like career success and financial and relationships and kids and health. That's been my experience, but that's, you tell us, you're the teacher. I don't know why I'm running my mouth so much.
Well, clarity is everything. Most people are not really crystal clear, even on what their wants and desires are, or how they want things to show up. Clarity really lets you use what you're getting into, the whole power of manifestation. Clarity is what makes manifestation so much easier. We can't attract into our life what we're not clear on. If it's a fuzzy picture, a fuzzy image of what we want, well, we're going to attract fuzzy. What is it that you really want? He had a great exercise. He would have somebody get a piece of paper, and in the middle, it could be, let's say you're looking for your ideal partner. You could write your ideal partner. And then you'd write starbursts off, all the different qualities of the ideal partner you'd really like in your life. Let's say you're in business and you're looking for your ideal client. You put in the middle your ideal client and all the pieces of them, or your business. What is your business and all the best parts of your business? When you do that, you'll get clear on what that is and what you need to focus on. Most people are just winging it from day to day. With clarity will bring it into your life, because when you're clear, you know where you're going. A great exercise that we used to do, it was at one of our big events. I would have everybody write a letter to themselves, to their future self, a year down the road. And they would take probably half an hour, and they would sit there, and I told them to write the letter as if it's happened. It's 1 year from now, and they're writing to themselves, congratulating themselves for all the things they did. So what would you like to have happen in your life in a year? And then start writing it out. And write a congratulatory, Brian, I'm so proud of you. You did this and you did that, and write it all out. Take the time as if it's a year from now. That will help bring clarity to where do you want to be? What would you like to do? So we used to do that with people, and then I would collect their letters and I would mail it to them a year later. I'm here to tell you that was magic, because some people were like, wow, I forgot I even wanted that. Or others would be like, oh, I did all of this. It helps bring clarity to what is your vision. When we're not clear on our vision, what are you going to manifest? I don't know, more of the same, probably.
Well, totally. Yeah. And I love that, guys. We've got this in the Power of Manifestation handbook, this whole business of writing that letter to yourself. Don't skip this. After this session or before, if you're busy this afternoon, before you go to bed tonight, write that letter. Like, genuinely write it. And what do you suggest? Do they mail it themselves later, or just keep it? Do you have
they can keep it, put it on a bookshelf, date it, do whatever it takes. But really embrace the exercise, embrace the magic of it, embrace the fun of it.
Yes.
Yeah. And as you're writing it, feel like you're already there. And it's those words you use, the way you congratulate yourself. That's the power. It really is.
Yeah. And I want to emphasize this a little bit. And I know I was already talking about my own experiences, but I say that because I know I'm not alone in this, like, oh my gosh, I want so many things. And that's okay. My clarity has been an iterative practice. It's like, okay, I started with something this big, like a ton of ideas. And then I kept giving myself the gift of greater clarity and precision. And it is so much easier to sit down and try to visualize 12 things a day. That's not easy. And it's not fun because it becomes overwhelming. What's easy and fun is having clarity on the 3 or 4 main things. And the good news, you guys, is as you achieve those things, you get to add new things. And I know Bob was a big proponent of, what did he say? Put it like, pretend it's a postage stamp. Stick it once and, I'm messing up the quote, but this idea of just, I don't think you want to change all the time, but kind of giving yourself that flexibility. If it's like, hey, I've got the clarity of this isn't actually what I want, like, give yourself that permission, trust yourself. But Bob, Brian, I love this so much because it's so easy to have your ideas diluted. It's so easy to just wing it. And I feel like once we give ourselves permission to have that clarity and to dream big, to use our imagination, even if it feels crazy, that's where it begins. But it's writing it down, it's feeling it, and allowing it to be a little bit of a process. At least my experience has been a bit of a process onto itself. And, it starts with your imagination.
The key is, what do you want for you? Don't worry about what your spouse thinks, or your kids, or your friends, or the neighbors. What motivates you? What inspires you? That's where you got to go, and really enjoy the fullness of chasing something that you'd like. Dad always had a thing. He said to me, I thousands of times, Brian, don't settle. Never, ever settle. Too many of us settle for what we think we can have, rather than what we really want. Don't settle. Don't ever settle. Dream big and go for it. Bet on yourself.
Yeah, he was such a high vibe guy. I mean, and it's like you just feel it, from how he shows up. Well, it's a good segue to number 2, the abundance mindset. Abundance, as you say, is not earned, but accessed through mindset and alignment. Scarcity is a mental construct. How do we conjure up more abundance in our lives?
Well, we need to start focusing on what's good in our life. What are we grateful for? One of Dad's morning exercises was he would write out all the things he was grateful for. When we can start to focus on what's good in our world, that's when we start to bring more abundance. Because when we are focused on what is good, we put ourselves in the vibration of good, and we will attract more good into our life. So many people are focused on what's not working, what's not good. Boy, if we take some time and you maybe use a journal and write out the good things. And some days it might just be that cup of coffee in the morning. I mean, some days are a struggle, and it's hard to find that thing. But when you can start to lock into what's good in your life, that's when you bring more abundance into your life, because you're focused on the good around you. And when you're focused on the good, you will see more good, and you will bring more of that in your. I'm going to read this. I've got a gratitude journal that I use. And on the back of this journal is a great quote. And it really talks, I think it just lends to exactly what you said. This is by Wallace Wattles. It said, "The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best." That says it all right there.
I mean, it's priming. It's priming our brains. It is, we create our own, bottom line, guys, you create your reality. Yay, you're here with us. Brian and I are here together getting to have this amazing conversation. I'm feeling really good right now about my manifestation techniques. But I say this with just so much sincerity. Thank you for that. Because it becomes a practice. And I realize for a lot of us, if we're starting in a place where maybe we have poor health, or you have, a lot of debt, or a problem with a child or relationship, you might just feel like, I've got so far to go. Take that little step at a time, putting these little, teeny tiny habits, who was it that wrote Atomic Habits? James Cleary. These small changes will absolutely lead to monumental outcomes over time. And it's like this whole business of tapping into the best and not settling, when that becomes the mindset that each of us choose, that it's a choice. You get to choose, am I going to tap into the best? Am I going to tap into gratitude, or more of the same, more of the lack? Last quick one, and you'd already touched on gratitude. You talk about, again, in your beautiful book, The Power of Gratitude and Integrity. I love how you say character, gratitude, and relationships are not accessories to success. They are the foundation. I know this was a big thing for your dad too. I'd love just for you to talk even a little bit more, maybe about integrity and character, because it does feel like that really does feel so foundational to what you and your dad teach.
Well, I think it comes down to this. If we can act in life in the best way, be that best version of us every day, and want the best for everybody we are dealing with, that's when the magic happens. That's when things will take place. We talked earlier about leaving everybody with the impression of increase. When we can leave everybody feeling a little bit better because they were in your presence, believe you me, we will attract good things into our life. People will want to deal with us. They'll want to work with us. They'll want to help us. Versus, you've been around somebody that's always looking at the worst that's going on. They're seeing the hate. They're seeing the worst stuff. And that's all they're focused on. And it's like, oof, I don't want to be near that person. Versus the person that's always talking good to you, sees the best in you, wants the best for you. If we want the best for everybody around us, we will attract the best for us as well. We have to want it for other people as well as just ourselves. That's the key.
Yeah, I love that. And sadly, we have to finish this conversation, but I'm going to have you on the podcast and we're going to talk again. I'm going to make sure of that. But I just wanted to add just a little bit to that. Brian, what I've heard from some of my close friends and family, and what I've noticed in my own life, and I just want to give permission to you guys. Like, we are a product. I don't know who even said this, but we are a product of the 5 people that we are closest to. And if those 5 people, and I listen, kids, spouses, parents, like, it can be a little tricky to push somebody out too far. But I do recognize, and I want you guys to recognize, just like Brian was saying, who we surround ourselves with. And even if it's a parent, if that parent tends to be really negative, you may need to create a little bit more distance. The other thing I will say, which I have totally seen in my life, when I show up more high vibe, when I show up more loving, when I show up seeing the best in people, that is magic. It is amazing to me how so many people, I see the best of them. And there's story after story about that. That cranky person who, like, nobody else likes, but geez, you guys get along great, right? So I know I'm kind of saying 2 things, and I might sound a little contradictory. So just to be clear, show up, like Brian is saying, with the best intentions for people. We talked about it earlier, sending love and gratitude, even to those people that can be a little tricky, for sure, because that will change how they respond to you. But as Brian was saying, for the people that really, where it's just, oof, they're tough, they suck your energy out, they're negative, it may be wise to create a little distance there, and not unkindly, but out of a effort to continue to be the best version of yourself. But I will stand by my statement a few minutes ago. It is amazing to me, as I continue to do my work and show up with greater integrity and kindness and gratitude, how that's reflected back to me from a lot of people.
Right. Well, like you said, we're the sum of the 5 people that we hang out with the most. Jim Rohn is actually the one who said that. And there is power in that. And yes, we can't always avoid the negative people. Sometimes some of the negative people can be family members or people. Well,
and they can teach us something too, to be fair. They can teach us something too.
Sure they can. But here's the deal. If we know that they're negative, we can go into that situation and protect ourselves. We don't have to take on whatever they're taking. Realize that's their stuff. And when we realize that, we hold the power. We don't even have to disagree with them. We don't even have to engage with them in that way. We just let it fly off and start focusing on what we want. And when we leave, I've got people in my life like that. I just think, oh boy, I feel sorry for that person, but that's their stuff and that's their deal. And I don't let that energy dictate the way I'm going to show up.
I love that. I joke with my kids how when they were younger and a little rowdier, I would make a circle around my face, like, you're not going to push every button that I didn't even know I ever had, right? So it becomes a choice, right? Are we going to let that cranky uncle or annoying colleague or whomever push our buttons, or are we going to say, not today, and smile? Smile and send them gratitude, right? To stay in that high vibe space. And you're right to me, I think of it both, yes, protection and defense, but I also think of it about, listen, winning the game in life to me is about playing a great offense and showing up in those situations and just being the kind of the most grateful, best versions of ourselves, as and this is probably a good way to come full circle and wrap it up. Your dad was a master of that. Bob Proctor, he showed up, every clip I see, it's a smile on his face, it's having something to give. And, and the results of his life and the work he did speak for themselves. And what a great legacy to have you as his son to carry that torch forward. Brian, thank you so much. You've been such an amazing guest.
Well, thank you, Andrea. It's been a joy for me just sharing the messages that my father taught for all of his lifetime. I got, as I said, a front row seat. He was given the book Think and Grow Rich in October of 1961. And I was born in December of 1961. So I was fortunate to be there for the entire ride. I was brought up with this. And it's a pleasure just kind of carrying on his message and what it was all about, because he really did know the secret. And It is magical when you can start to live from the place where you want to be and start to look for the good in the world. Even when there's bad, look for the good, and look for the good in everybody that's in front of you. Make them feel important. Leave them with the impression of increase. Your life will continue to elevate. And here's the final thing and the final piece that he really taught. Live in the present moment. You know, several times you've talked about overwhelm. Overwhelm happens when we start to think of all the things we have to do. We're living into the future. If we can just do with what we can do right here, right now, man, we'll eliminate overwhelm. Live in the present moment. Don't let the past dictate who you are. Don't let the past hurts control the way you act now. Don't let the future overwhelm you. Be in the present moment. Be that best version of you. Treat everybody really well. Life will be a magical ride.
Amen to that. All right, Brian Proctor, thank you so much for being my wonderful guest in the Power of Manifestation. I so appreciate this conversation.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been great being here.
Okay, guys, I hope you loved that session as much as I did. So many takeaways, big ones, tiny ones, but it's all theory until you put it into practice. I know I say that a lot, but I want it for me and I want it for you. And by it, I mean the abundance, the love, the joy, the wealth, the health, everything. And even if it feels like a bridge too far, just take today to write that letter. Take today to MMFI. Take today just to scan for the good and feel that little extra pinch of gratitude. And if you, and I promise I'm doing it too, continue to do that day after day, the transformation occurs. Okay, speaking of, last quick thing. Oh my gosh, our circle membership is going to be a big catalyst for this. No joke. I'm so on fire for this membership community that we are bringing together. And I would sincerely love for you to be a pioneer member. We're starting October 1st. You are going to see me front and center. I'm so on fire for it, both to share what I've learned as well as to keep learning and to keep benefiting from amazing speakers like Brian and you and in our community. What's working for you and where are your pain points and blind spots? I mean, I talk about it quite a bit in these sessions where I'm stuck, right? Or was stuck. And here's what I figured out, or here's what a friend suggested, or here's what I read or listened to. Not only is it more fun, but it is more effective to do this work as a community. So please sign up, go to powerofmanifestation.com to get all the details. I would love to see you inside. And I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Thanks for tuning in. Can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing. And I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process
compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever, all 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds. But only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to be hosting this incredible session, Speaking Your Dreams into Reality, using affirmations like a super boss. And I am doing so with the queen of affirmations herself, Theresa Cesare. Okay, guys, you know this, but I'm just going to really state it up front. Affirmations aren't just words. When done right, they're frequency setters, because the manifestation doesn't come from wanting harder. It comes from aligning your language and intentions, your body and your beliefs with the version of you who already has it. In addition to being an affirmations expert and queen, Theresa is a leader in subconscious programming, mindset shifts, and feminine embodiment. Her work centers on the belief that our words have power, and when aligned with intention and heart, they can change our lives powerfully from the inside out. Through her viral affirmation posts, magnetic presence, and grounded, amazing teaching style, she's helped millions of women rewire and transform themselves. Theresa states, and I love this so much, I believe in the magic of words, the strength of community, and the beauty of living with purpose and heart. If you're ready to tap into your inner magic, shift your energy, and join a tribe of like-hearted souls, you're in the right place. This is more than a calling, it's a movement, and I'm honored to walk this path with you. Oh my gosh, Theresa, this is it, girl. We got it going on. I'm so excited. So today she is going to teach us how to move beyond surface level positivity into a fully embodied version of our future selves using affirmations as an energetic tool for transformation. Guys, I hope that sounds amazing. I am so pumped up. Welcome, Theresa.
Oh, thank you so much. It's truly an honor to be here. Love your energy. Love what we're doing here, because it's honestly life-changing. No matter, who you hear it from, you're always it's gonna hit differently by every different person. So you can never hear this power so many times, right? It's like, I always, even just being in this, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is, reactivating me on so many levels.
100%. And that's such a good point. It's like, I think we've all been in that situation where you hear something, it's 17 times, 72 times. I mean, it's just, and then you hear it that next time and it's like, oh, snap, that's it. Or you go deeper, or just, it hits you in a new and powerful way. And so to me, this is just such an important part of the practice. And ultimately, that's what manifestation is. It's not just a one and done. It is a daily practice. It is a daily journey. And it's so cool to be doing it with you. Before we kick off, I just want to remind everybody, use your Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it if you haven't already. If you don't have it, you can get it real quick on powerofmanifestation.com. You can honestly instantly download it. It has amazing affirmations, prompts, all sorts of good stuff for your manifestation practice every single day. But it's especially relevant right now as we're doing the session with Theresa. So grab it if you don't have it. And if you're just like, listen, I just like writing stuff down on paper, you can print it out or just grab a journal, but you're going to want to write stuff down in the session. I want you to remember it. I want you to embody it. I want to get the most out of it. Me too. Okay. With that, here's the plan. I'm going to set the stage with Theresa on just some foundational topics regarding affirmations. And then she's going to walk us through 5 key principles so you can use, and I can use, affirmations like a super boss as promised. Okay, I hope that sounds good to everybody. Now, Theresa, you've said that affirmations are about remembering your power, no pretending. What does that mean?
Gosh, it sounds so woo, but it's so simple. Like the power of words. Think about it. Like people talk about casting spells and whatnot, but we're always doing it, right? And we're just not conscious about it. Think about in childhood, you have siblings, right? A brother and a sister. And the sister's always told how beautiful she is, right? And she believes it. Or the brother says, oh, teacher says, oh, you're bad at math. You believe it. So think about how just from innate, like what we're told, people have been speaking their power of their word over us. And so with affirmations, you can take the power back in your hands. You decide what word, what sentences, what affirmation defines who you want to be. And really just overcome or demystify or whatever, break the spells of whoever, your teacher, a spouse that you're divorced from. I mean, whoever, I'm sure everyone here listening has had someone or many people in their lives told them something and you believe it. And because of that, you maybe played small, you became insecure, maybe even caused some health issues.
Yeah, I feel that. And honestly, I mean, when I think about so many of us have that inner critic that is like the DJ just on freaking autopilot. And it is interesting. I haven't ever heard it phrased exactly like you said it. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Like this idea that words become beliefs and then beliefs become our reality. And you said, they're powerful. And then at the same time, they can be so depowering. I don't even know if that's a word.
Damaging,
but damaging. Right. If you're told, when you're told, you're labeled, right? I mean, there's so many labels, especially on kids now. And, a lot of us label ourselves. So I love that it just so foundationally, so practically, you're going to help us unwind those labels, those messages that we've inherited. And so much of it has been inherited, let's face it. And not even just from, parents, teachers, siblings, caregivers, but they inherited, right? And to me, it's like, freaking take your power back. Take your power back is what I say, right?
Okay. I know. And it's so simple because we watch Instagram, Reels, TikTok. We know who's out there speaking the power of affirmations, especially with neuroscience involved. Joe Dispenza, he's incredible. But I feel like sometimes we hear it that when we love it, but it's like the simplistic aspects of our experiences that hold truth. And we could be like, oh yeah. So that's why I love thinking of them as the power of like spells, essentially.
Before we go into all the good stuff, what do most people get wrong about affirmations?
I feel like a lot of times they don't really believe that they'll work is one. And so again, what you believe will come true. And I also think the biggest is the one and done thing. I'm going to do my affirmations in the morning, but the whole like repeating it, but also embodying it. And you live out that affirmation when you're at work. And especially when life's going wrong. We want to give up and only be positive and say those affirmations when things are going good. But it's really owning that affirmation, whatever it is. I'm powerful, I'm beautiful, I'm strong, I'm healthy in all circumstances. And really just pulling yourself away from what's happening and what is, because that's how you then quantum leap, right? Into what could be, what will be. And sometimes, like I had affirmations that I've stated and maybe it wasn't, happening at that time, but I look back at my journal and I'm living out all my affirmations because essentially my affirmations were declarations that eventually I became because I, reprogrammed my subconscious. That wasn't automatically thinking that way. And we know we can dive down the neuroscience pathways, and that's what, what we're doing here. But yeah, so that's, I think what people get wrong is not maybe really believing it, pretending like I got to do them. And you're just like Thanksgiving. You and I talked prior to the show. We're so grateful just on Thanksgiving. Well, don't just be, don't say your affirmations just once, but it's like always living them, acting them out, being it.
Well, I want to add on to that with a couple things. First of all, it's not fake positivity. I know there can be that. And I got a fun little thing I'm going to tee up here in just a sec on that note. But before I do, I also think, one of my favorite examples is with Lady Gaga. When she was 16 or 17, she wrote her Grammy speech. And she had, when I say like nothing going on. I mean, sorry, Lady Gaga, but you were in high school and, she had a dream. Actually, let me rewind. She had a ton going on inside. Okay. She had a ton going on inside, but it wasn't manifested. It wasn't obvious. And she used the power of words, the power of her belief. And whatever it was, 6-7 years later, she gave that speech. It gives me chills. She gave that Grammy speech, the one that she had written when she was so much younger and just believed so powerfully in herself. And I say that because, and she had all sorts of challenges that had befallen her, but she got to that moment. And obviously she is one of the foremost musicians, celebrities, just thought leaders that we all love and admire deeply. But I wanted to add on to that by saying so often we have, in my experience and observation, when we have those limiting beliefs, I don't think it's fake it till you make it. I think it's just, hey, I am going to very intentionally reprogram. Ultimately, for affirmations to really work, and we're going to get into this too, you got to believe it. And that is such an important part of the process. And I'm excited to talk about that subconscious reprogramming that you are such a master.
I love it. And I think that was a good example too, because like you said, where it almost reminded people of that toxic positivity in which we're dying to be authentic. Right. And I'm still, as much as I preach authenticity, I'm still working on being more myself, because I did such a good job at showing up with the most polished version of myself. And affirmations, the reason why I believe in it so dang much, because I'm a living proof. Everything that I used to believe, like what my teacher said, I wasn't a good writer. I used to be terrified of public speaking or even something like this. And I created affirmations to prove myself wrong. So essentially, reprogramming that computer, that's your brain and your energy. And really quick, circling back to it not feeling real, I understand, because there are people that are living some really horrendous situations and it's overwhelming. And so what I like to invite people when you're thinking of, because whatever follows I am, you invite into your life. I'm tired, you're going to be tired. I'm more energized, you're going to get more energy, or I'm getting my energy back. So you think of it that way. But if you're not ready to declare I am, or I will, or I can, start with I welcome. Yeah. And that's what I do, because I'm like, I want to get to this better feeling, but I'm not going to gaslight myself. So I think what happens is people feel like you're gaslighting yourself. So start with I welcome financial stability. I welcome love. I welcome a shift, in how I think, because realistically, there's a lot of hard wiring that happened to get you to where you are and that we have to undo. So you got to start with a soft invite to affirmations for your body to feel it. So once you say, I'm ready, I'm welcome. I always say I'm ready. Like, I'm ready. Even though I'm scared and I'm not. I
feel that. I feel that. Yeah, no. And I'm with you. It's such a beautiful way, like you say, to not gaslight yourself. Because if you sit there and say, I'm a millionaire, and you're not, it's like, well, like you say, you're lying to yourself. And then that conscious part of your brain's like, that's not true. And now maybe I've actually pushed myself further back. I'm wondering too, if it's like you used I am as the big one. What about I have?
We're so wanting to see, but the magic, again, is just what we can't see, is in what we can't see and trusting in that. But it does feel amazing and validates this work that I so believe in when I see that. You think about your subconscious mind. I know it's very like sciencey. Some people love to hear it and some are like, oh, you lost me there. But it's your habits. It's your personality. It's those automatic things you do. So, driving your car, it's when you get up, you brush your teeth. You don't have to create an affirmation for, I am brushing my teeth today. You just do it, right? So look at what you're doing every day. Not just the things like making your bed, cooking your food to like survive and live, going to work, but how are you responding to situations? Are you reacting? Are you responding? So that's what I'm talking about with affirmations. People think it's all about, I'm going to manifest a car and all these things. You can get to that. But it's being a high value individual. That's you, not compared to anybody else. And it's imperfection. It doesn't mean it's perfection, right? And so for my personal journey, it was like, I want to be an organized person, because this is the other thing. People are saying, I'm just that way. Oh, no, you're not. You're choosing to be that way. You can be anything you want. You can create it. And that's what I did. Literally, this journey is like, I'm just going to do that. And I took the action. I took the belief. I trained my subconscious. I don't react anymore like I used to with my kids when they fell. I used to every little thing. And now I'm like calm. I'm a calm person. But it took practice. It took my affirmations, because a late person, that was the other thing. My whole family, we're Latin. So that's the whole thing. Oh, Latins are late. Guess what? Latins are going to be late for a long time until they all change their affirmations. So I'm on time. So that is just an example of like the real day. And that's where it matters. It's like the real day, like, creating those affirmations and rewiring what are those automatic responses, and catch yourself. It's not to punish or be ashamed of it. But it's also not to be a victim and blame other people. Oh, I'm like that because of this. No. We know better now. And it's time to again, take your power back like a boss.
Like a super boss. Well,
like a super boss.
Yeah. We're aiming high here. Well, and I just
for me, as somebody who has also overcome so much reactivity, so I appreciate your keeping it real. So much now is that noticing and being curious.
We've conditioned ourselves also to avoid. Like using work to avoid alcohol. I've had my time with my wine to escape my marriage that I was unhappy with, all of that. And my affirmation, and especially because I can dive in a little even more personal with having, divorced family and the kids. And when they weren't with me, it was so awful to be alone. So at first I escaped, right? Like I always had to be busy. And then I was like, no, I'm actually going to sit with this. It's so uncomfortable. And then I created one of my favorite affirmations. I'm going to heal it. I'm going to feel it to heal it. Sorry. I'm going to feel it to heal it. I'm going to feel it to heal it. It's because I didn't know how to sit with uncomfortable. And especially because at that time I was affirmation babe. I was the podcaster. So then it's just this whole like, I've got to perform, but man, you're allowed to be angry, especially with women. We're told like, if you're angry, you're this, and that. So I put a lot of anger away, but now I'm feeling those because you're right. You have to have all of them. You have to have all of them. It gets pent up. Your body keeps score.
Fearless, heroic, authentic, iconic, the greatest of all time.
So let's jump into, you beautifully gave us 5 key sections. I know we set a very, very strong foundation here, folks. I know we're like kind of already dipping in, doing our diving into the topic. But let's start with remember who you are and own your power. So Theresa, why is it so important that we start with identity and energy?
Yeah, I just think a lot of times, again, we identify with circumstances, situations, or the health problem. But remember to like who you are. You're a human that has just natural born human magic, which is your sight, your senses, right? We have intuition. We have the capacity to use affirmations, the power of our mind. And so I always like to remember that, especially when things are difficult, like I'm not that. Remember who I am. I'm not this challenge. I'm not my bank account. I'm not what my family. So I always like to say, who am I? And then that's a powerful exercise too, to own like, who are you right now? And write what comes, like with no judgment. And then who do you envision yourself to be? Because that's where you start that creating your reality by changing yourself. People say I think Oprah says that you don't get what you want, you get what you believe. You become what you believe, So it's just starting that, like you is where everything starts and ends. It's like you. And so I always like to often stop. And I even do this exercise sometimes every 6 months, because we're always changing. And sometimes I'm living a timeline. I've evolved and I'm like living out, again, my subconscious patterns. I'm like, whoa, I have money now. I'm not living like I was in college. Or, like sometimes we still maybe fill the gas tank $5, but you can fill your gas tank all the way. Those are just little things about, that whole thing. And then I just always like to remember, like you're the magic and your energy is the greatest source of power. Talk about what you can't see, and your energy is that. Like it's unspoken. You can feel it in an email, a text. And that to me is what affirmations help really direct what I want to feel. You think of a vibe you want to feel in the morning, you put on, I want to feel calm. You might listen to Beethoven. If you have a tough meeting to go to, you might play some gangster rap. You know what I mean? So I use that really with words and affirmations to direct what I want to feel and tap into like my magic and my energy, because I know that like what I believe, I'm going to emit that energy, and that's going to really create what kind of day I'm going to have, week, month, year, and it goes on. And it's really the day to day. We're always looking so ahead, but it's like, who am I today? And it's like the day by day version of you is stackable and is where the power is. And a lot of times we're so focused on like the big picture, but if you just said today, what your affirmation is, who you want to be, who you want to embody, and that's it. And I just always remember who you are and just own your power. And again, and the power I talk about, when we talked at the beginning of this, is your power is your words. You're able to cast spells. You're the director, the CEO, the boss of your life. And there's no excuses. There's no one to blame. And things might be challenging. It's hard, but you can overcome, I promise, any situation because I'm a living proof.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, seriously. Well, and just kind of back to, I feel like what we were touching on before, but really to underscore the point that your current identity may be unconsciously reinforcing that lack, that self-doubt, the perfectionism, right? And so it's just back to using these exercises and these practices. And so much of it is, to me, is noticing and being curious. Well, even before that is just this idea of we all have way more power than we realize, like accepting that as fact, just accepting that as fact. And then, okay, recognizing that through these exercises, that's where we're going to tap into it. I just highlight that because, I mean, I felt like a victim before plenty of times, right? We all have, right? I mean, and in a big way, this whole Power of Manifestation event is about telling the truth, keeping it real, you know, and I welcome any other details about your experiencing, Theresa, because everybody sitting here and watching because we've all gone through heartache and disappointment and have felt lack and all those things. And I always feel like it's so helpful to hear other people's stories and how they've overcome them, right? And so I say that like with this whole business of myself, like even in building my business, there were people that I knew that I felt like, I'm just going to use a little example. And by the way, there were a ton of people that helped me a ton. So thank you to all those people. And then there are others I'm like, oh, that person, I mean, multimillionaire, or they've got access to all these, resources or whatever. Why aren't they helping me more? Right. And I would get into that, like, poor me, I'm a victim mentality. Why aren't they helping me for? It was partly my energy, right? I was coming from that place of lack. And it was like, Andrea, you need to figure this out because that's where you're going to be a master. That's where you're going to be really powerful. And then people are going to come to you. And that's exactly what's happened, right? So I just use that small example where it was like, why aren't more people helping me? And it's like, because you're low vibe, girl.
That's such a great example. And you know what it reminds me of? One of my favorite affirmations that I always say is I'm turning every situation in my favor. And that's turn your situation in your favor moment. Like maybe these people aren't here. Maybe it's my energy, or maybe it's the universe saying, I can do this all on my own. I'm proving to myself what I'm made out of. So, and things didn't go great in my divorce. Again, I was like, oh my God, and I'm like victim. I'm like, no, the universe is like, girl, show your kids and yourself what you're made of. I would have never jumped into my full potential if I had help or anything. It's like, if things are come easy, you don't know what you can create. It's in that, like, not too desperate energy, but also like, oh, what's that? What's the word I'm trying to think? When you're just hungry for something so bad, that motivation.
Well, you overcome those limiting beliefs. You overcome yourself. And that, to me, Joe Dispenza talks about that too. And when I reframe these situations that have caused me to feel like a victim, caused me to feel like I'm in lack and doubt myself and then blame other people, then it's like, no, Andrea, trust that this is for your highest good. What are you going to learn from it? Become a master, because this is a path to mastery. That's what I always tell myself.
I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make them all day. I get one.
Okay, so we're going to section number 2, and we've talked quite a bit about this, but we're going to go even a little deeper. The power of words and mindset. Now, those two go hand in hand. We've touched on that. So you talk about words as energetic tools and how they frame your reality. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah. And so what I like to always start with, before you dive and make your big ol' affirmation, you literally can pick one word and it could change the trajectory of your life. So for example, I, years ago was in chaos and all I could reach for was peace. And so really, I challenge everyone just to pick what's that one word, and because it connected to my heart. So we jumped around about the science, the neuroscience of the mind, but a lot of people don't talk about the heart power, the magnetism. It actually, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Heart Math Institute, the 100 times stronger magnetic strength than the brain's field is the heart. So I like to say all my affirmations have heart power words constructed within them. And that's where it's different. That's where it's going to feel more real for you. So if I say I'm capable and I'm like, use this, Andrea, use this affirmation. For you, capable might not be your heart power word, but maybe confident is. So you reach for what resonates with your truth, the identity that you want to step into. And that's where the power is in your spell. And that's where, again, you can pull in that affirmation because it's so magnetic. Heart power is everything. That's why you hear people say, love is the most highest powerful frequency. It comes from the heart.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want to give a quick shout out to our audience. So I want you to notice the language you're using when you're talking about yourself. And this is, I feel like we've been talking about this all along. But where can you upgrade your inner dialogue? Literally starting this minute. I think we're going to do a live exercise, embody your word. It's all about choosing the power word. Is that where we are right now? Okay, perfect.
So what I invite everyone to do, so we know that there's the power of words and affirmations and mindset, but I invite you to embody your word. This is your word for alignment. So right now we're going to just connect with ourselves. So I invite you all to take a deep breath and breathe out. Then go ahead and close your eyes and sit comfortably if that feels right and good, if you're not driving. And really think about a desire you have for maybe this upcoming week, month, or year even. What qualities or energies do you want to embody and attract? So think about it. Is it confidence? Do you want more flow, gratitude, courage? If you could pick one word that represents the energy, the attitude, or the mindset that you want to cultivate, what would it be? And visualize your words. Imagine your word glowing. See it spelled out in glowing white light. And imagine how embodying this word impacts your thoughts, your actions, and feelings. And now place your hand over your heart and repeat this word. So if my word is peace, say peace. And turn it into an affirmation that feels good for you. I am peace. Peace is my priority. I will protect my peace. And carry this word with you as your guiding light, aligning your actions, your mindset, and energy that you want to attract. Everything in your life has to support this word. You will manifest everything in all areas if you stay committed to that. So you can open your eyes if they were closed and come back to our session. But again, this is something I do sometimes once a week, but I do every year. Pick a word of the year to anchor what energy and it's kind of like my umbrella word. And again, peace was one. I had community was my word from last year. And as I'm entering this, next year, I start, reflecting. And I've asked myself, like, what do I want to feel as, I know we have a few months away till 2026. Sometimes your word comes a little sooner. Sometimes it doesn't come. And mine is authenticity. I want to be even more me in the work that I'm doing. So think about it. But one word, and that could be how you set up your affirmation, every day is I'm protecting my peace. Because that one word, a lot of times we think we want to manifest, having $1 million, but it's who we become in that process of it that we're, wanting to align with.
So in that case, saying I am abundant, right? If abundant, if you were looking for that $1 million, if that is the main intention, right? It's back to like who are you embodying? And I think it was Wayne Dyer who said, you don't get what you want, you get who you are. And I feel like, so it's back to, if you are abundance, if you call that into yourself and really believe it, then that is the precursor to $1 million. The one just little teeny tiny addition I wanted to make there, that I've been using in my affirmation is I choose. So like peace is a big one for me because I tend to run hot and I got a lot going on, and I will literally write down, like, if things are stressful, I'll say, I choose peace. And it just, that has, right. And it's been one more way to, for me to give myself that power back.
I love
Right.
that. That's such a good example. And it's just tuning into that. I think you're right. The Wayne Dyer, he says something, abundance isn't something we acquire, it's something we tune into or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And we become, okay. So with this power word, this magic word, how many times a day would you recommend we go through that exercise?
I would do what feels good for you. I think part of the work with affirmations, there's so many ways, right? Some people like to do the mirror work and they look in their eyes like some people in the shower. I do recommend you want to recite it using your word. You can do it in your mind. If you have, privacy, maybe you can say it out loud, but you do want to write it down. You want to write it down. That pen to paper power is something else. You talked to the beginning of the episode when Lady Gaga wrote down her speech. She had it in her head. It might have come true, but there's something about writing it down. So even if you write your word, on a Post-it or have a beautiful, customized something created digitally.
I like that white sign. I got my blue sign back here. I want to get my white. I want to get my word in a white neon sign.
Yeah. Think about like how your business. So think about it in that way. Like if you can, the embodiment of a word or a phrase or an affirmation, you own it like you own like the love for your business or your, the jewelry or the accessories. I have my name, Theresa. But, it's the same thing. Like maybe your word might be on the necklace and it's peace. And so I recommend, every day, peace is my priority. And then one way I like to align with it too is like, is this bringing me peace? Use that as your word. Is this supporting peace? Because then you can then really sift out, what's not supporting that. And that's how you get to that manifestation of peace in your life. So does that make sense? Sorry if was my exercise a little woo?
No, it was it's okay. So practical and really and it's something that to your point, it ultimately comes down to what everybody's comfortable with, but it's the kind of thing to me that it's just so easy to repeat that one word to oneself multiple times a day, right? Until it really becomes embodied, until it's like, oh yeah. And like you said at the beginning, if right now, say for example, somebody is living a little bit chaotically and they say, maybe they're not, maybe it would feel disingenuous to say I am peace because they're not, because they're chaotic, but I choose peace. I welcome peace. I invite peace, right? And that sort of that invitation in to me as a way to make it authentic is a giant first step. And you do it enough and your mind believes you. I mean, that's the thing. Our mind often doesn't know the difference between reality and what's in our minds, right? And we've all heard about phantom limb pain. To feel that's how we supercharge it. That's how we embody it.
Backed with heart power, I like to say. Is this backed with heart power? Because that's what's going to pull in your manifestation. Because it comes from like that soul, your.
So let me ask you one other question. And you may or may not know this, but I'm a big fan of angel numbers. And we joke about my team, 1 + 1 = 11, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equals 1,111, right? We all see those 1111 shows up on our phones. It's number of likes, 1,111. So we know numbers have power and magic. Do you feel the same for words?
Yeah, absolutely. And I, by the way, love angel numbers or repeated numbers. Some people think it's like, oh, it's a, coincidence, but it's still cool. Or some people think it's like your angel speaking to you. And I love them. I see them all the time. Yeah, I think with words as well. Absolutely. Sometimes a download, a word comes through that needs to be your word. That's why I like having the word of the year practice. I do it with all my friends. And sometimes they'll pick a word and they're like, oh, it's not my word anymore. And that's okay too. It's like, it's not, nothing's ever final. We could always decide and pivot.
Well, no, I just love that permission. And you alluded to it a little bit early on. I mean, when it comes to, okay, it's a new year, you've decided your word of the year, but it's like, it's your word. So if your word starts at peace and it's June and you are peace all day long and you're like, I'm going to the next level, I am abundance, get there, right? I mean, I feel like, especially women, good girls that follow the rules, oh no, it's the word of the year. I got to stick with the word of the year. I'm like, give yourself permission. And if you want to change your word a bunch of times because you feel it,
because something else becomes more important. Like, this is your game. Like, play your game, use your rules. You know what I mean? Versus saying, well, Theresa and Andrea said it's the word of the year. You know, it's
you
like,
have
well,
to stay committed to it. And sometimes we don't know, because I think that's why we don't manifest, and we feel like stuck, chaotic, all of it, whatever you word you want to describe it, because we're not sure. I mean, I'm still always ironing out clarity, and so sometimes it's just a step in the direction you need to go to reveal.
Preach to that, right? Because I feel like this comes up a lot. I mean, especially if you're earlier on your manifestation journey, it can feel confusing. Like, I don't know exactly what my intention should be. I don't know what my affirmation should be. I don't have real clarity. But to me, the answer is a little back to the gym analogy. It's like, if you've never been to the gym, do you take an aerobics class? Do you go swimming? Do you play basketball? Like, what do you like? And you try a few things, and eventually the answers start coming to you. But that's part of the process, right? And it can feel so overwhelming. And somebody like me who's so type A and so like hyperachievement oriented, it was like, I want all these things. I'm having a hard time figuring it out. It's like, Andrea, just get started. Just get started. You know what I mean? Because then the path kind of reveals itself. And then it's like, it's okay to it's not even a step back necessarily. It's like, oh, I'm going to go, I've gone left, but now I'm going to go right. And that's the right thing to do. Right. And it's like that. I feel like for me, I've developed so much more trust in myself in this process. And that has felt really good, because it's like, there are so many paths for me, Andrea, to have, ultimately the love, joy, gratitude, abundance, all those things, which is, to me, the most important, these ways that I feel and the people that I'm connected to. There are so many paths to get there.
I love it. I do love that you mentioned that, because sometimes you do need to slow down to speed up, or downsize to upsize, and I think we feel this, I fell off the wagon. There is no wagon. It's just a new moment to recreate, start.
Yeah, reset. Give yourself every chance, especially as a parent. You were talking about that. Oh, parents, come on, listen up. Stay with me. When we lose it, it's like, okay, reset now. Yeah, like, don't get stuck. Don't sit there and, echo all the, the guilt and all that stuff. Because that's so low vibe. And that's back to that, like, casting the wrong negative spell. It's okay, what can I learn? What can I choose? I'm going to choose peace next time.
I used to beat myself up too, because I think ego comes in for parenting. Like, oh my God, what will people think? Or my kids? So I just started to use it as an opportunity when I feel like, oh, that wasn't a great moment, because we're examples, like, of for everyone. Like, people watch you, Andrea, and they're like, wow, just your embodiment, how you show up is an example and inspiration. And then even when we have moments that aren't the best, we can use it as an opportunity. Like, hey, and I do that with my kids. I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, I'm so sorry. I was kind of reactive. And then I kind of, and so that they can then model and do that as well, like with me or, their friends. And I noticed that they can handle situations, especially when they lose it. And it's less and less that it happens, because now they're just more conscious and yeah. So,
and as parents, like you say, our energy, how we're showing up, has such an outsized impact on our kids. And oh my gosh, there's so much evidence and material about, we're labeling our kids and they're doing all this stuff wrong. And it's like, oh man, it starts with us. And that's the good news. It's not to parent shame. What I'm going to ask our audience to do, just on this note, where you feel like you repeat consciously to yourself certain things, where you feel like you make the same mistake and then you feel guilt and remorse. I just want you to just take a moment and notice. I don't want you to cling on to it. I just want you to notice. So then the next time it happens, because it is going to happen, so then you're able to be a little more gentle, a bit prepared to be curious, to notice, and then to do that reprogramming. And, whether it's you're using the word of the day, or we're going to get into crafting affirmations next, that's our third section. But it's important for those times when we lose it, and we do, all of us lose it, especially, with kids, it's real hard, moms or dads, to just anticipate, okay, this is where it happens a lot of the time. Here's what I'm going to do differently. Here's where I'm going to notice. Here's where I'm going to be more gentle.
Touch my swag. I look fly. Yeah, I look good.
Okay, so we're going into crafting affirmations that actually manifest success and our greatest desires. So how do we do that, Theresa? Walk us through the process.
Yeah. So we talked about what we want to bring in, right? Like I want to bring in peace. So that's your anchor. And then what I'd like people to do is you think of your goals, and it's easy to start because that could be overwhelming in itself. Maybe just start with the most important area of your life. Some people like to do it for all areas. So I like to craft an affirmation that's literally my affirmation for the year, usually in that particular, like if it's money or finances, if it's career, if it's relationship, if it's love, say you're like, I'm manifesting a partner that's aligned. So I like to craft affirmations for each area of life and let that be like my umbrella. And every day I'm like, how am I stepping into that? Like each day, am I, doing this for finances? Am I, embodying this in love? So that's one way to bring in. It's very easy to bring in. I have like on my website, free affirmations on my page. I even create an affirmation deck because it's not like automatic. Like it's hard. Like, where do I start? Oh my gosh. Just start with what you want to feel. If it's peace, beauty, health, I welcome health. I am healthy. So start there. That's how you craft them. There's lots of, I call them like sentence starters or affirmation starters. I have a downloadable I can share. It's kind of like those starters, like I will, I choose, depending on how deep you want to go. If you don't have bandwidth, I have my deck. I have people that I don't have bandwidth to like do it. So look for tools. It doesn't have to even be my own deck. You can find any affirmation deck because it's not automatic. Our subconscious automatic responses are get up, brush our teeth. We're not like, ooh, I worked at this so I can construct affirmations, but use tools, make it simple. And you pick your, I'm going to have you pick an affirmation. Pick an affirmation. Okay. Out of these two.
The one on your left.
Is it this, my left, this one?
Yeah, your left.
Okay.
Yeah, your left. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
I am, can't see it. I am capable. I am capable. That was your affirmation.
I am.
You are capable. But yes, I am magnetic. There's just, if you can't think of one with, the tips that we're talking about on this show, just look for tools around you. Again, the magic ones are going to be the heart power. That one word that you really want to feel in all areas of your life. So I'm always creating them. The other powerful thing, so you're bringing things in, but remember that we think 60 to 80,000 thoughts a day, and 80% of those are negative, right? Our subconscious are like negative. So you also want to clean house. What's on automatic, like what's on autoplay, right? That I've got to, rewire. So notice and catch yourself and what you're thinking. And you can tell what you're thinking by how you feel. Emotions are an indicator, right? So that's how I start. So if I wake up one morning and I'm like, I'm anxious. So find the opposite of what you want to feel. Like I'm ready to shift and feel peace and calm and trust that my day will be okay. Everything will be okay. I'm safe. So you almost like want to coach yourself. What would you tell a kid that felt that certain way? What would you tell someone you love? So you almost like treat yourself like, how you would to a little kid, a little toddler or whatever that was feeling those feelings. And that's how you can come up with affirmations. And that's how I, every day, that's what I do. Like if I have to show up and be powerful for a presentation, I create like, I show up powerfully and and you know what's amazing? You all, we can use AI with your phone's help. Like you are powerful, but like we have resources and yeah, I have them on my site. You can go, but take the power in your hands, be your own affirmation, babe, and create, be your own affirmation, babe, and use the tools that are around you. But where the power is, it's not one and done. It's every day committing to it, reprogramming, becoming it. So I hope that answered.
No, it's so good. And just adding that, something that you've talked about, it's the emotion and emotion and repetition is the bridge to embodiment, right? And we talked about that before, where it's like, well, if I'm trying to get to not even just a financial stability, if for a lot of you guys, I know you want financial wealth and you deserve it and you're gonna get it, but you got to believe it. So in that case, if you want to be a millionaire and you're in debt, it's going to be tough sledding to say I'm a millionaire, and instead just this idea of I invite in, I welcome in, right? Those words, and then you feel it right back to your heart power, and you do that enough, and that is to me, it's what you do, it's what I've done as well. It's like, oh my God, that embodiment is so powerful, And it can be so much faster than, guys, it can be so much faster than you can imagine, right? And the thing that I also want to give people permission to is stair step, this tension between what's believable, in terms of setting those intentions and what's a stretch. But no matter what, it's back to your point, Theresa, about using those affirmations successfully. It's like inviting them in, right? And that, that to me, it's just, that is that subconscious and energetic reprogramming, whether it's 10,000 or a million. It's like, well, what needs to happen is I need to feel that.
Yeah. I love, that's such a good point and example. And really just every day, like you said, I'm not a millionaire, might not feel real, but I welcome, financial empowerment tips. I pray for a shift and just start to really act like someone that is. What is someone that's a millionaire or financially empowered? What do they do? Who are they around? What are their choices? Maybe they're listening to podcasts that's about financial empowerment. We always want to get to the $1 million, but man, if you did, you'd probably lose it all. You hear about those people that win the lottery. So a lot of my manifestations that didn't come through, it's like, because I didn't have the capacity to hold it. So, right. So like we think it's going to fix the problem, but it's not. We have to learn how to handle debt. And it feels so good when you, just like you talked about your business, no one helped, but the journey, what you did and created on your own was, priceless.
Theresa, talk to me about I want versus I am versus I have, because I feel like there's been a lot of controversy around I want is coming from a place of lack and scarcity. Where do you come out on that debate?
So, yeah. And just like you mentioned, like I want is lack energy. So when you say I have or I am, you're embodying it. You're claiming it.
I'm inviting,
so you never
right?
Want. Yeah, I'm inviting. But you never want to say I want. So you can say I welcome, but want is like I need it, or it just has a different.
And I don't have it. Yeah. I'm telling the universe I don't freaking have it.
Yeah, I want it. But if I say I welcome, it's more of a neutral energy, and you're being honest with yourself.
Well, you're being open. Yeah, you're inviting it in, which to me is
inviting
like
it in.
That. Yeah, that I love that.
But it's
so
like
much.
I want love. I want. It actually blocks. It's interesting. Again, words matter. So the makeup of your words.
Well, there is magic.
Matter.
So yeah, just like we were talking about with the angel numbers, the want, they're sort of unconsciously
like a low
embedded
vibrational word. Yeah, want or I need and that's the thing with manifesting too. You never want to have like that manic manifesting desperate vibe either, right? It's like calm. It's trusting, like we said. I've been there where I'm like, oh my God, with money or whatever it is, even love. But really, it's the energy of like calmness behind it and certainty and not making sure like you're phrasing this in the most powerful way. Like every word is a piece to like this beautiful recipe, right? Like if you're making a cake, you don't have the oil, might not come out good. Same thing with your affirmation. I want lots of money, for this or that. It's gonna versus I'm attracting. So that sounds so much like powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you feel it. You definitely feel it. Let me ask one last question on this topic, just rewinding from a few minutes ago. So you were talking about kind of the word of the year, like, the main word, whether it's peace, abundance, magnetism. And then and I'd love to if you'd clarify for the audience, say probably the 5-6 main areas for most of us is relationships, family, if we have kids, or even if, parents and siblings, career, health, our personal lives, maybe something else. I don't know. But,
Yeah,
those are, for most people, it says, 5, 6, 7,
the main
areas.
pillars. I think they call them, the pillars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you recommend, if let's say the word is abundance, and would you say I feel abundant in my health, I feel abundant in my career, or would you say it's more appropriate that abundance is kind of a part of that? You were talking about the umbrella, kind of, it's almost like the part of the umbrella, but then you pick a different word that feels more resonant for each of those pillar areas.
Yeah. So what your main word is going to really affect all those areas. So you're going to feel abundant in relationships. You're going to feel abundant with money. So like one year, to give an example, my word was luxurious. So even when I was at home, like with family, it was simple, but it felt luxurious because we had some good food. That year I actually manifested, my car was so messed up. I had a Tahoe and I was like, gosh, I need this. I need a car. I manifested a car in 3 days. I was like, I'm going.
What kind of car did you get?
I ended up getting a Volkswagen Atlas, which I thought was luxurious for me because I had a Chevy Tahoe. I was like a Tahoe girl. They used to call me boss lady because it was black. I looked like in the mob. But that felt luxurious because I was at a point where I was like, I'm willing to drive like a Camry, and nothing against any, but I was like, I'll take anything. I don't need my big black car. But because I set the energy of luxurious, the guy that helped me, first of all, the general manager helps me out of nowhere and gives me this gonga deal. It was insane with like it was just magical. And he had all these little like Corolla, random other Kias. And it was like, here was this like Volkswagen. And it looks so luxurious.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So it does affect like in ways you can't even imagine. Luxurious energy. I got invited to stay at this beautiful resort. I got these luxurious perfumes that I've been wanting for Christmas. So just that embodiment again, you just become a magnet for it. So for whatever your word is, but it seeps into all areas. But yeah, does that answer your question?
Okay. Yeah, no, that is perfect.
Yeah.
And I want to use, I'm like, okay, I want a second word and it's going to be luxurious.
Oh,
I'm like, oh, that sounds so good. Lighting candles, doing all that fun stuff, making my home and my life even next level.
It does. And it doesn't have to be like expensive, right? Luxurious is like time. It's even falling in love with the mundane. Like I found that taught me I didn't need like what I thought I needed to feel luxurious. So it also, your word of the year teaches you like a soul lesson as well. It's pretty magical. Yeah.
No, I love that. It is amazing how that, I mean, back to like the power of intention, how it changes not just how you show up, but what you see and how you perceive things, creating either a virtuous cycle or kind of that vicious cycle, right? I mean, it's like the back to this life happening for me and it's luxurious and I'm noticing, and I can even have, sort of this feeling of luxury and relaxation in my own home versus life is happening to me. And now I'm noticing what's broken, what's not done. Right. I mean, it's profoundly impactful.
Once you start telling yourself you the baddest in the world, fuck even being the baddest, bitch. You're smart, you're intelligent, you're kind, you're genuine, you're generous. Once you start knowing who you are, how the next bitch feel about you can't affect you at all.
Okay, so we got a couple more to cruise through here. And we talked about this quite a bit, but just in case you have another comment or two, overcoming limiting beliefs with rewiring your reality. You talk about kind of identifying where resistance shows up in the body and subconscious. And I touched on that at the beginning because I've had to call myself out when I know I'm in resistance. So what do we do with resistance?
Oh, I think notice it. Like you said, what you resist persists. And sometimes that's where direction you need to go. I've noticed the things I've resisted and like avoided. So just face them, whatever it is. See them. They're not a threat. Work with it, create like that affirmation. I've done so many things myself. Yeah. Yes, I've had control over them, but I feel like I've lost more money in business doing that. Yeah. Because I was, again, like for whatever reason, wow, like outsource it,
Well, I'm going to add to that. Yeah. And just ask for help. I mean, I feel like, a lot of women, a lot of, like alpha women, it's like there is a weird badge of honor back to kind of that priming that we got unconsciously early on. It's like badge of honor, being completely independent. I can do it all. I should do it all. F that is what I say. Get help. I mean, I've got the greatest team in the world, and we keep building on our team through getting experts in, the agency space or contractors and so forth. And it has made what we're doing, I mean, it's really supercharged it. But it is coming over that, if you will, even that resistance and that programming where I should be able to figure it out on my own. I don't need help. I can do it myself. And there's a cost to that, especially for me as a mom. I mean, my desire to be independent and prove everybody has come to, it's been an expense simply on time with my kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And so at a certain point, you can do it all, but you're going to pay for it. Like you will pay for it. Right. Versus just saying, I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to get help. I'm willing to be humble. And, and certain people, they just love figuring stuff out. And that's great. Like if you love it, great. Like then do it. But if it's like, oh, this is a struggle, I don't love it, but something inside of me is kind of telling me I should. I feel like if there is a should, really revisit it. Really revisit. Just give yourself permission.
It's like it's like a low
want and should. Yeah, because again, that's kind of that programming that can be handed to us through generations. And, you know, I think we're all guilty. I'm certainly guilty of saying to people like, you should do this, you should do that. And it really, it's, I love the phrase, don't should on people. Hey, friends out there, don't should on anybody.
That is so
and
good.
don't should on ourselves.
Oh my God.
So
and
good,
you know,
right?
and this beautiful thing about it, don't let other people's shoulds dim your light and your power. That's, you have to like,
anybody should on you.
Yeah. Turn the mic down for those shoulds.
Yeah. No, totally. But then it's like back to just like this business of noticing and how these little teeny tiny subtle things back to being rooted in the language, because the language is connecting to the thoughts and beliefs and our hearts, that those little tiny calibrations that happen throughout the day after day, week after week, that really becomes a big flipping multiplier effect over time. Right. And that's what's, to me, exciting.
I've been that bitch. You feel me? I've been that bitch for so long now that it's natural being that bitch. Like, it's not like I have to force trying to be that bitch. I'm that bitch.
Okay, we got this last one. Thanks everybody for hanging in there. I know this has been such an amazing, intense, wonderful session. And we're going to give you a fun little TikTok right at the end, just something that to raise your vibe. Your last one, and this is so important to me, and it's such a great way to conclude the session. You talk about how gratitude makes you magnetic. Gratitude is such a high vibe power word. So talk just for a minute on how gratitude is a frequency amplifier.
Yeah. I always like to say that gratitude is my everyday prayer. Like, I start my day with thank you, not what I want, you know?
Love it.
Really,
thank you for what I have, right?
Yeah. And I focus on what's there, not what's missing. I focus on the good. So gratitude doesn't necessarily have to be like, I'm so thankful for this and this. Some days it could, but your gratitude could look like, what was the best thing that happened today? I like to use that one because sometimes it does feel robotic, like I'm checking off a list because I know I need to have gratitude. But again, just like heart power, real magic, gratitude power, that's going to be so magnetic and literally accelerate your manifestations, is just being so grateful. But do it in the way that feels good. So maybe gratitude today for you might be like, I'm going to actually message a specific person. Maybe they really helped me this week, because we're so fixed on what hasn't been done, what we still need to manifest. But what about looking about your whole life? What have you already manifested up until now? And be so grateful and swim on what you've already created and what's here now, because that truly expands. I know it's like so cliche, but then again, that's also another practice too. But if you make saying your positive affirmations, reframing, those negative words, and then using gratitude, it is life-changing. It is pure gold. Your life turns to gold. And I feel like all my manifestations have accelerated using gratitude, focusing what I had. It just expands. They even say you get, hits of dopamine, serotonin, and then it's actually good for your immune system. People who are grateful don't get the flu. That's what they say.
There's so much. No, there is so much evidence. In fact, Joe Dispenza talks about how when you are in gratitude, it's like, let's face it, guys, you can't be in gratitude and anxiety at the same time, right? Those don't coexist physiologically, right? Because in gratitude, you're in your parasympathetic nervous system, right? That rest and digest. And when you're in anxiety or fear, that's the sympathetic nervous system, so-called fight or flight, right? So Joe Dispenza talks about they've done him and his partners have done such amazing research where Joe talks about how when you are in a state of gratitude, how it literally changes how your heart beats.
When you're grateful, your heart starts to beat in a more rhythmic way that causes the arteries in your heart literally to swell, to open up. And so when you actually feel gratitude, there's a physiological component that takes place where your heart feels full. And when energy or blood makes it to the heart, it's a different consciousness, right? It's a different level of awareness than when you're feeling resentful or you're feeling impatient. We saw that when a person's feeling gratitude, once energy makes it to the heart, somehow it begins to move to the brain. And if you would imagine grabbing taking a big sheet and going like this. It's almost like the heart is causing this beautiful pattern of energy move into the brain, causes the brain to move into these beautiful alpha brainwave states. That is that state of imagination. So we teach people then to feel grateful for things that they haven't had yet, as well as the things that they have in their life. And it tends to produce profound changes in their biology.
And that impacts the electromagnetic field that you talked about. It gets you into a parasympathetic state, which is a state of relaxation. It is a state of calm. It is the rest and digest state. It is a state of receptivity versus the sympathetic state where you are fight or flight. You're in defense mode, right? And so there is, to your point about how it improves your immune system, that is real, people. It changes you physiologically. And guess what? We all know this. It feels so good. And when you're feeling good, you're showing up in a way that makes you more high vibe.
Yeah.
Right? Because we've all been in that ugly state where we are the opposite of gratitude. We are victims. We are mad. We are blaming. We are shaming. We are blaming and shaming ourselves. We're blaming and shaming everybody around us. And that is so low vibe. Right. And ultimately back to the beginning of the conversation, both are a choice. Both are a choice.
Yeah. And you'll know where you're landing your choice because you'll feel like you just won't feel right. You'll feel contrast, and you're like, oh, I'm focusing on the bad. Even myself, there's times where I'm like, oh, I'm like choosing to not focus on the good right now. I'm looking at what's still left to do, what's still missing, what I haven't done. But it's so powerful. I do it morning and night, like before, right when I wake up and then before bed, and sometimes in the middle of the day when I need to pick me up. And especially when you're feeling like, I don't know, if you're having an off day and things aren't going right, the most powerful way to shift it, of course, gratitude, but it's also just doing something for someone else. Like, what can I give what can I give is such a powerful energy.
Yeah, no, it's such a great reminder, right? And especially, whether you're working mom, working dad, working for, anybody, it's like we're all busier than ever, right? And it's like we're in that we're entrained to think, God, we're just so busy. We just need to, me, I need to get through my list. But that shift, that openness to, to your point, whether it's do something for somebody else, or I'm even thinking right now, I'm gonna commit right now every day this week for the next week, and maybe I'll go 2 weeks and then 3 weeks. Every day I'm gonna write a message to somebody, just noticing what I'm grateful for them, family, friend, colleague, and because I feel like gratitude is it's a feeling, yes, but it is also a practice. So you're motivating me to be even more proactive. And now I'm going to ask everybody watching, we're almost done here, folks. I want you right now to do a 30-second gratitude blast. Speak out loud 5 things you're deeply grateful for. Or if you're like, oh, that feels weird, just say it in your own mind. Don't overthink it. Just feel it. And then when we conclude, just write those things down, right? And because I just feel like there are so many things. I mean, I can sit here and look around. I got this beautiful new lamp from the wonderful consignment boutique. I love you, ladies. And I was in the shop the other day. I'm like, you know how much I just love those lamps? Like, I got a pair of them. It's like, I love talking to you. I'm so grateful for you, Theresa. Hannah and Lily, you are there producing the show. It is fantastic. I've got this wonderful orchid that I got on sale from King Super sitting on my desk. And I am planning to I'll be picking my son up from the airport tonight. Can't wait to see him. I mean, did you see 5 quick things? Like, I didn't even take 30 seconds. It took like 10 seconds. Like, it's all around us, right? But it's that noticing and that's that intention. So it is really, to me, such a gift to speak with you, Theresa. I want to play one more last fun little thing just to end on an even higher fun note.
I am healthy. I am wealthy. I am rich. I am that bitch. I am going to go get that bag and I am not going to take your shit. I am protected, well respected. I'm a queen. I'm a dream. I do what I want to do and I'm who I want to be because I am me.
I love that. Big shout out to Baby Tate. That's on my playlist. And I know there are a bunch of people that I'm friendly with. That's like their song every single day. It's like a whole long thing. But it really is back to the beginning and throughout this entire conversation, Theresa, how we talk to ourselves and the spells that we are putting on ourselves and those around us through the language we choose, through the beliefs that we feel, tapping into our heart power, as you talked about. I mean, we all have more power than we often give ourselves credit for. And affirmations and using words magically, like you say, is such a powerful way to supercharge living our dreams and achieving and receiving all we desire. Anything else you want to end with before we wrap up, Theresa?
No, just my favorite thing is thank you. My favorite prayer. So thank you. I'm so excited and just much love and just wishing everyone just a magical year. Pick that word, manifest it like a boss.
I love it. Okay. So we're wrapping up here, guys. Before we do, you can follow Theresa and get her amazing affirmations. She's got cards. She's got everything in the affirmation space you can get if you follow Theresa at I Am Affirmation Babe on Instagram. That's where you can get so much more of Theresa, and you can get her literally every day and go back into her amazing archives. Her work is so beautiful. And is there a course? Is there a guide? Is there anything else that, for people who really want to go even more deeply into the work that you do? Is there anything else that you want to shout out?
Thanks for asking. If you follow me at I Am the Affirmation Babe on Instagram, it's the one spot. It's chill, one place. It's not that hard. But I will share in my stories when I have master classes, and soon to come a little membership community where I will put up all my classes. I have tons of creations that I've done around teaching affirmations, how to manifest love, how to, attract abundance, prosperity. And then also I have a podcast, so you can tune into there where I go deeper in some of these teachings as well. And because I love heart, it's called Heart to Talk with Theresa Cesare. So you will see that if you follow me at I Am the Affirmation Babe, all my other platforms and courses and upcoming amazing things to come. So yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, you've been an incredible guest. Okay, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. I know this was a bit of a longer episode, but I hope you got as much out of it as I did. It was incredible. I feel so energized and supercharged just to take my affirmations practice to the next level. Just last quick shout out. If you don't have the Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it at thepowerofmanifestation.com, because we are featuring some great affirmations. A lot of the things that we talked about here are teed up because it's hard to remember everything we talked about, but I want to make sure it's really easy. And to me, it's all about internalizing it. It's actioning it. It's not just watching and saying, oh, that was so entertaining and aren't they cute? And we are. And that was entertaining. But I really, really, really want you to take action. And using the handbook is a powerful way to do so. With that, I look forward to seeing you on the next session of the Power of Manifestation. Have a blessed day. And I'm going to end with what Theresa said. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about this stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback, I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to host this session called Wake Up, Show Up, Light Up, Making Mindset Your Secret Superpower. I am joined by a truly incredible guest, one of my favorite people, Dr. Dan Siegel. For those of you who are familiar with Dan, get excited. For those of you who are not familiar with Dan, get even more excited. He is such a pioneer, such a luminous soul. I can't say enough good things. And boy, does he ever deliver such amazing, actionable, practical, truly incredible wisdom. Backed by neuroscience, mindsight isn't just an interesting theory. It is a genuinely trainable superpower that transforms how you live, feel, connect with others, and experience life. And honestly, it is the gateway to super consciousness. No joke. All right, guys, let's get into it. I am so excited to introduce Dr. Dan Siegel. Dan is the founding co-director of the UCLA Mindful Awareness Research Center and founder and director of education of the Mindsight Institute, with numerous bestsellers and a professional series of textbooks. He's a leading voice in interpersonal neurobiology, shaping minds worldwide with wisdom and compassion. And he is a total rock star. Dan, thanks so much for being in our manifestation event. Thank you so much. Great to see you again.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So in this session, we're going to take you through 3 main parts to achieve greater mindsight. No surprise here. They are wake up, show up, and light up. And then Dan is going to take us through his groundbreaking, super compelling meditation. So let's get started. Dan, you ready?
Sure.
So part 1, wake up, introducing mindsight. The connection between mindsight and greater consciousness is profound. Mindsight is essentially a gateway to expanded consciousness, and you are famous for developing it. What is that, and how does it help improve greater consciousness?
Well, thank you, Andrea, and thanks for these questions. You know, mindsight is a word, of course, but it's a word that means the ability to sense the mind. And the sight part of it is just like you have eyesight and you can see the physical world. This is the kind of sight that allows you to perceive the see inside, the mental world of emotions, thought, memory, meaning, beliefs, longings, desires, wishes, all these kinds of things that we have in our what's called subjective world, that even though the word subjective can sometimes be used in a negative way, like, oh, that's not real, it's just subjective. It turns out that in our lives, human lives, being tuned into your own subjective life, your inner mental sea, and the inner mental sea of other individuals who live in other bodies, or even the individual lives of other living beings, is the best way to feel connected and have a sense of belonging, and to be seen and to be able to soothe each other. So that ability is necessary. For example, I'm a physician for my work in medicine, but when I was a student, the professors didn't show it. I didn't have a name for it. No one had a name for it. So I ultimately, this is the late 70s, I dropped out, thought about doing other things. Ultimately, when I decided to come back to school, I had to make up a word for what I had learned in my time away, was that the mind was real. And not only real, it was really important. So I went back with this word mindsight back in 1981. And since then, everything I've been doing, whether my initial foray into pediatrics and then doing psychiatry of all sorts, including research psychiatry, studying parent-child relationships, and then looking at consciousness, all that stuff, mindsight was at the foundation of it. And it includes 3 things: insight into your own mental sea, empathy for the sea of another person, but then approaching that where you differentiate and link, which has the word integration. So it's integration. And what we say is integration made visible is kindness and compassion. So mindsight is insight, empathy, and integration, where integration is kindness and compassion. And then you get this whole way of living, basically, a mindsightful way of living brings well-being, because integration is the base of health. So that's now 5 of my books all summarized into one paragraph. And now
That's
you don't have to read any of them.
We want to read them all now. And we're in part 3, we're going to dive more deeply into integration. But this idea of mindsight, it's not just being aware, it's aware of being aware, as you describe it. And some would even say it's meta-awareness, and that's the bedrock of higher consciousness. Would you agree with that?
That's a good place to start, in the sense that, like, for example, if someone is, let's say, angry at a neighbor because their dog was barking too much, you could be aware of your anger and then, hit your neighbor's dog.
Don't do that. Everybody listening, do not hit the neighbor's dog,
do
but
not
keep
do
going.
That, right. So there,
or any dog.
simple awareness of your anger doesn't bring you to this higher state. So if you're aware of what's in your awareness, so, wow, my dog's barking so much it woke me up. I'm filled with anger because it wasn't right that I was woken up. He should train his dog not to bark or whatever. I'm now aware of my anger within awareness. So it's meta means something onto itself, meta awareness. So this skill, this mindsight skill, to know I have a mind which has an emotion, in this case, in this moment, it's anger at my neighbor and my neighbor's dog. So even if I feel my body wanting to punch the dog, I don't do it because that's not kind or compassionate. To put it very simply, it's you realize anger is a stuff of your mind. It's not something that has to take you over. And that would change the entire world if people develop this mindsight skill of saying, there is anger inside my awareness rather than, I'm angry, like that. Because I am angry, you identify. Anger.
I am versus I'm aware that I am angry, that there is anger inside of me, right? It almost like you're creating some distance with it, right?
Exactly. That's the difference and the distance that makes all the difference.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so how do people, the theory is great. How do people cultivate that kind of mindset that can make that transformative difference?
One of the ways is in what's called reflective dialogue. So when parents speak to their children about the inner nature of the mind, these mindsight conversations are how we actually cultivate this capacity. So there's a study, I'll just summarize it very briefly, of children who were deaf, raised by deaf parents, children who were deaf, same age, raised by hearing parents. By age of 3, they tested these, what in research terms, now we have the term theory of mind. It's pretty much similar to mindsight. It was developed around the same time, that name. So when a kid is in one group, they develop their mindsight abilities, these theory of mind tests they pass with flying colors. And the other group, they didn't pass at all, really. They looked like they were mindsight challenged, We had theory of mind deficits is what the research showed. So which group was which? Now, it turns out that the kids with hearing parents lacked mindsight, and the kids who were deaf, who had deaf parents, had mindsight. And what the researchers suggested was that the conversations you could have when you are a deaf parent who knows how to do sign language in a very sophisticated way would allow that parent, for example, if a child at 3 is riding a tricycle, falls off the tricycle, the parent who is deaf can sign language, oh, that must have been so scary for you, a mindsight statement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that must hurt so much, the scrape on your knee. Let me hold you, comforts them with sign language, and then says, that must have been so frightening. You were so excited about riding your tricycle and you hit a rock and it flipped over and you didn't know to be careful about rocks. Oh, that's a hard thing. All about what's called mentalese, the language of the mind. You're talking about fear, surprise, what you could learn from the experience, how you're going to go forward in time, about memory, all this kind of stuff. The other parents, equally loving, but not sophisticated in sign language, go, get up,
Okay, let me push back there a little bit. Maybe, but I could see the hearing parent saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you," and be empathetic, right? I don't know that.
But they wouldn't know how to communicate that.
But wouldn't they? Oh, I get it.
They could say it. They would say it, but the kid wouldn't hear it.
Got it. Okay, got it. So they're
They
not
could
able
say
to
all-
read
they
their
could
lips.
say all the exact same things with their mouth.
Right,
but the kid wouldn't receive it because they're deaf.
Right, got it. Okay,
So this is where
they're
it
just
becomes such an important study, right? It's like a dialogue, a conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so you've referred to quantum-inspired views of consciousness, describing a plane of possibility beneath our ordinary thoughts and perceptions, and that this is a state of open awareness, allowing for greater consciousness. Is that what we can tap into by practicing mindsight more effectively?
Well, Andrea, this is fantastic. First of all, it's a great question. And it's a huge leap for anyone listening to go from like...
I know, but I know you're there for it.
Especially the example of just a kid riding a trike. But yeah, it's a great question. And it was like a surprising turn in my own journey. Basically, to give you like the 30-second background, it became clear that you could say what the mind was as a process arising from energy flow that was in the body, not just your head, but also in our relationships. So that's the first thing. The second thing was to say that you could say that health came when an aspect of the mind that I named years ago, 35 years ago, called self-organization, was at the heart of health. And optimal self-organization arose from something we're going to name as integration. All that being said is, if you combine that statement, integration creates health, with a second, what's called consilient finding, you need awareness or consciousness for intentional change. Then if you decided you wanted with your patients, which I did years ago, to integrate consciousness, then you can actually develop mindsight. And also what happened was there is a table in my office. We still have the table. Center is glass hub, outer wooden rim. And people didn't want to call it the table of awareness, so they named it the wheel of awareness. And then what happened was the differentiation of consciousness could happen when you said if I say, hello, Andrea, you had awareness that I said, hello, Andrea, right? Right. So that's kind of this flow of information inside of you. But before I say it, you don't know what I'm going to say. So there's this interesting thing about being aware of something right now. Hello, Andrea. But before I say it, there's still awareness, but there's nothing in it. So this is, you can differentiate the knowns, in this case, the sound, hello, Andrea, from the knowing, the awareness that I said it. We put the knowing in the hub of this table, the wheel, and we put the knowns on the rim, and we divide the knowns into all sources of energy flow from outside the body, like in what you see or hear, or taste or touch or smell, inside the body for the feelings in the body. And then we go and explore it with mental life, probably happening up in your head's brain, emotions, memories, thoughts, things like that. And then we even explore relational field awareness, a sense of connection to people on the planet. And then we move this singular spoke of attention around. So that being said, after doing that with my patients, then my students, then workshop participants, and then now it's been 65,000 people I've done it with in person. We've had a lot more stream it from our website, where they can experience it. So what happens is people got in the hub. There's a place where you bend this singular spoke around into the hub itself. So you're just literally dropping into pure awareness, and time would disappear. You felt connected to everyone, everything. There were no more noun-like entities. It was all verb-like emergences and unfoldings. And I happened to be working with a bunch of physicists, quantum physicists, and I asked them about, what is time and what is energy? And ultimately what they said was energy is the movement from possibility to actuality, which is kind of bizarre.
Hang on, say it again.
Well, this is a quantum physics definition of energy, which is relevant for our discussion because back in 92, I proposed that the mind was an emergent property of energy flow.
And you are a pioneer in this, because isn't that exactly what it is? There's a renaissance right now along these lines. And I say pioneer really with so much respect and appreciation, because I feel like now, 30 something years later, people are starting to understand what you identified 30 something years ago.
Apparently, yeah, that's what it seems to be happening. So energy, but from these quantum physicists, is defined as the movement from possibility to actuality, is what energy flow means. Time, it turns out we have two realms that is in our one reality. We have two realms. It's like walking on land, you have certain properties. And then if you jump into a lake, you have other properties of what it's like to swim in the water, right? No one like freaks out, oh my God, there's water properties and land properties. But we get used to that. Physics has demonstrated, and aspects of it were just given the Nobel Prize in 2022, has demonstrated that we have these two realms. So there's a large object macro state realm that Isaac Newton figured out, a long time ago, hundreds of years ago. And then there is the microstate, realm that quantum physics figured out about 100 years ago. And that realm is where things are smaller than an atom. Electrons and photons are units of energy. So it's important, if you're going to really say mind is an emergent property of energy, at least to open your mind, now that we have a definition of it, to what energy really is. And in that sense, like a unit of energy, quanta is called a probability field, which is weird to think about. But it's basically everything is about certainty versus uncertainty, levels of probability. And when you draw this out, what's called the quantum vacuum is a mathematical space. It's known as Arthur Zients, the emeritus quantum physics professor from Amherst, calls it the formless source of all form. That's a physics term.
It's sounding, what's the word? Meta, to say the least.
And, this sea of potential is also what it's called. I call it the generator of diversity, the GOD.
GOD, generator of diversity.
Yeah,
I love
it's where
that.
all possibilities are sitting before they move upward into probabilities and then actualities. And so I graph this out, check it out with my quantum physics colleagues. They say we don't have a graph of it, but yes, that's what we mean. And in terms of the time question you're asking, because we had time to talk about it in this monastery we were staying at, in the Newtonian macrostate large object realm, we have something called the second law of thermodynamics, which means that stuff tends to fall apart. It goes towards what's called entropy. Okay, so when you're in a large object like a body, that second law of thermodynamics applies, which means there's directionality of change. That directionality of change is named the arrow of time.
Okay, so, that makes sense. I'm tracking.
Equations that you have for, let's say, in a Newtonian macrostate world, let's say the equations for I'm building a car, I want to build brakes for that car, so I know when there's a red light, 100 feet away, a human being will take this amount of time to press on the pedal for the brakes. The car will stop in time, so I don't become one with everything in the intersection. Right?
Not yet.
Right. So that requires the time variable. So time is our awareness of the arrow of time, the directionality of change towards entropy. But in the quantum realm, there is no time variable.
It's all at once, right?
Well, you could call it a space-time continuum. So it's all at once. It's timeless. It's eternity in that sense.
Right.
And it's also, there are no noun-like entities. So in the physical world of the Newtonian, things have separation. Andrea's body's there.
My glass.
Glass is
You've
there.
got your
Dan's
glasses.
body is here.
Yeah.
And it's separated across time and space, four-dimensional. However, the 2022 Nobel Prize was given to show that non-locality has been now proven, which means that if you couple energy units, like electrons, let's say, and separate them out by 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 miles, whatever, Newtonian spatial separation does not impede quantum relationality.
And what does that mean in simple terms?
That means when you flip the electron here, it's paired up electron 1,000 miles away will change its flip, its spin instantaneously.
Oh, wow.
And
okay.
it is not something traveling that fast. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. No, nothing's traveling faster than the speed of light. It's that their relational connections, their spin is complementary, and it'll change if they're right next to each other, or they're changed 1,000 miles. And now we even have evidence that things millions of miles away do that based on when the Big Bang happened and all sorts of stuff. But the bottom line of that is non-locality is now proven. Now, it's a big jump to go from how two electrons are relating to each other to talk about minds relating to each other.
I was going to say, I think we're back to consciousness now, Dan. I'm tracking.
But when you add the added dimension of that, you probably remember from high school of the double slit experiment, that the act of observation changes the wave function, is one way to say it. It collapses the probability distribution into a particle rather than a wave. You know, that makes some physicists, not all of them, but some very esteemed physicists say consciousness is primary. And in that view, what you would see then is that the bodies we're in are not creating consciousness. They're antennae, I guess would be the plural, that are immersing themselves in a universe of consciousness, and just things are flowing through us. We're not creating them.
You know how I think of it, Dan? I think of myself as a transducer, right? Receiving and radiating out, and the transducing part, it's not just in and out, that there is a change that occurs within this body, this nervous system, this consciousness. So that's, and there's this idea of us as tuners. So I love that. Yeah.
So the plane of possibility is an aspect of the graph that I drew for the physicists that visualizes this sea of potential, this quantum vacuum, this formless source of all form, the generator of diversity, on a graph where there's an X, Y, and a Z axis. We don't have to get into now. But the bottom line is the plane is what the hub of the wheel looks like it is coming from. So when you allow your energy to drop into this maximal uncertainty place, which is what the plane of possibility is, people start experiencing love, connection, joy, being at home, peace, feeling
That's
connected
oneness,
to everyone
right?
and everything. What's that?
That's the oneness, right? That's the oneness that we all crave. And I feel like in the absence of that sense of separation is what creates a lot of pain and suffering.
Exactly. And that's why the journey to the plane of possibility, and now getting to your original question, how do you teach this?
Mindsight.
I do the wheel of awareness every day.
Yeah.
In the wheel of awareness, you get an opportunity to access the plane of possibility. When you do it every day, like my colleagues and I do, you learn to swim in the water of the quantum realm, which is timeless, filled with love. And you walk on the land realm, the Newtonian realm, that you have a body that's not going to live forever. And you're able to hold both realms in one lifetime.
I could end this conversation right now just with that, but I'm not going to, because that was so beautifully summarized. Perfect. Thank you. And I feel it. And by the way, just because I am also such a proponent, I too do a daily heart-centered meditation, and it's been a game changer for me. And so it's just something that, talking to our audience, don't skip this part, people. Every day, whether it's Dan's amazing Wheel of Awareness or some other form of heart-centered meditation, tapping into that is what enables you to get to that plane of possibility and have the kindness and have the love and manifest everything you want. And by the way, I don't even think you're going to want all the stuff if you got the love and joy and compassion, because that's what matters most.
Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Ow, ow, ow.
So you talk about this being your main tool for developing mindsight. It trains your mind to observe without becoming what it sees. It connects your inner awareness with outer reality, and something you and I have talked about quite a bit. It expands our identity from me to me, something that I love, the self, the other, and the world. And then it's not just psychological. We talked about this, how it taps us into the plane of possibility. So with no further ado, do you mind just walking us through how long does it take? Maybe 10 minutes or so?
Yeah. So in broad terms, in research terms, there's 3 pillars of mind training that in other meditation practices have been shown to do all sorts of great things. Reduce stress hormone, improve immune function, improve cardiovascular function, reduce inflammation in your body by epigenetic changes. These molecules on top of your genes can reduce inflammation. It helps actually optimize an enzyme called telomerase that repairs and maintains the ends of your chromosomes. Those 5 things, if you heard a vitamin did it, you run out to the store and buy that vitamin and take it every day. So these 3 pillar practices build those 5 changes, molecular changes of medical health. It also creates integration in the brain, which is the base of well-being and resilience. So 3 pillars are training attention to be focused, training awareness to be open, and training intention to be kind. So you're training attention, awareness, intention. And the wheel, by good luck, has all 3 that research on other practices show create these positive changes. So those are usually separate practices, each of those 3. So the wheel has all 3 at once. So one of the reasons I do it every day is I know the research shows that literally it'll increase your health span, it'll slow the aging process, and just give you this resilience. So why not do it?
Mm-hmm. Well, and it makes your life so much more joyful, right? And back to this idea of being able to be present. Let's face it, we all have problems. Things go wrong. You spill the milk, etc. What I have found is by being so much more present and following a similar practice is that that resilience makes me such a better problem solver, to find the humor, and just to find that even when something goes wrong or is unexpected, to say, ooh, maybe this is a possibility that is going to open up something new for me, right?
Exactly.
Maybe this is a gift rather than, oh no, and I'm falling apart and I'm upset. I mean, it really shifts the paradigm in a profound way.
Yeah. And that's why making it a regular practice is just you get in the habit, and you're more likely to happen if you make it a regular practice. So, I mentioned the elements of it. Basically, if you picture a wheel where there's a center hub that is a metaphor for awareness, the knowing of consciousness. The rim represents all the things that could be known. And a singular spoke is a metaphor for the focus of attention. And the spoke comes from the hub to the rim until we get to the part where you actually bend the spoke around into the hub itself. And basically you explore on the first segment of the rim, energy from outside the body. So what you hear, see, smell, taste, and touch. You do those very slowly, systematically, and just absorb that. And if you get distracted, you can always begin again. You return to wherever we're at in the practice, knowing that the mind just gets distracted. Being kind to yourself is important. Then you move the spoke over to the second segment. Now you're developing something in science called the sixth sense. After the 5 senses in the outside world, now you're in the inside world of the body. And this is, sensations in your muscles, bones, organs. You go through them systematically. I walk you through the whole thing. This develops the interoceptive ability that's mediated in a certain part of the brain called the insula. And what my colleagues at UCLA were able to show is if you do practices like these, like a body scan, scanning the body, you actually grow the strength and size of that insula, which is a direct portal to knowing what's going on in your body, which is the starting point for empathy.
Okay.
Right.
Wow,
So
I didn't know that.
interoception is the foundation of empathic ability. You got to be in touch with your body to be in touch with the internal state of others. So that's
Well, I just want to pause right there because and when I think about how much I was in my head for a very long time and started this kind of practice, this idea of embodiment, I feel like that's a buzzword that we're hearing about, but it is to me such a practical, non-theoretical mandate, like you say, for better health, for longevity, and the empathy piece. And you talk a lot about, you connect the dots so beautifully around just the connectedness and how by doing this kind of work and using Mindsight, how that can supercharge our relationships. And so I just didn't want to gloss over
I mean, when I think of empathy as a superpower. But if we're disconnected from our bodies and because we're always in our heads, it just we're at a deficit.
I agree. The embodiment, then the wheel of awareness helps you get that, and then you go on to the next segment of the rim, which is mental life, which gives you this amazing ability in the hub of awareness to now you're going to start going from the focused attention training to now the open awareness to just seeing whatever arises. And I've had so many people who are usually flooded with thoughts. I say, okay, in this practice, you just invite anything in. Nothing comes in. Their mind is quiet for the first time in their lives. And they go, oh my God, this is so peaceful. First they say it's so weird, so strange. I go, well, tell us what strange feels like. They go, oh, so peaceful, so joyous, so calm, and
present, right?
And just present. And that is what presence comes from, that pure awareness. So then you get some pure awareness there in the open awareness. Then if you're willing to do the advanced step, you bend the spoke around or just get rid of the spoke and just drop right into the hub. And this is where the timelessness and joy often come up. Some people get freaked out and get scared, which is really a rim fear. When you really get into it, they develop this fear of uncertainty, which is what pure awareness is in this model. So you can really see why embracing uncertainty is really embracing freedom, because that's where your other options are sitting, right? So then you move the spoke over after that to the fourth and final segment, which is our relational sense. And then you end with these research-proven statements you say in your inner voice of care and kindness, ending with mwe, M-W-E. Me plus we is the integrated identity of we. And that's why I try not to say things like self, other, in the world, because the self in this book I wrote, Interconnected, I try to do a whole book defending this sentence I'm about to say. Yourself is other people.
Totally.
Other people. If we want to refer to that personal self, call it a personal self or an inner self or an individual self, that's totally fine, because the other is yourself and the forest is yourself. So it's hard to do because we're so used to saying self and other, and people mean well by it for sure, but it's unintentionally creating a division that we want to try to stop.
Oh, totally. And it's a radical view, but it is such a right on view. And I think to the extent that becomes a practice, and just back to how, this is part 2, show up, wheel of awareness, it strikes me to allow that as a possible, doing the mindset, opening up, transmuting fear and trauma and all that stuff, and allowing that as a possibility, surrendering to that as a possibility, it's a radical, profound, transformational thing that I have not mastered, but I buy into it and believe it entirely. And it's so cool that you've been such a advocate proponent of that, because it really is, it's radical. And the sent back to what you were talking a few minutes ago about separation, when we approach other and instead as we, it really is it's a radical, again, paradigm shift. Okay, we are going to get the opportunity to have Dan take us through his legendary wheel of awareness. But before he does that, I just really want to tee up what this is and why it's so important. This wheel of awareness and this practice, it's not just psychological. He describes it, as we were talking about a few minutes ago, but just to really underscore the point, this idea of tapping into the plane of possibility. This is a field of open potentiality between thought, where true creativity, intuition, healing, and even love arise, enabling us to be more connected, where each of us can create that bedrock of higher consciousness, which is game on when it comes to really powerful manifestation, where honestly, genuinely everything is possible. So I don't want you guys to skip over this. I don't want you to say, oh, let me just quickly run and grab a muffin and a cup of coffee or whatever. I mean, grab your muffin and cup of coffee, and then come and do it with me. So let's do this, guys. Let's have Dan walk us through the wheel of awareness meditation.
So just imagine the wheel of awareness with the center hub of knowing and the outer rim of the knowns and a spoke of attention. And we begin with just a focus on the breath, just to get us grounded and centered. Just ride the wave of the breath in and out. And now letting the breath go as a focus of attention. Let yourself center in the hub of knowing of the wheel of awareness. And this will be a condensed wheel where with each breath you can imagine just moving the spoke of attention around, but because my breath is a different timing than yours, it may not be exactly in sync, but you'll get a sense of the cadence in which we'll go around the wheel. And again, this is where the sense of knowing is represented in the metaphor of a hub. The spoke of attention will be a singular spoke. So when we go, for example, with sound, we focus on sound, let sound go, focus on light, let light go, etc. One sense at a time. So begin with sending the spoke out to the first segment of the rim and letting hearing be our first focus, and let sound fill awareness. And then moving the spoke over to the sense of sight, letting light coming through closed eyelids or eyelids gently opening, let light be the focus. And then moving to the sense of smell, sense of taste, sense of touch, and now taking a deep breath and imagine moving the spoke of attention over to the next segment of the interior signals of the body, muscles and bones and organs. Let's begin with the facial region and just let this flow go from the face to the forehead and scalp, the ears, the throat and neck, down to the shoulders, streaming attention down both the arms to the ends of the fingers, back to the upper back and chest, the lower back and muscles of the abdomen, the hips, streaming attention down both legs, the ends of the toes, and then bring the attention to the pelvic region, to the genitals, and now bringing attention to the internal intestines, the abdomen, deep inside, following those gut sensations up inside the abdomen, up to the top of the abdomen, to the stomach region. And then following those sensations up through the esophagus that connects stomach, up through the chest to the interior of the throat, inside of the mouth. And moving to the respiratory system behind the cheekbones with the sinuses, back of the nose, inside of the mouth, and then down the front of the throat, sensing the trachea, the tube that brings life-giving air down inside the chest, where the lungs on both sides of the chest expand and contract. Centering attention in the heart region, and letting the whole of the body fill awareness. And now bringing attention from these interior singular parts of the body to the whole of the interior of the body. And now taking a deep breath. And we move to the third segment of the rim. So we put the spoke on mental activities. And in this condensed form, just being open to whatever arises. Nothing may come, a couple of things may come, many things may come. Just sense those things or the lack of them and just feel what that feels like. A bring it on attitude. And then opening to the hub itself, bending that spoke around and just resting in awareness. That plane of possibility, deep beneath all those plateaus and peaks. And then from this openness of awareness, this hub of the mind, imagine moving the spoke over now to the final part of our practice, our interconnections. And just let your sense of relatedness from this body experience we have to those closest to you here in the room, physically next to you, and the connection to people outside of this room, people you work with, your family, friends, people who live in your city, your state, your country, and then opening to a sense of connection to all human beings who share this wonderful and wondrous planet, this place we've named Earth. And then opening finally to a sense of connection to all living beings on Earth. And then one final set of the practice is just to send out wishes to all living beings, to ourselves, and to our interconnected selves, the we, that is an integrated identity. We say, may we be happy. May we be healthy. May we be safe. And may we flourish and thrive. And then finding the breath once again. And now taking a bit of a deeper breath, we let this wheel of awareness practice come to a close for today.
Oh, whew. That is so powerful. That is so powerful. And just imagine if you did that every day from your heart. It is such an opportunity to transform. It really is. Okay. So what did you notice as you moved around the rim? What shifted when you returned back to the hub? Grab your Power of Manifestation handbook and just write those notes down, and anything else that you experienced, any resistance you may have felt. And if you don't have the manifestation handbook, no problem. Just write in your notebook, your journal. But definitely take a few moments just to have that reflection. Thanks for the highlights around the Wheel of Awareness, and we will make sure we get links so people can listen to you walk through people. Walk through it on your website.
Please do, and do it with a lot of kindness to your inner life, because it's not, I mean, it's a wonderful practice, but it takes time to learn, you know.
Well, yes. And you and I have actually done it together, and I've done it on your website. It's a beautiful practice. It feels good.
Yeah. No, you can do it for sure. I'm not saying it's like hard. Oh my God, you're climbing up a steep hill, but just be gentle with yourself, because sometimes people, you know, they want to just jump in, but just be gradual about it and just do it as feels right to you. But starting it is the hardest part. Then keeping it going is a good challenge.
Yeah. A daily heartfelt meditation kind of practice like this is a game changer. So talking to our audience, I urge you, I entreat you to try it. And I want to entreat you not just once, because it's worth, I would say, guys, let's all commit to doing the Wheel of Awareness with Dan every day for a week. Dan, it takes what? It can be as little as 10, 15 minutes, and you can extend it longer if you want to.
The big one is 22 minutes, but...
Okay, all right. So that's...
Andrew, if you really want to do a challenge, there's a book called Becoming Aware, which lets you gradually do it over a 21-day challenge. And that way people would have a guide. You get that book. It's a little extract from the larger book Aware, but it would give you a guide to working together. I mean, that would be I'd love to hear how your community responds to that, because I carefully kind of extracted from the big book Aware, here's how you would do it on a 21-day practice. And it allows you to journal and say, and then by the 21st day, 3 weeks, you are really solid in the practice. And then continuing it is really pretty straightforward.
Love it. Okay, challenge accepted, everybody. Becoming aware. We're going to do this as an amazing community, and Dan's making it really easy for us. Let's get into part 3, light up. Integration, the science of wholeness. So, Dan, you've indicated that when we're integrated, we move from reactivity and resistance into harmony, coherence, and conscious creation, and so much more. And of course, this is a great place to manifest. What does integration mean in simple terms, and how can people apply that practically in their lives?
Yeah. So in simple terms, that word is defined as elements being different. Let's say you're in a relationship with someone close to you, you know, a good friend, a partner, life partner. You differentiate from each other. This is the first part of integration, meaning you respect differences. You allow this specialization, this uniqueness of each individual to have their inner essence, right? That's step one, differentiation. So that's the word different with "tion" in it. So it's allowing it to be different. And then you link in this process of linkage, which is a connecting, right? And the important thing about the connecting aspect, the linking aspect of integration, is you don't lose the essence of the differentiation. So it's not like blending. So it's not like a smoothie. It's more like a fruit salad.
Okay,
right?
I love it. Got the visual.
See, you know, the pieces of fruits and nuts and vegetables that you have in this wonderful salad.
Marshmallows.
And marshmallows.
One of
exactly.
those.
Yeah. And so you've got it together like that. That's what integration is. Integration is not blending. So it's used differently in different fields, but in our field, interpersonal neurobiology, that's how we very specifically define it. And what it means is that in a relationship, like let's say between a parent and a child, if there's an integrative communication, it means a parent is really honoring that the inner mental life of that child is different from what the parent expected it to be or thinks it should be.
Amen to that. As a parent with 2 boys, 12 and 15, Dan, you're talking to me.
So
I'm picking it up.
When you just put all your expectations on them, it's not a differentiated relationship. So you've lost integration. And when integration is impaired, whether you're blocking differentiation or you don't even care what's going on inside your kid, you just ignore them. That's a blockage and linkage. Then you get what is not integrated is it's like a river where one bank is chaos, the other bank is rigidity. I also name that river of integration the window of tolerance. So when you're inside the window, you're in this flexible, adaptive, it spells the word faces, flexible, adaptive, coherent, energizing, stable flow. That's what describes an integrative system, is this faces flow. So it's harmony. Just remember harmony and health. So harmony and health is either inside the window of tolerance for a given moment, and you can widen that window with your own inner work or therapy or something. And over time, we call it the river of integration, but it's the same diagram, basically.
Right.
And you can widen it out so that if, let's say, something happened, and so I can get very frightened, I can get very sad for people I'm very close to, I can get angry about things that are not right. Any of those, core emotions, if I have a narrow window for any of them, I'll bust into chaos or rigidity. I'll shut down in rigidity or I'll explode in chaotically. If I widen my window, then I can hold the sadness, anger, or fear, speak to it and say, there is fear inside of me, not I am scared or I am angry.
That's back. So that's back to the connection between mind, sight, and integration, right?
And now you see where it all comes together, right? So now I'm able to say, there's a lot of anger in me because wrongs are being done, or there's a lot of fear in me because people are going to be hurt, or there's a lot of sadness because families are being ripped apart, or whatever I might say. And so I can be with this emotional experience without being thrown out of my window and then into chaos or rigidity. So it's a way of really just naming the work we need to do is widen our windows so we flow inside the central stream of this river of life. And that's what integration is. And what's been absolutely amazing to me, whether I'm working individually with a patient or this self called Dan, this inner self, integration, we have 9 domains of integration we work with. It's kind of the heart of health. And when you sort of sense into these 9 domains, you can see where to do the work where blockages and integration have been arising. And then by liberating the blockages, integration naturally arises from the plane of possibility.
And it all comes full circle, all together.
Actually,
it all collapses together. I love
just
it.
Let integration arise from the plane by removing the blockages. That has to be an active effort often. That can come from trauma or what the culture is telling you or what your parents told you, whatever. So you remove the blockages and then let integration arise. Let health emerge. And basically, it's tapping into love that is the vital force of the universe.
Okay, guys. Quick journaling prompt. This integration step is so important. And I just love, Dan, how he talks about the river of integration and how he is entreating us all to open that window of tolerance, right? And if you look at the screen now, you'll see the one side of that's rigidity, the other side that's chaos. What I want you to write down, first reflect, and then write down where in your life and maybe just think of in the last day or two, an experience where you angled toward more of that chaos experience or more of that rigidity experience. And using the mindset technique that Dan talked about, I am angry or I am sad or I am out of control. Can you just use that real quick to help you reflect on how you angled toward more chaos or more rigidity? And critically, what might more integration feel like? How might that help you widen that window of tolerance and feel more integrated? I mean, that's it, right? That is that. And ultimately, I mean, this is a manifestation event. I mean, that's the ultimate prize.
Yeah. I mean, the manifestation word is so interesting. The downside of the manifestation word is I've heard people come to me and say, I got a terrible terminal illness and people tell me I manifested it and it's my fault. And so I get a little bit of a reaction because I've worked with so many patients who hear the whole manifestation thing and they go, when bad things happened, it means I caused them because we're responsible. And I go, no. So my initial reaction, but the more I learn about the idea of intention, let's use that there is something about the intention we bring to life, let's say for kindness and opening up, having the intention, this kind intention to open up and be caring, that then exudes in your energy that you bring as you walk through the world, that brings more kindness to you. That's kind of the positive side, I think, of what people mean by manifestation, is that bring your intention for positivity and it will attract to it positivity. But when people hear the other side, or when I've actually seen written, if you didn't get $1 million in your mailbox, it was your fault.
Well, let me chime in, and I think it's a really important point. And somebody, a dear friend that we share mutually, Dr. James Doty, he talks about manifestation from the inside out, and he had millions and millions of dollars and the fancy cars and an island and all this stuff, and everything collapsed in his life. And ultimately, what he figured out is a path to manifesting what really does matter, and it's back to love. It's back to kindness. It's back to compassion. And yes, somebody might want a fancy car and a nice home, and we all want great relationships and so forth. But when I think about just really coming full circle, and since we need to go here in a moment, you just were concluding a moment ago about how love is this primal driving force in the universe. To me, the whole point is that we do this work, we do mindsight, we practice integration and so forth, because that ultimately is what provides the meaning to it. I mean, I know plenty of people that have fancy cars that are not happy people, and big homes, and they are not happy people. And again, no judgment against wanting a fancy car and a big home, but it does, to me, come full circle. And that's James Doty's whole story in his beautiful book, Into the Magic Shop, where he had all the stuff, but lacked that self-compassion, and he came from a lot of trauma. And it's just, to me, his story really underscores the point you're making as well, which is the big house, the car, all that stuff is secondary. What matters most in our lived experience is that, and you highlighted too, that feeling of kindness and showing up so somebody else can feel felt. And I love that your work, you've been a pioneer doing this work that has been radical in academia, but it's right on time right now. And it's been right on time for a long time, but I'm glad the rest of the world is catching up.
Well, thank you. It's a beautiful message, the idea of getting more deeply in touch with what really matters and not, falling for what's called the master narrative of our culture of individuality, which drives us toward accumulating material things. And so there's a clear relationship. I was just in Sweden and got the report that 40 years ago, Sweden had some of the highest rates of mental health, credible collaboration, community, connection, belonging. In 40 years, they have some of the worst mental health, suicide, depression,
I didn't
anxiety,
realize that.
addiction.
Darn it.
And
Darn it.
it's directly correlated with the emergence of individuality in that culture. That's what changed. So it's just to put a shout out to this idea that what we need to do is name what the hidden toxin is, which is the belief that the self is just the body. Self is just the individual. Individualism, in this example of Sweden, is what's killing everybody. And we're meant to be together. It's better together. Kindness. When I asked Sharon Salzberg, the wonderful teacher in loving kindness, I said, we were teaching together. I said, what is this loving kindness stuff? What does it really mean? She goes, Dan, what it really means is acknowledging that we're all deeply connected to one another. And I said, wow, that's actually what kindness is about. Is you look at another human being, you look at another species, other living beings, and you realize they're just other versions of you. That's what mui is. And so we can name that so we can frame it in a way that we can do something about it. And that's what intentionality is all about, and that's the kind of world we can try to create with intention as we shape cultural evolution toward this more integrative identity as not losing the me, but not losing ourselves just in a we. The integrated thing is you retain the essence of the individuality of me while you also gain the belonging and feeling felt of we, and you put them together in that goofy little singular 3-letter word, mui, and then we can do this.
We are doing it, Dan. And just my last little teeny tiny bit here, because it's like if each of us did exactly what you described, that would transform our planet. That would transform humanity. And we can't wait for somebody else to go first. Guys, don't wait for the other person to go first. I hope you are all as inspired and fired up as I am, having listened to Dan describe all of this incredible information and take action, because ultimately it's such a gift to be able to do it, right? It's just a gift to be able to do it. And my lived experience has transformed by doing the kinds of things that you have been advocating for. And I'm just super grateful for your research, for your passion, for all of your books, and for being in our event. Thank you so much, Dan. Any last words? Because I know you need to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much for such a riveting, energizing, activating session. It's always such a gift to speak with you. I feel like I've got so many takeaways, and I know our audience has so many takeaways. So to wrap up, wake up, show up, light up, making mindsight your secret superpower. There are 3 big steps here, folks. Number 1, using the principles of mindsight to really become more aware of your awareness. That's 1. Number 2, doing, and it is a practice, the wheel of awareness meditation that Dan so beautifully walked us through. And then the final one, this whole business of integration and how using those principles is what gets us back to wholeness, gets us back to mui, gets us back to oneness. It is a just a genuine gift and opportunity for not just transformation, but back to the power of manifestation, genuinely using these techniques, really putting them into practice, creates that gateway, creates that bedrock to super consciousness. So don't skip these steps, guys. Don't skip these steps. Take it to heart, put it into practice. If there is one more final takeaway from this riveting session with Dr. Dan Siegel, the legend, it is this: to manifest the life you dearly want, start with cultivating greater conscious awareness. This really can be your superpower. Good luck. You got this. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends. And the day goes by, and then another. Life comes rushing back in, the kids need you, work gets intense, your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love and the notes I took from it close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love. So you can really internalize this material like I did with A Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. So you got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed. And now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. Only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons, because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I am so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much. Hello and welcome back to Manifesting Your Dream Life. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am delighted to host this session called Activate Your Inner Genius, using the power of NLP and paraliminals to manifest faster and more effectively. I don't know why everybody doesn't know about all this stuff, guys, but these techniques work. Now listen, if you ever think, I'm visualizing, I'm affirming, I'm doing the work, and you're just not getting the results, this session is for you. My guest today, Paul Scheele, has spent decades studying how people actually create lasting change, which is what's required to manifest successfully, but not through greater effort, instead through better access. He works at the intersection of neuroscience, NLP, aka neuro-linguistic programming, accelerated learning, and pre-conscious programming. Plus, he is best known for developing what's called paraliminals. These are powerful audio technologies designed to communicate directly with the pre-conscious mind, leading to greater healing and accelerated results. So in today's session, you're going to learn about pre-conscious programming, how you can use much more of your brain in easy, proven ways, specifically using NLP and paraliminals to help you achieve the results you want faster while feeling calmer and more confident. And before I introduce Paul officially, I just want to remind you, if you don't already have your Manifesting Your Dream Life handbook, grab it real quick. You can get it at the website. I'm sure we've sent you emails on it, but you're going to want to take notes, and you're also going to want to follow along with the how-tos that the handbook have laid out. So grab that real quick. And if you're like, I don't need it, fine, just have a notebook so you can take notes, because you are going to want to come back to what you write down, because honestly, what Paul is going to teach you really works. And with that, I am excited to introduce Paul Scheele, PhD. He is the co-founder of Learning Strategies and is the developer of programs such as Photo Reading, Natural Brilliance, Genius Code, and many other courses to stimulate personal and professional success. His unique combination of expertise includes degrees in biology, learning and human development, and leadership and change, plus a rich background in NLP, accelerated learning, pre-conscious processing, and universal energy. Paul is an expert on learning how to tap the other 90% of your mind. He believes everyone has an inner genius just waiting to be awakened. It is so nice to welcome you to our big event, Paul. Thank you for being my guest.
What a pleasure. What an honor. Thank you so much. This is a great thing, being able to manifest your dream life. Let's get into it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, for real. So I would love for you to start off and set the stage by talking about how you can tap into the 90% of our brains that we normally don't access, and specifically about pre-conscious programming and honestly, why learning how to learn as efficiently as possible is so valuable. I think a lot of people will hear learning how to learn and go, snooze, but it is one of the greatest things you can do. So give us a little.
Well, let's start there. Let's start on learning. We go to school and we think that that's where learning is going to occur. And the teachers say, hey, here's a book, go study chapter 3 and come back prepared for class. And they don't tell you how to read a textbook, right? That's called learning how to learn. The best teachers aren't just there to help you learn. They're there to help you learn how to learn a given subject. And if we think about the human mind, how much training did we receive in school about this thing that's between our ears? We have a conscious mind and we have a non-conscious mind, everything that's going on below the threshold of our conscious awareness. And the database of that is 10 billion to 1 more vast than what we carry around at a conscious level. So why aren't we being told how to use it? For example, you're going to go in and take a test. Let's say it's a tough subject for you. Maybe it's math or science or whatever it might be. The teacher starts out the class and says, hey, kids, you've all studied this throughout the quarter. Let's take a moment just to close our eyes, go inside, and connect with that part of you that has learned all of this. Then when you come out, you'll be relaxed, you'll be at ease and more able to successfully do the test, right? You got that every time you took a test at school, right, Andrea?
That's hilarious, Paul.
Yeah,
I'm like, wait, what? No, I didn't. Oh, that's a joke.
But why didn't we? Why didn't anyone help us use these greater capacities? And how many kids go into tests with so much stress and so much anxiety?
The opposite.
Right. And all that cognitive stress does is it shuts down all kinds of aspects to the brain. And so we move into fight or flight, or we move into a freeze response. And then we come out of courses saying, oh, I'm just no good at this. And why? Because we fail at something. We learn to fail. So then what we do is we just take that on as an identity. Well, I'm just not a singer because we got embarrassed one time when we sang, or I'm just not an artist because somebody laughed about a drawing that we did. I'm just no good
I'm not good at math is probably one of the most commonly said phrases ever for people between the ages of 10 to 100, right? I mean, but it starts when they are convinced they are not good at math at an early age, and then that becomes their identity, right?
Yes. So it's easier to fail after that because you never get how to learn it. But those who do really well at it worked to learn how to learn it. And that's the difference that learning how to learn makes. Now, once you know that that's the real goal, it's okay to start with a beginner's mind at anything. You want to manifest a dream life, pick any area of that manifestation and think about how little you know about it, and then be willing to go into a beginner's mindset and says, I'm not supposed to know how to do that yet. I've never given it any attention. So what's the best way to bring my attention to it? Stay out of frustration and certainty that you should have known this by now. And just let that go and be willing to not know, be willing to be confused, be willing to move into states of curiosity and positive learning behaviors like exploration and talking it up and getting some guidance. All of those are going to be profoundly important in the steps ahead.
Yeah, I love that. And I think just even with a beginner's mind, this idea of there being an empty bowl. I mean, in the Buddhist philosophy of your beginner's mind, if it's empty, there's room to fill it up. And so often that's not the feeling that so many of us come with. And you said it really well, that so often we feel like we should be further along. So instead of having, being able to honor, and no matter how, it's not about age, right? If you're willing to be curious, even if you are, I did Shotokan karate for a very long time, and no matter how far you were in your black belt, the idea was always come in with a beginner's mind, so you can really build genuine mastery. Because if you come in with I already know it all, it's harder to fill up that bowl. Anyway, not to get on too much of a Buddhist tangent, but it feels like there's
I want to take it there because I did a recording, what's called a paraliminal recording. We're going to get talking about that a bit, called Success Built to Last, with a colleague of mine named Stuart Emery. He wrote the book with Jerry Porras called Success Built to Last. So what does that mean? Do the thing that you would love most to do. And even if you do it really badly at first, doing it still brings you joy, and you'll be getting better as you engage in it. If anything is causing you to back away from it, humiliation, embarrassment, past mistakes, if you can acknowledge and allow, you said willingness, and I like willingness, this idea that if my will isn't in it, why would I start? If my heart's not in it, I'm not going to succeed. If I don't believe I'll be able to do it, I'll never try. And so if we think of these three levels, an open mind, an open heart, an open will, then what we're going to have, and this is key, Andrea, we're going to have access to an abundance of resources that are within us. And what most people don't know is that there is an accelerated learner within you that learns, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. It's called the non-conscious acquisition of information. Think of it this way. When you were a child, You learned how to speak and you learned how to walk, and you didn't go to school in order to do either of those. So how is that possible? You hand a broom to a child and they move it across the floor like this, and they'll say, I'm brooming. They take a noun, add ing, and they've got a verb. Who taught that to them? But they know it intuitively because we model others who are already doing it. And I watch my grandbabies studying us as we're saying words, and they're just looking deeply at it. It's amazing what a child is acquiring. They're always learning. And so if we can channel that natural learner, what I will call an accelerated learner, then what we can do is we can learn anything we set our minds to. And that's what's going to happen as you're manifesting your dream life. You're going to be learning things that up until now were in the blind spots of your awareness. You never gave it your attention. So why should you have gotten good at that thing that you haven't done yet? So let's take it from there. We're going to be successful at whatever we put our mind and our heart and our will into.
I love that all so much. And again, I love the reframing of learning how to learn. And we could talk for days just about that and our educational system. We won't today, but I'm going to give a shout out to the parents watching this. That little hack, I'm literally thinking to myself right now, my boys are 13 and 15, that I'm going to remind them. I don't know that I have done this before. Honestly, before they take a big test, just remind them, get into that parasympathetic state, take those deep breaths, talk to yourself about how you studied and prepared. And it seems so obvious, but let's face it, a lot of the obvious things that we should be doing, we often don't. And so I love that reminder.
This brings us back to NLP. You asked a little bit about neurolinguistic programming. Within the study of how the human mind works, how it builds patterns of testing and operating and testing and succeeding, there's this idea that our environment right now in this moment has a number of visual, auditory, and kinesthetic or felt anchors. So if you're studying wearing your favorite sweater, wear that same favorite sweater when you go to take the test. Now, when my kids were little, I noticed that they had very different learning styles. My first child really skilled at 2 of the 7 intelligences, the mathematical logical and the linguistic intelligence, off the chart, brilliant, really good. My second son was really good at interpersonal, bodily kinesthetic, right? He was a very differently oriented student. And so if you have your learning style and you say, this is how you have to study, shut that TV off, shut that radio, turn on the lights. Why are you sit up at the desk? No. That would kill my second son. My first son, yes, that would be perfect. My second son wanted to lay back on a couch, dim light, a little bit warm, have the TV and the stereo on at the same time. My first son couldn't study in that environment. He needed it cool, bright, hard surface, and quiet. So if you just start studying how you learn, and the brain doesn't necessarily learn the way everybody else does. In fact, one of the NLP writers, the brother of John Grinder, created a book to teach teachers how to teach called Writing the Educational Conveyor Belt. So if somebody falls off of it, they know how to get back on with their best learning styles. So I spent a lot of years teaching a lot of teachers, mostly in higher education. So in 2-year institutions of higher ed or 4-year universities, that was really where I was applying these skills. All of us can learn how to make the most of every learning opportunity, create a learning ambiance that has the right sound, the right light, the right feel, the right clothing, whatever it is. You need to have an essential oil going in the background. Do that. You want some cut flowers there do that. Do what supports you.
Oh, I love that. I think that's a great permission when I think about how pouring into ourselves. I mean, and our audience is predominantly women. There are some amazing men in here too, but I often think, especially working moms, how often we'll take those, if you will, shortcuts because it's like, oh, we're too busy. And it's such a wonderful reminder that to be able to pour into ourselves and to show, especially those of us moms, when our kids are taking the cues, how we are creating that ambiance for us to really succeed. And and on the one hand, it's like, oh, it's so small. And yet if it feels good, I mean, back to the point of feeling relaxed, feeling like you enjoy it, putting that extra little bit of intention. I love it so much. And I'm just going to say this again, parents, for you. I know my husband and I have made the mistake with our 15-year-old who he is like your son, or did you say son or I think son, who likes to have music and his iPad going. And we're like, no, you need to focus. And eventually it was like, his grades are great. He's a very smart kid. And we're like, all right, well, I guess that works for you. So it's a really important reminder, Paul. And thank you for that.
Well, I'll just add to that just one
please.
little bit. If you think about it, you've got a room full of 30 kids and you've got one teacher. You've got one teaching style, 30 potential learning styles. So what's that going to do?
300, depending on if it's a college level class.
Big lecture, yeah. Sure. But here's the key behind it. Have you ever heard of the idea of grading on a curve?
Thank God. I was an engineering undergrad. If it wasn't for that curve, I would have never gotten out of my engineering program.
Well, here's the thing about a curve. A curve is a normal distribution of a random event. So if you accept the idea that we're going to grade on a curve, what we're going to say is one teaching style dismisses a good third of the classroom because it doesn't match up. And as a result of that, it's also 20% of the class, they're going to get it because they adore that particular teaching style. So you get this curve, which is saying, learning's a random event. I'm sorry, it's not. But let's face it, how can one teacher teach to 300 learning styles? It's a little challenging. So it's up to us to understand our own learning style and to give permission. We've talked about it, and do what feels right. That's a simple way of proceeding, but it really makes a big difference. Now, the other thing that makes a huge difference is what are you affirming at the front end of your study, and how are you affirming at the end of your study for the later recall that you're going to have. And that's why I say, if you're going to study, here's what you do. You're going to implement your non-conscious mind. You're going to take a moment, lay out all the materials that you're going to be working on. And for those of you who are manifesting a dream life and you want more money and you've got books on investing and saving and spending and all of that, great. Lay them all out. Tell yourself how much time you're going to take with it. Now, take a deep breath in, exhale, close your eyes, and go inside. Give yourself that permission, right? Open your heart to it. Even with your eyes closed, here are all the materials. You're going to be able to get this. You're creating your dream life. What's it going to look, sound, and feel like when you get to your goal? Now, gently open your eyes and begin your study. And then study just for the amount of time that you set. And if it was 20 minutes, even if you're on a roll and you really feel like you could go another hour, you said 20 minutes, stop at 20 minutes, get up, stand up, take a quick sip of water, move a little bit, balance your brain a little bit, do a little walk around the room, come back, sit, and do another set, same way. So you do this, and it's called the Zeigarnik effect. And what it does is it keeps your brain at a high level of integrating the things that you're studying, as opposed to diminishing returns. The longer that you go, the less you're getting. It's intermittent physical movement and changing of state is going to help. And this is a key behind neurolinguistic programming as well. It's the idea that we're always managing our state of mind, our state of body, how we're carrying ourselves, our posture. You know, if you hunch over and you put your hand on your face and you scrunch your face and you read one paragraph and you don't understand it and you beat yourself up for that. I mean, yeah, that's not an ideal
I think that's why
state.
I got a D in thermodynamics. You just saw me barely getting out of that class. So,
Yeah,
I mean, it's so
in
interesting.
For me in college, it was organic chemistry. It's like,
oh, yeah.
Why didn't anyone ever tell me how to read an organic chemistry text? It was brutal. It was just absolutely brutal. Now, when I was in my master's degree, I started learning how to learn, and I really got what that was all about.
You were talking about the affirming. I wrote down pre and post. So you gave us the steps to we're sitting down.
Think about it as a 30-minute chunk of time where the first 3 minutes is going to be your getting into state. Then you're going to do 20 minutes of study. And then you're going to take a physical break. So in the 30 minutes of time, you've gotten a good chunk. Now string 3 of those together. So it's a total of 90 minutes, 1 hour of which is highly focused, very effective, and the type of studying that's really going to make an impression and last. Now, in addition to all of that, there are a lot of study methods that are helpful. For example, mind mapping or photo reading, which you and I have talked about in the past. There are a lot of cool study methods that will help a lot. But just in terms of managing your state, get that 90 minutes that way, way more powerful than if you just tried to slog through for an hour and a half.
That is amazing. So I'm just going to paraphrase. So plan to, if you have an hour and a half, great. But even if you only have 30 minutes, you give yourself 3 minutes of getting into state, as you described.
Laying all the materials out, closing your eyes, envisioning the purpose, how much time you're going to take, and so on. Yep.
And then, okay, so 3 minutes of that and really activating yourself that way, energetically. 20 minutes of studying, and then the balance, that 7 minutes, like you say, get up, walk around.
Get up, walk around, look at your notes from over here, grab a drink of water to rehydrate. I like to teach people to do something called educational kinesiology, which is, like the cross crawl patterns or something, a little yoga pose like that, or swing. Or if you've ever heard of power posing, just open yourself up and just change your state. It's just so amazing what it will do. And from NLP, we call this physiology leads affect, or your posture leads your emotional state. And it really is key that you maintain a good emotional state while you're doing the work. And the more powerfully you're directing your mind and your awareness, the better the result is going to be.
So what did you call that? As something leads to state?
Physiology leads affect. So we've got the cognitive domain, that's thinking. We've got the affective domain, and that's your feeling. And then you've got the behavioral domain. That's your actions, the actions that you take. And so we're always working with all 3 of those. If you want to manifest your dream life, you've got to know what are the thinking states that you're going to be using when you get there. Like, what are the beliefs and what are the ways in which you're visualizing or communicating when you get there? And then this emotional state, like, how are you going to feel about yourself and the people around you and so on? And then what are the actions you're going to take? What is it going to look like? And if you can notice someone else who's doing that and take a movie of it and say, ooh, I want what she's got. That's how I want to be. Then you have modeled that behavior, and it's now available to you. I've got a recording, a paraliminal recording called new behavior generator, which is an NLP protocol, an NLP technique to actually use your mind to purposely and consciously model someone else's expertise. It's called stealing, but it's legal stealing because you're just saying, they're doing it. She's
Come on,
got
Paul.
it.
Don't you know
That's
that emulation is the highest form of flattery? I mean,
Right.
we don't call it stealing. Borrowing, maybe. I'd love to talk about the foundation of NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. What is it? Why is it so powerful?
Okay, so I want to rewind a little bit in my personal history because I was going to the University of Minnesota in biological sciences, and I was intending to become an expert in environmental studies and be an ecologist and save the planet. I mean, that was me back in the early 1970s. And I struggled like a lot of students did going to school. But I got a call one weekend and my mother said, "Hey, honey, what are you doing this weekend?" I said, "Why? What are you calling for, Mom?" "Well, my friend is teaching a couple of doctors from Michigan in techniques on hypnosis. Her name is Zula Bauer. She's teaching a how to hypnotize program, and she needs to fill out the class. You want to become a hypnotist?" And I thought, not really, but I'm free, so let's check it out. Well, Zula took me under her wing. That was my summer job, doing clinical hypnotherapy at the oldest established hypnosis practice in the Twin Cities. You know Edina. She started it in Edina, Minnesota, and then had an office in Excelsior, close to where my folks live. So that's what I did. I was working with people in their 50s and 60s, and here I was, a kid at college doing clinical hypnotherapy. It was amazing. I learned a tremendous amount. I actually worked with Zula, who had a big health challenge. She gave me all of her clients. I took over that business. I ran the hypnosis center when I graduated from the University of Minnesota. And a psychologist friend of mine said, "Hey, Paul, there's this new thing coming out of Santa Cruz, California. It's called NLP, or neuro-linguistic programming. Somebody's coming to town. You should go to the workshop." So I did. And I said, "Oh my gosh, this explains how hypnosis works." Because in essence, it's looking at the pictures in our head, the feelings, the actions, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, the words that we speak, the words that are interior and the words that are exterior. So we've got these representations of the world, a map of reality, and it shows you how to understand the map of reality. All of the inputs create this map. And then instead of working on the world, we work off of this map. And so there's a lot of missing pieces. So the brain will naturally distort, delete, and generalize information. These are called the 3 universal modeling principles. I'll give you a quick example of this. If I say the word tree out in the front yard, I have a tree. You go, "Okay, cool. You know what I'm talking about." You have no idea what my tree looks like. But there's a deletion, a distortion, and a generalization. Now you have your representation of a tree. You don't have my representation of a tree. So if I can understand say I'm working with you to help you get where you want to go, I want to know what's on your map and what's missing. How come there is a missing piece between where you are now and where you're trying to get to? What's the detour that you keep taking on that map that's not connecting to where you want to go? And that, oh my gosh, changed everything. So I said, I'm going to study this. The first time Bandler and Grinder, Richard Bandler and John Grinder, were teaching next, was in Kansas City, a 5-day training. I was there. I was so blown away. I said, if this is ever trained to become certified in it, I'm going to be there. The very first residential credentialing program, I was there in Santa Cruz for 21 days. The next year, I was one of 70 who were certified as master practitioners, the first 70 in the world, at a 28-day residential program. And so I brought NLP to the Twin Cities to work in businesses and education, individuals. It was so cool. It was so much fun and so effective, because basically what I'm able to do very quickly with you as a client is get an idea of how you're representing reality and what the missing pieces are, and being able to help you fill that in so you can get to where you want to go.
I didn't realize that you were really an OG in NLP, so it makes a lot of sense. So now with that, what is NLP? I mean, we know the term neuro-linguistic programming, but what is it and why is it so effective?
So NLP, neuro means brain, linguistic means language. So it's how your language programs your brain for the results you get. So for example, we have in our language, we have certain ways of speaking that create necessity, and words that create possibility or negate possibility. So for example, if I say, I'm never going to be able to do that, then the word never is a bit of language that causes your brain to respond by negation. In other words, whatever resources might be made available to you to be able to accomplish it, they're now off the table, right?
Well, it's back to I'm bad at math, right? Well, if you say so, right?
Right. So what we want to be able to do is we want to find someone who's really good at math and ask them, how do you do that? You know, for example, when I was teaching teachers, I'd take somebody who's really bad at math and somebody who's really good at math. This person who is bad at math is great in English. This person who's great at math is terrible in English. And I'd say, so what's the difference that makes a difference, especially in studying and testing? And it's black and white. It's so dramatically different. I'll give you another example. When my kids were little, they'd say, hey, Dad, guess what I learned to spell in school today? I'd say, oh, what's that? People. Wonderful. Go ahead, spell people. P-E-O-P-E-L. I went, wow, that is really almost exactly right. Congratulations. Let me ask you a question. Can you see that word in your mind? And they do this. They look up. And they would see the visual picture of the word people. And I'd say, can you spell it backwards? And they go, E-L-P-O-E-P. I said, great. Now, can you spell people? P-E-O-P-L-E. Perfect. You see, most of us learn to spell phonetics with phonetics, but you can't even spell phonetics phonetically.
That's a very good
So
point. But
why-
I want to, okay.
Why
but
would you teach phonetically? You have to teach spelling visually, then auditorily. So you see the picture, you get the feeling, that's it, then you sound it out. The wrong way to do it is sound it out, try to figure out what it looks like, and then wonder if you ever get it right. Do you hear the difference? So NLP corrects the strategy for doing something. Anybody ever felt anxiety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, I would say most of America is in an anxiety epidemic.
Okay, so here's the thing about anxiety. Right now, in this moment, there is no anxiety. Anxiety is an emotion of the future. And here's how it works. You're here. You imagine a future situation in which you aren't able to successfully achieve what you want. You bring that feeling back to your now moment and you feel anxious. Like you imagine, I'm going to be giving a speech and you imagine yourself following it up and people laughing at you and it's going to be humiliating and terrible and you're going to do awful. And so you think, I'm just not a public speaker. I just can't do this. I'm just no good at this. Stop it. Let's do NLP. So you close your eyes and you envision yourself on the other side of having already delivered a successful speech. And you look at the audience and they're smiling and they're applauding and they're cheering and you feel fabulous inside. Bring that feeling now. Where's the anxiety? It's gone. So NLP allows you to work with language and the brain to change your state, the state of physiology, the state of emotions, to be more resourceful. Now, you're still going to have to prepare for the speech, right? And if you feel nervousness, that's okay. It just means it's important. It doesn't mean you're going to fail. So the nervousness helps you get ready to go, but keep out picturing, keep visualizing past the time when you've already successfully accomplished the goal.
And let me just chime in. There is something that is going around on social media for athletes where they're saying, and this applies to everybody, so stay with me. If you're like, oh, I can tune out because I'm not an athlete. Nope, this is for you. If you feel anxious before a game as a basketball player or tennis player, what a lot of the big athletes are saying is, translate that feeling of anxiety instead as excitement. And by doing that, you can reframe the anxiety. I mean, both your heart rate is up, you're just feeling a little activated. So I just wanted to put that out there for folks who, whether it's for you, whether it's for your athlete, because a lot of times they're very, physiologically, the symptoms, and tell me if I'm wrong.
Exactly right. No, that's exactly right. You're spot on. So if you take all of the feelings of excitement and all of the feelings of fear, they're identical except one thing: your thoughts about those states, right? So with all of the excitement, it's like, oh yeah, come on, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to do great. In fear, it's like, oh my God, I'm going to fail. It's going to be terrible. So this, at a psychological level, they're very different, but on a physiological level, they're identical in every way. And I'll give you a great example of this. I was going to be on CBS Up to the Minute News. I was going to be downtown Minneapolis, WCCO TV. I'm in a little room. I've got a little camera that I got to look at, right? I'm going to be doing this. About a week in advance of that, I thought, oh God, this is going to be awful. I'm such a piece of wood when I get on camera. I'm not very animated. Oh no, it's not going to be good. So I really envisioned being successful at it. And I could just feel my heart rate pounding as I'm imagining happening. I thought, well, this isn't fear. This is excitement. So come the day, I had a meal downtown. I went over to the studio. I got my tie on, my coat, and I'm chit-chatting with the person through the camera, right, in New York at the studio. And all of a sudden, the director comes on and says, 15 seconds, gentlemen. And I felt my heart go pa-boom, pa-boom, pa-boom. I looked down and my tie was flapping on my chest. And I heard the words, this is excitement, not fear. I was on. It was fantastic. So exactly what you just said, Andrea, you're spot on with that. So how do we Reframe is an NLP concept. How do we reframe our current situation and then position our thinking, our feeling, our behaviors that help us gain access to all those resources that are within us to do really well at what we're trying to accomplish?
So you need to visualize it. You have to have a picture in your mind. You need to have a feeling. You want to be in that state of whether it's peace or excitement. You get to pick your feeling. You have to have the words. So it's not never, it's not bad. You're choosing your affirmative words. And then is there also another action or some, like I'll hear others say, make a something with your hands or do something physical. Yeah. That sort of reminds your brain that this is happening for you, like a mudra or something.
Beautiful. And that's remember we talked about anchoring when we said wear the sweater or, have the music on or whatever it might be. An anchor is like Pavlovian conditioning. Dr. Pavlov rang the bell and then brought the food and the dogs were salivating. And then he no longer brought the food. He just rang the bell and the dogs started salivating in anticipation. So these hand gestures or, like this empowered thing like that, that's cool because it's called an anchor, but it's a physiological reminder of this positive state. So let me give you a great way of doing this. It's called physiology of excellence. So imagine 3 circles on the floor. And whatever present state of anxiety or concern or worry you might be in, that's the first circle. So you stand in that first circle, and just in front of you is a circle, we'll call it neutral. So you shed all of this anxiousness and you step into a neutral, positive, a circle where you're just present. And let's face it, Andrea, all of our resources as a mature human being, they're here now. They're not back then or someday they're right here for you right now. So go to that place of neutral where anything is really possible. And then in the circle in front of that, the third circle, imagine a highly resourced, empowered state that will help you be successful at this upcoming event, whatever it might be. And when you're ready, step into that third circle. It's like a circle of light. It's all around you. You get into your power pose. You put your hands together. You go, yeah, or whatever it might be. But your shoulders are up. Your head is up. Your breath is full. You're empowered. You've succeeded. You've accomplished what you want. You've done it. Yay. Everybody's cheering, whatever it might be. So you get this full sensory representation. Full sensory meaning visual, auditory, kinesthetic. You get a full sensory representation of your success. You anchor that for yourself, and then when you have it, step back. And so you've got this amplification of a positive state. You anchor it, you lock it in, and then as it's dropping, you just step back, shake into neutral, and now do whatever work that you need to do. And what you've done is you've built into your body belief, emotion, posture, all of which is going to help you succeed.
I would love to have you walk me and the audience through an exercise. So guys, this is not for spectators. This is for you to anchor in how to do this. So do you want to either use this, or is there another NLP exercise that then we can go through step by step so people actually feel what it feels like and they know what they should be looking at in terms of, the visualization? Like, I'd love for you to put all the elements together for us.
Great. And there's a very simple one that we do. We could call it the swish pattern. There are a number of ways in which we could do this, but essentially we're trying to build a mental contrast between an unresourceful state and a highly resourced state. Okay. So, and I would love to take you through the new behavior generator. I mean, there's a lot of different techniques that we could do, but any of these would be great. But let's just play with this one because it's pretty fun. Okay, pretty simple. Think about what it is you want to accomplish. If you could think of the ideal end result of any effort or work in the context of what we're doing here, your dream life, some element of your dream life. Maybe it's your relationship, maybe it's your career, maybe it's your finance, maybe it's your, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Pick any aspect of that and think of that as your ideal end result. Okay? So now take a moment and just close your eyes and just let your shoulders relax a moment and just get a feeling in the face that there's a gentle hint of a smile, the corners of your eyes and your lips. And just notice your breath. You're breathing out and in a calm way. Your breath is the link. It's the invisible link between the body and the mind. So anytime you can calm the breath, you calm both the body and the mind. So it's a continuous breath. No hesitations or pauses, just one breath flowing into the next. So you're very present. You're aware of yourself from head to toe, and you're feeling good. You're feeling resourceful. Now, in your mind's eye, and you could do this to whatever extent you're capable. Don't worry about doing it perfectly or great or wrong or anything like that. Imagine two screens in front of you, like big movie screens. The screen on the left is your current situation where you have not accomplished what it is you want to accomplish. And the screen on the right is your ideal end result. Now, as you hold both of those in your mind's eye at the same time, something very important happens. Is your body and your brain understand it's actually easier to live as you will be in that right screen. There's more ease, there's more flow, there's more grace, there's more joy, there's more freedom. So your body gets that. That's why you're going for it. Now, what's going to happen in just a moment is that the screen on the left is going to start to shrink and the screen on the right is going to start to expand. So imagine now that the screen on the left is shrinking and growing dimmer and smaller while the screen on the right is becoming brighter and fuller. That screen on the left gets really, really small, and then it goes behind you, like way behind you. So it's like a postage stamp way back there to your left and behind you. And the image on the right is now front and center. It's bright, it's full, it's rich. It's you loving your life. And you can even step into that screen and see it through your own eyes and feel it in your own body. Feel how you're breathing. The wonderful experience of having already succeeded at what you have chosen to create in your life. And now once again, sit back and feel the feeling in your body of having done that. And at a rate that's right for you, gently bring yourself out. Cool, huh?
So powerful.
So what this does in a very brief period of time is it takes all the worries, fears, concerns from the past and goes, that's behind me. And now in front of you is this unobstructed view of the future you're choosing to create. And now that's what we want to carry with us, right? No doubts, no hesitations, no fears. This is where I'm going. There's no question about it. And now that's using all of the principles of NLP to create the future that you are now creating.
So, Paul, let me ask you this: that in that what you call the highly resourced state, which I love. So, I had the feelings, I had the visuals, I could put the thing, the current situation that I'm looking to have behind me. But how do I and how do our listeners and viewers incorporate the words and the physical anchor?
It's already done, because many of these representations don't need an internal narrative in order for them to be there. Now, if you are helped by positive phrases, you can give yourself an affirmative statement like, I've got this, or now's the time. Okay. I feel it as if it's already done, and just sitting back like this, your hands on your lap. Do you need to do the anchoring? No, you've actually stepped into that charged up state. So you already know the feeling that's in your body when you've done it. So the anchor has been visual, it's been auditory because I was guiding you in it, and it's been physical. You've had the physical experience of it.
Mm-hmm. So then for people who felt that and enjoyed doing it, how frequently would you recommend that? And we'll move into paraliminals in just a moment, but just again, as a really practical matter, since NLP is such a powerful tool that a lot of people, frankly, I feel like still aren't using to the best of their ability. And that's why I'm excited and grateful to have you here. What would you recommend if somebody said, okay, I've identified that thing that that's in front of me. I'm blowing it up. I'm making it happen. Do they do it daily? Do they do it 5 times a day? What do you recommend, Doc?
Okay, here's the thing. You've probably heard the idea that to create a mental habit, it takes an X number of days. You've heard 3 weeks, 21 days. This comes from Maxwell Maltz's book. He was a plastic surgeon back in the 50s, created a program called psycho-cybernetics. I mean, this goes way back. It's mental image rehearsal. A great friend and colleague of mine named Dennis Waitley, who created something through Nightingale Conant called The Psychology of Success. This is mental image rehearsal. It's all about the subconscious messages that we're giving ourselves. All of this is going to be of benefit to you. Is there a rule, a guideline that says, oh, you should do it 5 times a day? Not that I know of. And if a person is in the habit of dismissing the real rich resources that are within them, putting themselves down, or having someone come and say, oh my God, you're never going to be able to do that, right? Every time you get a message like that, it's really good to reset into your inner knowing. So shake it off, take those messages, send them way behind you, have an unobstructed view of your future, step forward into it, feel it, see it. That's what's going to be the biggest benefit. Is we're building the neural pathways. We're building the circuitry in the brain. Now, up until now, there was another circuit firing off. So how long does it take to rewire the brain? Not very long. According to most research, a new neural circuit can be formed in less than 5 seconds. But if you hold that image for 10, 15 seconds, you're building that pattern. Now, every time you run it, you're reinforcing that pattern. So have you ever played piano? Have you ever played guitar? Badly. Okay, so you know that practice makes perfect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is practice? If you're practicing mistakes, you're actually building in mistakes. So a colleague of mine, when I did a program with her called the Memory Optimizer, what she said is, let's say it takes you 40 hours to learn a piece. If you spent 40 hours continuously to do that, it will take you that, but you can actually do it in 20 hours if you break it up over a longer period of time. So you do a part of the practice, succeed at it, stop now, and now mentally do it. Mentally play that passage. You're going to actually accelerate the neural development. And here's why. It's very interesting. Our knowledge acquisition curve goes like this, but our capacity to physically do something, difference between knowing and knowing how, are two different types of learning. So when you're trying to get it into your body, there are these long plateaus and little blips up, long plateaus and little blips up. You know, from the martial arts, you go to the dojo and you keep repeating. Why? You're building it into you. As a private pilot, I had to be able to automatically and spontaneously put the plane into the right maneuver if suddenly the engine caught on fire. So you're learning all these pathways to be able to execute effectively. How long will it take? You're going to reduce the amount of time it takes when you're doing this with a virtual reality of your own inner brain.
Got it. Okay, so it sounds like really viewers should give it a go. And if they're feeling it, maybe multiple times a day and handful of weeks, letting those feelings and visuals and priming the brain really anchor in. Is that, would you say, about right? Because in part, I don't want to push you too much, but it's like, I know what people are, they're like, do I do it once? Do I do it 7 times? Do I do it 500 times? And, you know, I mean, and I realize that it, you know,
go
ahead.
Let me give you an example. When someone would come in to see me and I'd use hypnosis or neurolinguistic programming to help them achieve a goal like quitting smoking, right? I mean, they could have smoked for 20 years, 2 packs a day, right? I've seen a person quit in 10 minutes and never take it up again.
Nice.
So we know what's possible. So what I would do is I'd say, let's do 3 sessions over 3 weeks. The first session is to get to change. The second session is to reinforce the change that you've already created. And the third session is to learn how we did that so you can generate those kinds of changes in your own life for the rest of your life. And that's what NLP is. It's a generative technology. In other words, you're not just fixing what's broken. It's not just remedial change, but you're taking the capacity of the brain and you're taking charge of it to generate the future that you want to live into. That's what's so important here.
It's like machine learning is what you're describing to me.
Good.
I know we've gone way into a lot of details and a lot of the theory, but this works, is one of the hottest technologies out there still. How many years later? 50 years later from when you first started learning about it?
Yeah, I first learned about it in 1977. So this goes back long.
And it was probably there for a few more minutes before you started. So talk to us about paraliminals. Let's start with what they are and why are they so powerful?
Okay, at the time that it occurred to me to build this audio technology, in essence, the message was what we have within us needs no self-improvement. We just need access to those resources within. And so I created an audio technology that would put us in touch with those resources and then help us put those resources into the results or the goals that we want to accomplish. So it took a while. I learned NLP after I came up with this idea, after it was gifted to me in essence. But it took 12 years before digital audio was available. And as soon as it was, the person who was the beta test site for digital editing was in Minneapolis. He'd work at Paisley Park for Prince. And
by the way, I love Paisley Park. It's so cool. Go ahead.
so he was the only person in the world who could help fulfill my dream. And so we built this remarkable technology where, in essence, you establish an outcome, what it is you want to create, and then I guide you into an interior state, not hypnosis, which is a limited interior focus, but an expanded internal awareness where you have inner seeing, inner feeling, inner body, where you can really do what we were just doing, right? Practicing using our nervous system to create an ideal end result. And what happens is as I guide you, my voice is splitting into your left and right ear into two separate voices. The right ear is connected to the left hemisphere. And so there I'm giving you a step-by-step, almost a numerical process of NLP where I'm taking you through change work to get you to where you want to go. The left ear is connected to the right hemisphere of the brain, which is the creative, the imaginative. And so I'm telling a metaphor and I'm giving indirect suggestion to embody what it is you're choosing to do. And so this is where the paraliminal really happens. Two voices speaking in very different linguistic styles, mashing together and going directly into this bigger non-conscious mind. So it's being processed, not consciously, but you can hear it all, but it's more than you can listen to, right? So you just are allowing the words in these two hemispheres to kind of wash over you. They're very carefully constructed to deliver to your non-conscious mind the changes that you have asked for. Then it gently brings you out. And so in the background, we've got what are called holosync frequencies, which help to place your state in a your brain into a very resourceful state. We've got originally scored music, which matches my voice tone and my voice rhythm and carries the emotional tone of the change that you've asked for. So I'm not telling you how to live your life. You're deciding how to live your life, and I'm helping you gain access to the resources to do that. Now, we've sold 10 million of these recordings in 185 countries. I mean, this is an incredibly robust technology. We originally had them on cassette tapes, and they become CDs, and then they're digital downloads, and now they're on an app, and it's so great. All of these titles, whether it's to be able to sleep more effectively or to achieve your ideal weight or to overcome procrastination or like anxiety free. I took you through that little protocol for getting rid of anxiety, or the new behavior generator, which I talked about, or talking to win, or personal genius. Yeah, there's so many titles, and you get to select, well, what is it that you're working on? You establish your goal. And the paraliminal helps you gain access to that capability right now. Now, how many times do you have to listen to it? 1 to 3 times. Because once you have that neural pathway established, it's happening. It's happening. And what's really weird about paraliminals is that because the change is coming from within you, not like I'm imposing it on you, you have to behave this way. No, because it's coming from in you and very naturally by way of your intention, you start changing. You almost don't know that the change has occurred. All of a sudden, people are saying, you seem so different. How come you're so positive? Why is all that? And you go, huh. It's the paraliminal. It's so powerful. I remember doing a study, Andrea. There was a woman who started listening to it during her medical degree, got through medical school using paraliminals, got into a relationship, married a person, used them to help her in childbirth, has all of her kids on paraliminals. They became lawyers and doctors, and they all just rave about it. So we've got generations of people who have benefited from really tapping in to that greater resource of the non-conscious mind.
Oh my God, that is amazing. I love all this so much. And 1 to 3 times is, I think, going to be, paraliminal music to everybody's ears. How long are each of the paraliminal recordings typically?
Great question. The shortest one is called the 10-minute supercharger, and that's 10 minutes and a few seconds. The longest one is deep relaxation, and that's like 35 plus. On average, 98% of them are around 20 minutes in length. So it doesn't take much time. And I do recommend that you just find a quiet time, close your eyes. It's great if you can wear headphones, because what happens is you get the benefit of all those audio frequencies, and that's going to create a really good thing. Plus, you can listen to them in a couple of ways. One, I just need to reset and recharge. So I'm going to put on Paul Scheele's voice, listen to a paraliminal, maybe self-esteem supercharger or prosperity or joy or gratitude, something that's just a feel-good paraliminal. And I'll set my intention and get some benefit as well. Or you could say, I've got this thing coming up. I'm super freaked out about it, and I'm going to listen to this paraliminal to help me achieve. So focus and concentration, or power thinking, or sales leap, or talking to win, something that's really geared toward an outcome that's coming up right now, and you got to be ready for it. So there's a lot of different ways in which you can use it. One thing for sure, don't listen to them while you're driving in a car, because when I say, and you can close your eyes now.
Unless you're in an auto-driving Tesla.
Yeah, no, even
no,
then,
just kidding.
don't close.
Yeah, no, I got you. That makes sense. Where do people find these magical tools?
Well, if you go to paraliminal.com, I'm sure there's a URL that Learning Strategies has provided for your tango, and you probably have that. Just go there and explore all of them. We have something called the Ultimate You Library, which is the entire pile of paraliminals. And so you really get to select and pick. We have, buy 3, get 1 free, so you can try them out. And the other thing that's really important is that all of these are 100% money back guaranteed. You listen to it for a month. If you don't like it, send it back. So this has been from the very first paraliminal we ever launched in 1988. It's when the first paraliminal came out. Now, I was working on the protocols for them in 1981. But they were all one-off for this individual. I had my business partner and I both had a microphone. We were talking into the separate ears. We just couldn't do it until digital editing occurred.
Got it.
And then it scaled.
I want to rewind and you said something, I didn't want to interrupt you, but something that I really want to call out in your work and just to everybody, this idea that we have it all inside of us inherently. To me, it's like, amen and hallelujah, brother Paul, because so often we think we're missing something or there's something inherently broken or wrong. And I feel like with our self-help industry, and I've read a lot of those books and I know a lot of those people and I know they're all well-intentioned, but I do think there is just this common starting point of there being something inherently wrong or missing. And when I think go ahead.
No, I really appreciate that, Andrea, because very often to get you to buy, we want to tell you all the bad things that are going on. So we get your attention and social media and all that's, it's terrible. What we do know is that people aren't broken. They might not have access to resources that are inherently within them. For example, I could tell myself all my life that I was a bad speller, because I was told a strategy that was dysfunctional. I learned to spell phonetically. It doesn't work, right? So it's not you that's broken. It's the strategy that you're using that's broken. And so your resource, let me give you a strategy that will help you get to where you need to go to, that's a difference that makes a difference. There's no such thing as improving on this magnificence that you are. You come in fully resourced, but through the training that we receive in the world, we think we're no good, we're less than, we're broken, so.
Totally. And I just want to give a shout out for people who do learn differently. And, the number 30%, I think you referenced it. It's a number that I've heard that, I'm somebody who is a conventional learner. I can read a book and learn the material. I can sit down, I can focus, but so I'm lucky in that sense. And then other people are visual learners or more auditory learners. And people who maybe are dyslexic and have a harder time reading. I feel like if you learn differently, that has, for a lot of people over the decades, has caused this sense of, has eroded confidence, made you feel not smart. And I think a lot of parents who have kids that maybe learn differently, then they think there's something wrong with their kid. And I really want to call out what you're saying for everybody who either you learn differently, your kids learn differently. Sometimes it's how the material is being taught, and sometimes people just learn differently, and that's okay. I mean, you can be a genius in some ways without being able to read. Like
and this is what Einstein talked about.
I know.
Right. Mm-hmm. Try to measure a goldfish and their ability to climb a tree. Right?
Let's not.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. But so the idea is, let's take dyslexia just as an example. If you model, if you study what is the internal sequence that someone who's dyslexic goes through, you'll actually discover a phenomenal creativity strategy. You apply that strategy to trying to read one word at a time in a line in a book, devastatingly bad. So it's if they feel that they've been a failure because they didn't keep up with everybody else in the SRA reader, right? Sure, they're going to feel like they're a failure, but they'll be creative off the charts. And there are historic examples of so many people in our culture who are creative geniuses in many, many professions, but didn't do very well in school. Einstein said he did very poorly in math and physics because it was taught badly. Well, he did okay in math, but he did really bad in physics because it was taught all wrong. So
it's ironic, but I love that you're saying that. And if I'm not mistaken, he didn't speak until he was maybe 3.
Exactly right.
Or 4 or 5, I can't remember. But I say these things because we're so entrained, especially as parents. We want the best, brightest lives for our kids. And if they're not meeting what is, if you will, in air quotes, normal or standard, we as parents start to panic rather than, honoring them, who they are, seeing them for who they are. And that just, I feel like, for the kind of work you're doing in this program, I feel like this is just an opportunity to find, back to your whole point, everybody has a genius inside of them.
Yes. And an accelerated learner. They have a genius and an accelerated learner and an unconscious mind and this huge database that's available to them. And it's all about learning how to use it. Like my photo reading program, we've talked about it. It's a protocol that I modeled from the world's fastest readers. And I just made it available to everybody on the planet. So what I've done with the 70 plus paraliminals is I've taken success strategies in all of these different areas of life. For example, if you self-sabotage and you procrastinate, the get around to it paraliminal is an amazing protocol. It's such a powerful technique, and it's all in this 20-minute listening session, and it gets downloaded into you, and you blow past those barriers that used to be there. You access capability that exists within you.
That is amazing. Well, and just for a moment with photo reading, it's something that is, you and I did when I interviewed you for my podcast. I had just such a mind-blowing experience. So guys, if you're interested in being able to absorb a lot of written material quickly, should they go to learningstrategies.com to access the course?
Photo reading. Yeah, photoreading.com would be great. And there is a really key piece to this, and I really appreciate you really holding it up for people to understand that we have such an amazing brain and has such unbelievably fast capabilities. The human eye processes 10 million bits of information a second, but your conscious mind gets 40 bits of that 10 million. So why don't we start taking the training wheels off our brain and putting the rockets on that we were meant to have? We have these abilities. We just need the strategies or the little protocols that will help us channel those capacities to get us where we want to go.
Well, totally. And I want to, since we've gone over time, you've been so generous with me. Thank you, Paul. I really want to come full circle in where we started, what you were describing as when somebody's getting ready to take a test or maybe do an interview, or, you're going into a high pressure situation, that you take those few moments to relax. So much of what you're saying to me comes back to that physiological state, that emotional state, that frequency that you're feeling, that state is so key. And from there, everything is possible. And when I think at the heart of the most successful manifestation techniques, it really comes from that place of empowerment. And then you layer on these super tools for being able to learn more quickly, more effectively, unlocking what's already there. And honestly, Paul, it's like, why isn't all of this taught in elementary school?
Right.
I mean, you've probably been asked that question a few times, right?
Only all my life. But, the thing that I say, there's a paraliminal called personal genius. You listen to that before learning. And at the end of learning, you listen to memory supercharger, and before your test, memory supercharger. So you are placing information in and you're accessing information to bring it out. And it's the perfect way of bounding any learning that you're trying to get to. And look, think about, we talked about this in our session here today, Andrea, when you're thinking of manifesting your dream life and you think of all of the aspects of that manifestation that you don't feel you've mastered yet, it doesn't matter. It does not discount you from being able to manifest it. You just need to place yourself, as you say, Andrea, in the right state, the right mindset, heart set, gut set. With an open mind, open heart, open will, you have an open connection to a power within you beyond your wildest imagination, and you will create the life that you want to live.
Well, that is a perfect note to end on. We are powerful beyond measure, and you are the right guy to help us tap into that power. Paul Scheele, thank you so much. You've been such a great guest. I'm like, okay, I got to get off this interview because I got paraliminals to listen to and NLP to dig into because I got big ambitions of my own. Thanks so much. Mwah.
All the best. Bye for now.
Oh my goodness. I hope you are as on fire as I am to apply NLP, to apply the paraliminals to accelerate your manifestation. And honestly, I got to give a shout out. It's people like Paul who we feature every single month as our guiding lights in our amazing Power of Manifestation Circle membership. Not only are we featuring these incredible speakers, the best of the best, the OGs who have so much to share and teach, we also are getting together, sharing what works, sharing how it's going, the sense of community that this circle membership has brought to so many people has been so heartening to me since we launched it not that long ago. It's come together fast. And honestly, if you're looking for a community of like-minded people, like-hearted people that are there to help you improve your manifestation and people that you can help and cheer on and keeping it real, I urge you to check it out because it is something that really has punched above its weight in terms of being effective for our members. Okay, that's it. I look forward to seeing you in the next session of Manifesting Your Dream Life. Thanks so much for tuning in. can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing, and I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026, 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever, all 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds, but only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so beyond excited to host this particular session called Glow Up Like a Goddess, Manifesting Confidence, Radiance, and Magnetic Self-Worth. This is for any of you who have ever looked in the mirror and thought, I know there's more inside of me. I'm just not sure how to access it. And who hasn't felt like that, especially as the incredible magnetic women that we are? I am so excited to introduce our guide to this journey, Sahara Rose. Sahara is a celebrated modern spiritual teacher who has been called a leading voice in the millennial generation by Deepak Chopra. She is a 4 times best-selling author, inspirational speaker, and hosts the Highest Self podcast, which has been the #1 spirituality podcast in the US over the past 8 years with over 55 million downloads. Oh my God. She's the founder of the Highest Self Institute, the premier spiritual coaching certification institute. She's graced the stages of Mind Valley, Google, Facebook, and has been on the cover of Yoga Journal, as well as featured in Vogue and Forbes. Oh my gosh, what a rock star. Our goal today is to give you the tools to not just heal, but to truly glow up from the inside out, to embody your highest self while looking and feeling radiant, confident, and gorgeous. We will also touch on how our deepest heartbreaks can fuel our greatest glow-ups, and that from the ashes, we can rise more radiant and magnetic than ever before. Quick reminder to grab your Power of Manifestation journal. If you don't have it yet, you can go to powerofmanifestation.com and get it instantly. You're going to want to take notes on this one, folks, both because you're going to want to remember those great insights that you had so you can come back to them, but also critically, as I always say, I'm here to entertain and inspire you, but more importantly, I and my guests are here for you to take action. So I want you to write down, what are you committed to doing as a result of this incredible conversation? I am here to transform myself, and I want you to transform with me, sincerely. With that, Sahara, welcome to the Power of Manifestation. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Thank you for having me, Andrea. I'm so honored to be here.
So I wanted to kick off our session with this reel that you shared on Instagram, which I'm not going to lie, maybe a little stalky, a little creepy. I've watched on repeat, but I think it perfectly captures that vibrant goddess energy that we're tapping into today. And guys, all of us have it. All of us have it. And I say, especially as somebody who used to be so much more in my masculine energy, I'm a type AAA Aries, so I'm always going. As I've tapped more into my feminine energy, as I've tapped more into my goddess energy, it feels so good. And so I'm so excited to just have you guys go, yeah, this is for me.
So lie that the patriarchy has sold us to think that your beauty is going to diminish as time goes by. Because look at anyone that's on a conscious journey, we keep getting hotter. We keep glowing up even harder. It keeps getting better. Life keeps getting better. It's because we are becoming more and more true to who we are. We are expanding our energy fields in ways that we could have never imagined before. And because of that, we naturally carry a beauty and radiance that our face literally shapeshifts because we're no longer wearing the mask. The #1 reason why people don't have strong auric fields is because they are wearing masks.
Sahara, I feel like we could just end the session with that. You said it all. And this whole idea of a glow up really not just being an aesthetic change, but a deep spiritual transformation and glowing up from the inside out, to me, is what you so beautifully embody. And so I'd love to start by asking, what inner shifts have to happen for someone to truly glow up, to really become that radiant, gorgeous goddess self from the inside out?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to be here today. And to all of the listeners, I am with you in spirit, going through the breakup, dark night of the soul, tumultuous moment into the glow up, phoenix rising from the ashes. It's just how it goes. We keep getting hotter. And I'll just share a little bit about my journey of getting here. I'm 34 years old now, and I look much better than I did in my 20s when I was married and, doing everything right. I had a multiple 7-figure business that I was running, writing books, hosting podcasts, diving into spirituality as my profession. I've been in the space for 15 years now.
And after finding out about my then husband's ongoing infidelity and getting a divorce from him, I took it as the opportunity for me to become the version of myself I could have never become in that relationship. And going through so many layers of grief, pain, confusion, anger, hurt, disgust, sadness, all of it, I realized that I would touch these deeper barrel emotions within myself, deeper layers of suppressed anger, not just at him, at all men, deep sadness, not just at the situation, but all of the times my parents were not there for me. And as I let myself feel these emotions and really emote them for the first time, and sometimes I would cry for so many hours, and I would wonder, why am I crying for so long? Are these tears ever going to end? Is this just what my life is going to look like now? And I realized it was because I was allowing myself to finally cry all of the tears that I did not allow myself to cry my entire life. You know, when you're a kid and they tell you, stop crying, suck it up. No one can understand what you're saying. Go to your room. And so we learn to suppress and suppress and suppress our emotions. Now that's going to shape shift how we look. We are literally holding on to emotional baggage. So physically in the body, when we don't feel safe in our families, we create armor. We literally have to create armor to say, I can't let you in. So often, body fat is the easiest way to literally create energetic armor. And I was always an overweight kid growing up. And then in the face, you're literally biting your tongue all the time. So the lips get thinner. You can't be honest. So there's this lack of really being able to penetratively gaze someone. You're kind of like looking away because you're afraid of really being seen. You're afraid of someone really seeing that you're not happy in this life. And so we put on all of these layers, and I didn't even know I was wearing the layers. If someone asked me, oh, are you happily married? I would have said, oh, yeah, I am. You know, it wasn't perfect, but it was a good relationship. But it wasn't until then that I really started to ask myself, how do I want to live? Not just what kind of relationship do I want to be in, but what kind of life do I want to lead? Because as women, we are taught from the time we're kids that the most important thing in our lives are our one-day husbands. And as a kid, it's what's the wedding dress going to look like, and where is it going to be, and so we're waiting for that day. And for me, I needed to experience that and the demise of that to realize that marriage is not the pinnacle of success and stability, and to really find that within myself, which means knowing that I got me, knowing that no matter what happens in life, because shit happens in life, it's life. But no matter what happens in life, which doesn't mean I'm afraid of it, no matter how dark it gets, I got me. So I started to emote. Yes, I started to emote. And from that emoting, letting myself feel, I went into embodiment. So embodiment, a state of being in the body, moving the body, literally creating postures in your body of how you want to feel. We can dive more into that if you like. And then it went into express. How can I express the truth of who I am? I would first just, I couldn't really think. So I would just send these very long voice memos to myself, rambling. And then in that, sometimes I would say something really genius. You're like, oh, wow, that was good. And then I would maybe write about that. And, and then I would write a poem. And then I would think about songs. And I never wrote a song before. That would be cool. And then I started to get curious. So how do you produce music? And then I became an artist. And now I have an album that has like millions of streams, literally from this method. And so I put it together. It's called the Triple E method: emote, embody, and express. Emote, feel your feelings. Embody, create in your body what you desire to experience. Do you desire to feel held by the divine? Can you lie down on your yoga mat and really feel yourself being held? Do you desire to feel sensual? Can you put on some music and dance sensually? Do you desire to feel joyful? Can you play a song that makes you feel like the vibrant sun? And then express, when we overcome hard things, but we turn it into art, it becomes so worth it.
Well, and that's such a feminine, that's so tapping into your feminine energy, and in a world where the masculine, you live in Bali, but I feel like across so much of the globe, we are at the behest of a lot of that masculine energy. And so it takes a lot of intention. And to your point, healing and deliberate practices, and to be really intentional, to me, to tap back into the feminine, but also, like you were saying, to live the life you want. I mean, looking at you and understanding your journey, to be who you want to be. I mean, that to me, that's the power move, right? That's the ultimate glow up, the ultimate embodiment of the goddess. So let's actually kick off with the first phase over here, the catalyst, how heartbreak can lead to your greatest glow up yet. And you say you must be willing to feel the break to experience the breakthrough, right? And for so many of us, that sense of being broken or going through the breakdown, feeling out of control is what we resist at all costs, right? Will the tears ever end? They will. But you've got to go through that dark night of the soul, right? That's what once you've done it, and you get, I always say, when you cross the river, you go, oh, thank God. But it can be so scary. So why do you think we tend to see heartbreak or any breakdown as failure instead of an opportunity? And how do we shift that? Because that to me feels like so foundational to the work that you do.
Because we're conditioned to think that any relationship or anything is meant to be forever, when nothing in nature is forever. No flower, no wave, no day, no night. Nothing is forever. It would die. So how do we expect anything to remain the same? All we know is that when we trust that when we're cast into the abyss of the unknown, when the rug has been swept from under our feet and we don't know what to do next, we get to decide. Is this going to be the worst thing that has ever happened to me or the best thing that's ever happened for me? And it's based on that decision that abracadabra, that becomes your reality.
Well, you talk about how this kind of thing is a sacred doorway. And you specifically said the universe isn't testing you to punish you. Guys, pay attention. This is good. It's preparing you to rise. And to me, that is the ultimate power move. That reframing shifts each of us, if we so choose, from being a victim to being empowered and understanding this is how this is how we glow up versus staying stuck. So how can we begin to trust that our deepest pain is actually guiding us toward our highest purpose and our most radiant self? Because what I just said is intellectual, right? And I think everybody go, yeah, that makes sense. But it's way different when you're on your knees, you're sobbing, you're lying in the grass. Like I was telling you, I had a grounding moment yesterday. You're lying in the grass sobbing, and you're having a hard time remembering that this is meant to help you rise. What can people do? What can our amazing audience do to begin to trust that wisdom?
Well, just think about some of the worst things that have happened in your life. And how did they lead to the best? How did those experiences actually shape you to become the version of yourself that you love the most? And when you realize that, then there's nothing left to be afraid of, because even if your heart gets broken again, you'll just keep getting hotter. It's just what happens. And once you go through the unknown once, that you're like, oh my God, I could have never imagined this would have happened. Once you've gone through that once, it's never so bad, because now you're comfortable with the fact that life is beyond what we can plan and imagine, but it always ends up better. I wasn't born in Bali. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, in a very cold place that the rest of my family lives. My parents are immigrants and refugees from Iran, a war-torn country. Was not selected to be here by any means. I had to go against a lot of parental and societal conditioning, learning how to be an entrepreneur, and all of these. And then, of course, even in my marriage, I wanted to live somewhere like this, but I couldn't. And so there were so many steps for me to get here. But ultimately, all of it allowed me to live in an unapologetic way, because I feel as we go through these dark nights of the soul, we really stop caring so much. That feeling that we were holding on to so much of trying to impress people or being the good girl or making the things happen. Once you've experienced what feels like your personal nightmare, you realize I don't have anything left within myself to escape from. So what do I really want? And you become so magnetic when you can traverse like anywhere in your consciousness and not be afraid. And like maybe if I think about this thing, I'll get sad, or maybe this topic is heavy, but I know I'm not going to stay stuck there. And there is such radiance in a person that this is what shadow work is. It's going underneath the hood of the car, looking at what's there. Once you go there and you're not afraid of it, there's no boogeyman under the bed. It's like, okay, shit, we can jump on the bed. We can have fun. We can move things around. Like, this is your life. You can create anything that you desire.
Oh my God. Preach, sister. And a couple things come to mind listening to you and feeling that, right? I mean, I feel it so deeply from you. First of all, the truth will set you free. And it's like, you talk about those masks and the armor and what we're hiding from ourselves. And that to me, in my own experience, has been what has held me back. And doing the shadow work has been, unbelievably liberating. I feel like once there's nothing to hide inside of yourself, you really become bulletproof. You really do. It's like, oh, snap, I got this. And like, oh, maybe that post I did was a little cringe. Okay. Whatevs. I don't care. I'm not here to perform. Like, it really becomes like just this incredible liberation.
I know that you hate me.
Okay, so let's get into the alchemy. Step number 2, how to rise like a phoenix from the ashes. So you say this isn't about bouncing back. It's about rising and expanding into a new version of yourself, even being reborn, which I freaking love. In one of your posts, you share the powerful image and message that speaks directly to this. Oh my gosh, I love that so much. It's so powerful. Okay, so what are the practical steps to rebirth, to even, like you say, to go as far as to die to your old self so that the phoenix can emerge?
When you have a dark night of the soul, the first step is to understand that version of you has died. And you can mourn her, you can grieve her, you can write an obituary for her, because she no longer is. But guess what? An even badder bitch is being born. And so that version of us, we can have so much compassion for them, so much love for them, but it was time for them to go. Because this new version of you that has been growing in the chrysalis inside is ready to emerge. And whatever the situation was, whether it was a divorce or losing your job or a health challenge or friendship breakup, whatever rocked your world, it needed to be that way and that bad for you to create a change. And so I would say I'm so grateful for my ex-husband cheating on me, because nothing else would have caused me to leave that relationship. And so when we can see that and have the gratitude for it, it's not, oh, despite what happened to me, I'm going to be this. It's because of exactly what happened to me and how it went down and every single little aspect to it, I get to become this. And you wouldn't change it for the world. And that becomes your fuel. So alchemy is the process of turning lead into gold. And the ancient Egyptians talked about, if you can take those hard, tumultuous situations in your life and use them as fertile soil, you can blossom into the lotus that you could have never imagined yourself to be before. So it's letting that old version of you die. Maybe you literally even, my friend and I did a ritual. We had funerals for ourselves and read out loud our obituaries and lie down in the dirt and put dirt on ourselves and felt what that felt like. And then this new version of you, who is she? What colors does she wear? What is she into? Has she shifted her vernacular, who she hangs out with, how she's decorated her home? Like, let there be physical shifts in your life, because that really anchors that in. Changing your style, your hair. Like, this is why so many women dye their hair after a breakup. There's something real about that version of me no longer is. And I always say you get to become the version of you always wanted to be, but felt like you weren't ready for yet. So often you knew there was this side of you like, oh, I would love to, dress a little sexier, but I can't because I'm in my 40s. Or, oh, I would love to show up and post online, but like I am too late for that. Or, oh my God, I love how this person's just like, so witchy in how they dress and their home, but like I can't do that. I mean, it doesn't make sense for me. You're ready now.
Sahara, I want to reach through the screen and hug you. Honestly, I mean, when I think of that permission that we as women who are on the Phoenix path, if you will, the goddess journey, give permission to each other. I mean, I want to say, I'm trying not to swear, but F yeah, right? And it's like you gave that permission to yourself. You were on your knees. And the fact that you rose like this gorgeous phoenix and can say, hey, reaching your hand out, like, I got you. And I'm going to give you the permission. And when it's like, it's amazing to me how getting permission from someone that has been there and that you trust, like, that punches above its weight in the biggest way. And those limiting beliefs, I'm too old, or, hey, no, all those things that you described, that it's just like, no, we get to write the narratives for ourselves, right? And that takes a lot of guts. First of all, it says to me, I'm willing to say it. I am willing to look inside and say, yes, this is for me, which takes guts. And then to not just keep it inside, but to actually put ourselves out there. And that's back to your point of these beautiful auric fields around us. They can't coexist with a mask. And to me, a mask is fear, right? I'm afraid to be seen. And here's what I've observed in my own life. I'm afraid to be seen. Was way better now. And I'm afraid not to be seen. That's a conundrum. Right? And so what do you do? And I love your chrysalis. It's just one of my favorite metaphors, this idea of each of us going from a caterpillar into the chrysalis, the imaginal cells, the chaotic goop that a caterpillar goes into and the butterfly emerges. It is such an amazing analogy. But you got to go through the goop and you got to go through the uncertainty. And just one last thing before we move to our next section, I just love. And I want each of you guys watching and listening to just take a moment and reflect on a time when you were on your knees and you were in resistance, but how that led to a breakthrough. And just summon that back to yourself and breathe in what Sahara is saying about her own dark night of the soul, being on her knees, how that what feels like probably the scariest, worst thing that could happen to you ended up being the best thing. And that to me is the miracle, and that you get to choose what to do with it, right? Because you could have chosen to be a victim. You could have chosen to say, I hate men. You could have chosen, I'm going to move back to Boston to be close to my family because that's where I feel. You could have made so many other choices, but you chose to rise.
I'm looking for a man in finance. Just fun. 6'5", blue eyes. Finance. Just fun.
Number 3, Sahara's triple E method that you use to heal yourself after divorce. And you touched on this before, but I really want to drive this point home. Whether it's a divorce, whether it's an illness, whether it's any number of things that any of us go through that leads to a breakdown, this is the path to using the breakdown to a breakthrough, rising like a phoenix and glowing up like a goddess. Can you just walk us through the 3 E's? And then I think you're going to do a little demonstration for us, right?
Yeah. So the triple E method, emote, embody, and express. So for me, it has helped shift, evolve, up-level me more than any kind of other healing modality, therapy, or coaching ever has, because trauma lives in our body. And it's only until we get into the body level that we can actually start to release these stories. So your body right now is a reflection of all of the things you've been told and have been telling yourself. And so likely from the time you were a child, there was a story that maybe you even mistakenly took on. It is not safe for me to be seen. When I'm emotional, no one wants to be around me. I can't trust love. The moment I start to love, I'm abandoned. So these stories live in our bodies, and how they manifest in different ways in the digestive system: bloating, gas, constipation, literally holding on, being unable to digest life, emotions, thoughts, experiences. We also can, as women, feel lightheaded. It's like a disassociation that we can feel, a constant anxiety, insomnia. You might feel cold a lot of the times. You may feel like you just did something and you don't even remember just what happened. Kind of this like blackout feeling. Like, did I just do that? Like it takes you a while to come back into the moment.
And of course, after something big like a betrayal or something, you have this like walking zombie brain that you're like going through the motions, but you're not really there. And so we need to address what's going on a body level. Otherwise, yes, we can cognitively say, I forgive him. It's all good. I understand. Yeah, we can make sense of things. We're adults, but our bodies are still holding on to that pain. And so through going through this method, I was able to release emotions that I had no idea. Like it went so deep that were really living inside of me that I was manifesting from. Because we don't just manifest from our thoughts, we manifest from who we are. Our embodiment is the state of our vibration. And so every single time I would do this practice and I would release one of these emotions and see what it was attached to, I'm like, wow, I can't believe I would have been walking through the world with that still living in my being, what I would have manifested as a result. And when you're doing this kind of work, at first it can feel really heavy, but then it actually becomes very joyful and pleasurable and, and going into the feminine realms, even orgasmic. So that's the beauty of the body. The body wants to feel good. The body is meant to feel connected and radiant. It's just that we have blocks in these different areas. So I have a free mini course that I'm actually creating and I can share with your participants where I guide people through a daily embodiment practice. So it's a 10-minute follow along practice that they can do and start doing in the morning to start just really feel. Sometimes we start our days in the mind. I mean, most of us, we wake up and we check our phones. So to actually drop into the body and notice what's alive there, notice how I'm feeling, how am I moving, and then be able to set an intention and move our bodies in that way. So I'll share with you guys the link for that free embodiment mini course. And just as a quick example of how I would do the method. So let's say I woke up and I was just feeling, I don't know, a little off. I wasn't sure what it was, but I'm not feeling excited. I'm just feeling a little tired still. And so what I would do is I would take a moment and sit up and feel, what does this experience feel like right now in the body? And get just a little bit more curious about it. So maybe I would feel, I feel a little alone. It's the feeling of loneliness. Okay, where do I feel that loneliness in my body?
So that's the first step. I mean, I think that's the emote, right? So really tap into that feeling. And now, okay, keep going.
Yes. So I would feel, what does it feel like to feel lonely? Does it feel like a black hole in my heart? If I could have a conversation with it, what would it say? And how can I even thank it? Because every emotion's there to try to protect us.
Well, and tell us something, right? I mean, it's like it's there to tell us something, to protect and to tell, right?
Yes. And it may be telling us something that's not completely based in the truth. And that's why we need to talk to it. So I can have I can literally take out this black tar of loneliness that's holding over my heart and have a conversation with it and ask it, why are you here? What wisdom do you have for me? And maybe it says, I'm so used to waking up next to someone. It's scary for me to be alone. I'm afraid I'm going to die alone. And having a conversation with that part of yourself. And then we move into, and that, can go on however deep you want to go into it. Now with embody. Now, first step of embody is to embody what you actually feel right now. So let's say I feel so alone. What does that feel like in my body? So maybe I curve my shoulders forwards and I kind of am like falling ahead, like a homeless person. So I would literally create that embodiment with my physical body. And so I would let myself actually go into it. Like I don't want to instantly jump into joy because that's just not being honest. I have to actually put a magnifying glass on what's there. Because all these emotions, they just want the microphone. They just want a moment to be heard. And so I would embody what that loneliness feels like. And then I would create with my body what I want to experience. What's the opposite of loneliness to me? Love. Okay, what does it feel like to feel loved? Now with my body, maybe I'll touch my face the way that I would touch a lover. I would kiss my hand or hug myself and rock myself in the bed and play music that makes me feel love. Maybe I play some Lauryn Hill and now I'm embodying that energy of love, which is raising my vibration. I'm already experiencing love, but nothing in my life has shifted, but I get to be in the experience of it right now. And from that place of feeling so much love, feeling so held, feeling so much trust in the way that I got myself, feeling so much love for everything that I've moved through in this life, and so much gratitude for who I've become as a result. And now I'm basking in this energy of love. Now I express, which is the third step. So maybe I want to write myself a love poem. Maybe I want to sing a song. Maybe I want to, free flow journal in my notebook, whatever is desiring to come through, but to actually give it some words, some expression, because we often forget and we don't really consciously reward ourselves for the work that we've done. So then we're like, oh, nothing really happened. But when we can actually transmute it into something else, which is the last stage of alchemy, we're like, wow, because of this process, here's what I get to experience now. So for me, going through the Triple E method by myself so many times led to me writing affirmations, to the music, and to a whole new era of my artistry that literally I could, and that was the first thing that I could say, wow, I love who I have become through this result, because I would have never created this art. So emote, embody, and express, and I'll share with you guys my free mini course on that.
All right, that is amazing. Let me ask you, or reference, just since you'd mentioned it earlier, even with the express part, something I've only recently started doing is using the voice memo in my phone to just go, here's how I'm feeling, or here's what I'm thinking. And I've been writing, I have like boxes of journals going back many years, but this idea of using my own voice to speak into my phone or my computer, and sometimes I'll listen or read the transcript, Other times it's just, I just want to speak it. But that to me has been a really wonderful addition into the express part. I'd love to do this. There's a really wonderful, yet another wonderful Instagram post.
If you see me, you trying to see what's up.
So let me ask you about this, because that's so high vibe. I mean, you see you shaking your hips, you see you in your full radiant goddess glory. How important is that kind of sensual dance, moving your body? I mean, it feels like, yes, the Triple E process that you talked about, from emoting and feeling those emotions, embodying them, right? Hunched shoulders, scrunched up face, into the expression. But I'm wondering how other ways that you use your body and express yourself have been key to your healing.
So dance has always been a part of my life, but before the healing work I had done, it still wasn't expressed in the same way. So going to a dance class where you're learning a choreography, you might be able to master it and execute it perfectly, but it won't have the same essence until you release whatever is the shame, the suppression, the fear that is holding you back. So you could see I shifted so much in that process, and it was through the divorce and the Triple E method that I had done, that even just me walking into a room was an entirely different embodiment. So it's less about the moves and more about people feel your energy. They feel your aura, your voice, your face. All of these things are sharing and emitting so much information about the state of who you are. Now, dance has been my favorite ally and really was the highest form of yoga for the feminine. Because when we're practicing what we know as yoga, it was actually a masculine science. It was created for young boys who were going into puberty to keep them calm, and also to prepare them for if they were going into siddhi monkhood, to sit for hours for meditation, but also to prepare men to do like warrior training in ancient India. So that's really what it was made for when we're talking about the physical asana practice. Now, when we're doing yoga, we're thinking, oh, I'm doing embodiment, I'm getting into my body, but it's a teacher telling you what to do, how to do it. You're doing it wrong, tuck in. It's very linear. Again, I was a huge yogi. I've lived on and off in India for the past over 10 years. But yoga is not my embodiment practice. Yoga is a really good meditative practice. Embodiment comes from letting your body guide you. There's no rules, there's no postures, there's no right, there's no wrong. I don't even know what I'm doing. It looks weird. There are sounds coming out. That is actually embodiment. And so we all have a serpentine-like energy that is living inside of ourselves called kundalini. And when we can access that energy, we start to feel these undulations moving through our body. So for example, if you're listening right now, maybe you want to start doing some hip circles in your chair.
and start to just feel like, what does it feel like to bring my body in motion? Maybe you feel weird. Maybe you're already judging yourself. Maybe you can hear your Catholic father telling you to stop. Notice that. Notice what is alive for you as you start to move your body, because as the feminine, we store our intuition in our womb. Our womb is our portal. The sacral chakra, the second chakra, is related to creativity, abundance, and pleasure. So this is why it's all interconnected. The more connected you are to your sacral, your yoni, your womb, the more creativity is oozing out of you, the more abundance you actually generate, and the more pleasure that you have. So moving your hips, I love belly dancing, and practicing other free-flowing movement patterns where you're not trying to look like anyone else, but really connecting to yourself.
Yeah, that to me, I mean, honestly, seeing some of your clips, it's like you are summoning and savoring so much of that beautiful, hot feminine energy, and it's not performative. And that's the key. And I think your Triple E method has gotten you to the point where it's like you're showing up and you're just in the flow. And that, I mean, that's hot. You know, that to me, you've taken off the mask. You've got this amazing auric energy. But just since I saw one of your posts, yoni sunning, talk to me. like, I mean, when I think about our, you know, our wombs and our, you know, all these things that are make us uniquely feminine, I feel like it's worth touching on.
So the yoni is the Sanskrit word for the portal between two worlds. We kind of have classified it as a vagina, but that's not even, the word vagina actually means a sheath for a sword. So it's like our...
Oh, I never knew that. That's embarrassing that I would not know that. But hey, guys, you heard it here first. Vagina, the original etymology, sheath for a sword.
Right, but it's like...
Of course it is.
It's literally the portal that creates
that is hilarious.
Life.
Yeah.
It's not just a sheath for a sword.
Well, but that's so funny. I mean, when you talk about a world where the men define the woman's anatomy in reference to the man's penis. I mean, think about that. That is actually hilarious.
Exactly. So I love the Sanskrit word of yoni because it's a portal between two worlds. It is honored. It is sacred. If you go to any Hindu temple, you will see statues of the yoni. And she is revered, and you can actually go back to even early mystical Christian mythology, and the yoni was revered as well. So this is age old. All ancient spiritual, whether you're European, African, South American, they all honored the womb because they knew the womb is what creates all life. So there's so much there, you know, that we're holding on to, and so many practices. But I love yoni sunning that you mentioned. It's if you have a balcony or a home that the sun comes in and you're not in public
view. A little bit of privacy.
hard in cities, to actually open up your legs and let the sun penetrate inside of your yoni, because it's antibacterial, anti-yeast forming as well, and literally just brings in this very energizing, because the sun is the solar, it's the masculine, brings in this energizing solar energy into the yoni. Actually feels amazing. And so that's a beautiful practice. Yoni steaming is an age-old practice in every single ancient culture. So literally creating a steam pot of different clarifying herbs. So like in the US, like mugwort is really great, and you know, all cultures have their own, and you would make a tea, like a brew essentially, and you would squat over it. And now they sell actually yoni steaming kits with little stools that you can sit on. So that's a beautiful practice. And there's a lot around yoni de-armoring. We hold onto a lot of tension and numbness in our womb spaces because it's the sponge that feels it all. So to actually go into your yoni, and, you know, at first you may feel like disgust or, you know, not knowing what to do. And that was 100% my journey as well. And you just start to just feel what it feels like to be connected, you know, and at first, maybe the first couple of months, you don't even enter your yoni. You only want to enter your yoni if she feels really ready for it. You know, 95% of women, I believe it is, are having sex prematurely. And that's why so many women are having a hard time having orgasms. Well, because most women are not properly engorged in the way that they need to be to even reach a level of pleasure. So imagine if an orgasm is at level 100 of a feeling and your regular life is at 0. Most of us are getting up to maybe a 20 with the foreplay and then having penetration and then wondering why we're not having an orgasm. Also, most people are having sex based on what they see in pornography. It's very centered on male pleasure, which is very fast, in and out, quick. That's not what the feminine body wants, needs, and definitely not what will reach orgasm for her. So then we think something's wrong with me. I'm never going to have an orgasm. I'm disconnected from my pleasure. And then women often turn to vibrators, which then create this oversensory experience that can become very addictive. So this just creates a cycle. So when we go into yoni de-armoring, we start to just resensitize her. Start to feel her. Maybe at first you don't feel anything. Then after numbness, you start to feel, oh, when I feel over here, I feel sadness. I want to cry. Letting yourself cry, letting yourself feel whatever it is. And then when the different parts of your yoni become active and alive again, you become truly orgasmic. But then you actually realize, I don't need a partner for this. You become energetically orgasmic. And so actually just from you mentally connecting to like your cervix, you can have energy orgasms without any kind of touch.
Wait, what? Do you have that course? I want to take it.
And I definitely am going to write about that. I am writing about that in my next book because it was something that I did not know that I was capable of. It was definitely not something I had experienced before. But I was celibate for 2.5 years after my divorce and going really deep inwards. And it was that showed me really how orgasmic the female body is meant to be. And it's like beyond sexual energy. It's like an electrical healing energy that I believe the ancients, like the Egyptians, were actually using to create pyramids and many of the technologies we see today.
I mean, that honestly, it's the ultimate goddess energy, right? And when I think about, you'd mentioned Kundalini, when I think about like tantric sex and so forth, where using your breath, being really intentional, really present, that energy is orgasmic, right? It can lead to a just genuine divine pleasure. And that all of us have that inside.
We're like waterfalls, a waterfall doesn't turn off. She's gushing with Amrita. Amrita is the word for sacred waters. And that is who we are as the feminine. We are meant to just orgasm through life. We are orgasms in human form. It's just that we forgot the truth of who we are. We have so many layers, so much conditioning, so much baggage, so much suppression that we're holding on to, that even if for a moment we can just take 20 minutes to just be with our bodies. And I'm not saying go straight into your yoni every single time. Not at all. Like, in fact, now at this point, I am rarely even going inside of my yoni. It's mostly energetic at this point. The breasts are a huge, huge, huge gateway. The breasts are where we hold on to a lot of our love, but also overgiving, So a lot of women, we give and we give and we give, and dis-ease manifests in our breasts. So literally reconnecting ourselves to our heart chakra. So I love to do a figure 8, just circling around your breasts in a figure 8. And this is balancing your feminine and masculine side. And it's just, again, resensitizing that part of yourself. And just getting really connected with the subtleties there. Maybe you're just tapping your heart or opening it up, and you can start to actually have breastgasms just from that.
Breastgasms. I'm ready for that. All right, I gotta go. Just kidding. I'll do that later. But it's, oh my God, I love all this so much. It's like, again, permission granted. And the truth is, when I think of our Western culture, where it's so based on performance and control and appearances and so forth. And I love the work you've done personally, Sahara, and the permission that you're giving to everybody. It's the ultimate agency, right? I mean, what you're talking about, and it feels, I feel like I've made so much progress on my journey, and talking to you makes me so excited to go even further. I mean, just like talk about like feeling good, like feeling bliss, right? And shedding that, the masks and all those things that, the fear and so forth that hold us back. But it is such a deeply personal journey and choice. I mean, ultimately it comes down to each of us can only choose that for ourselves. but it helps to have good guides along the way.
Absolutely. And, you know, I am so hopeful for this time where we're having these kind of conversations, because this kind of stuff was very taboo even a couple of years ago. I feel like it's just the beginning of people really being able to talk about it. And we can't really talk about the goddess without talking about sacred sexuality. It's one and the same. That's what Tantra, the word Tantra means to weave. It means to become one with. And so back in the day, like us women, we actually were like gathering in bathhouses and going to saunas and scrubs and just nurturing our bodies and eating fruits. And like, we weren't expected to do everything that we're doing today. And something has to give, you know, we're not going to be our most juicy and radiant selves when we need to operate like men. And it's not what the men want either. And I really believe right now there is this massive collective remembering, you know, of like, yes, we can do it all, but what do we really want to do? What do we really want to feel? And using that energy and channeling it towards our dharmas, channeling it towards our soul's purposes. So it's pleasure, but not as an end. It's actually a means towards something greater, being of service to humanity, truth. So if we get stuck in pleasure just for the sake of pleasure, it becomes hedonistic. That's not what it's about. It's actually about transmuting that energy through the pleasure. Now, what do I want to create? How do I want to serve? And that's where the juiciness really is.
Just listening to you, it really is being conscious about being, which is feminine, being and receiving, versus doing. And as a recovering productivity and workaholic, you know, productivity junkie and workaholic, like it's just, again, just such a wonderful remembrance to say, oh, to be and to be in that that sort of really wonderful feminine energy enables me to be so much more in service, right? And coming from that place of abundance versus feeling burned out and like, oh, I gotta do this versus I get to do this because I'm replenished. I was willing to receive. And even, you know, your point about how in previous times, I mean, we were just so much more connected in communities, and that, you know, like what we learned from each other, what we saw. I mean, energy is contagious, good or bad. And when I'm mindful of how so many of us feel cut off from our feminine, I think as women, especially as working moms, but whether you have a kid or not, we're really freaking busy doing, and we're kind of isolated. So your point about like how we are ushering in this new era and how social media and events like this and so forth, I mean, listen, in person to me is the best, for sure. But in the absence of that, to be able to see these wonderful Instagram clips that you post, and, you know, for us to have these conversations and folks, for you to be listening in and watching and feeling it, like this is the transformation we are creating.
You are a rock star in my eyes. You are the queen.
Okay, let's get to 4, the foundation. You say why glow-ups and transformation cannot really happen without the embodiment work. Now, I know we touched on this. You say your body is where your soul's wisdom lives. To manifest a new reality, you must first feel it as truth in yourselves. You've got yet another great Instagram post. This kind of connects everything together. It's not enough just to think positive thoughts. We have to create that feeling of confidence, radiance, and worthiness in our nervous system. Oh my gosh, I feel like I just took this big sigh looking at that, like seeing the flowers, seeing the waterfall, seeing the monkeys, and then feeling that energy that you posted it with. You want to talk about kind of what all that means to you and what you want people to learn from that post?
We're not meant to live in the boxes that we live in. You know, we're actually doing an amazing job, granted the positions that we are in this modern day society where we're so disconnected from Earth. We're so disconnected from each other. We're going from one box of our apartments to the next box of our cars, to the next box of our cubicles, box after box after box, while staring at a box. And the feminine is Earth. She is spirals. She is waves. She is curves. She is branches. She is flowers. She is all of the seasons. And so really the greater calling that I have is for us to all come back to this more earth-based way of living that you saw in those pictures. I know you're in Colorado and you said you went out into the grass and you let yourself just lie down and reconnect to the earth's negative ions that really restore the body. And, whether you're in New York City and you go to Central Park or wherever it is, there's always some form of nature that we can connect with. I am a tree hugger. I was in Dubai where there's really no nature, and I would hug a tree in front of the cool members only club place. I didn't care. While I was waiting for the cab, I would hug the tree and hold on as long as humanly possible until,
Can I see that post? I love that. I've got this beautiful image of you holding onto a tree in front of some modern skyscraper. The one tree and the whole block.
And
I love it.
I needed it. I needed that feeling. And I feel so many of us, we don't receive hugs, even if we're married. And we need that touch. And so trees are such a wonderful thing to hug because they're always going to love
it's
you right
real.
back.
Oh yeah. Honestly, and just since you mentioned New York, I lived there for 19 years. I'd go, and I had little boys and other teenagers. I'd take them to the park and we go, hello trees, hello cousins, hello brothers, hello sisters. And I just always felt and here too in Colorado, surrounded by nature, it feels like we know it's factual. They are sentient beings. And to tap into that sentience, and I think in my yard, there are trees that are hundreds of years old, and they are going to way outlive me. And it's we've seen it all. It's good. They're the ultimate, I feel like beacons of Zen. But I want to come back to that post because your caption was so beautiful. You say, this is the frequency of the healed feminine. She who has transmuted pain into wisdom doesn't wait to be chosen. She chooses herself. She sings, she rests, she plays, she makes beauty out of ordinary moments. The divine feminine remembers her joy is her birthright. Her laughter is her life's work. Her softness is her strength. Her presence is her power. She no longer needs to prove her healing. She lives it. I want that poster. Right in front of my desk that I can look at every day. Snap, you nailed it. Every single word there. And guys, you should be following Sahara Rose on Instagram for sure. But just to come back to the wisdom and the feeling of those words. It's powerful.
Yes. We've been taught that we need to wait to be chosen, wait till someone else gives us a ticket to the life that we desire. But we're the one that we've been waiting for. I remember telling myself when I was healing after my divorce, I'm like, well, once I'm in the next relationship, then I'll be healed. Then I'll be on the other side of it. And I realized that maybe this love story is really about me. Maybe it's not about, and then happily ever after she ended up with an even better guy. Yay. It's no, look at who you've become. And when we stop placing the success of our lives based on any of the relationships and instead based on how in touch we are to our soul at any given moment, I believe that is when we really understand what healing is.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that it takes courage. And you talked about the dark night of the soul and what that means. That is a portal opportunity too, if we meet it like that. Right. And that, it ultimately comes down to that choice. But I want to emphasize that you had mentioned this whole business of joy and softness and rest. And again, I just think there are so many of us who are trying so hard to prove ourselves. I think it's especially hard as working moms. But again, whether you have kids or not, these are things that we so often do not give ourselves permission for. I would actually add real relaxation, playfulness, fun. That these, for me and for so many of the women that I've observed, end up falling off the to-do list because they're not productive, right? And yet it's what, are we here to produce? I feel like your whole point is we will be far more productive if we can be. And we can tap into that soulful essence that's within but we got to be really intentional.
We don't have to earn our rest, but we are just worthy of it.
Can you say it again?
You don't have to earn your rest. You are worthy of it now, exactly as you are.
I mean, honestly, amen. All right, I got one last really fun clip. This is one of my favorites of you. And I just want to say this up front, you guys, because, looking at Sahara, listening to her, it's like, she's impossibly gorgeous and wise and cool and fun and DJ vibes and all that good stuff. And it could be easy for a lot of us to go, oh, that feels intimidating. I can't be 34. I can't look like her. I'm going to share one of my dearest longtime friends growing up, my friend Courtney. When she sees something that she loves, she'll say, "That's for me." She doesn't get jealous. And I have totally embraced this. And I'm never going to look like you. I'm never going to be 34 again. But what I love in all of this teaching is it's not about the specifics. It really is about the vibe. It's about the feeling. It's about being in love with ourselves. And every single one of you can do that. You can be in love with yourself in a way. Doesn't matter what you look like. And by the way, you will glow up and look hotter and hotter if you do this work. But I think it's so easy in our comparison culture and social media to go, well, I can't possibly look like her. Well, you're not supposed to. Right? I can't look like her either. She's 20 years younger than me. Right? But it's like, but I can feel that vibe. I mean, I dance every morning. I dance every afternoon. I dance every evening. I'm dancing around my house. My kids are like, "Mom, can you stop dancing?" I'm like, "No, I can't." Because it feels so good. Right? And that to me is like the ultimate, when I talked a little while ago, Sahara, about that permission that you grant and what you've embodied. It's really cool. So let's watch this clip because I feel like this is such a cool, fun way to end our discussion.
And it's rising, the body is the power, the feminine is rising, so I'ma throw it back. Yeah. Watch me throw it back. The feminine is rising, the body is the power, the feminine is rising, so I'ma throw it back. Yeah. Watch me throw it back.
Watch me throw it back.
How good does that feel? When you watch that, how good does that feel?
Do you know the most amazing part is I would have never been allowed to share stuff like that. I come from the Middle East. Women do not show up as their full expression. They're told to be covered, to be quiet. You are property of your husband. And so I remember when I was in the relationship and my friend wrote this book about sexuality, and I was like, oh my God, I hope in the next lifetime I'm Australian and I can, do that kind of work. That would be so cool. And God said, no, bitch, in this lifetime. And so for me, seeing that, I'm like, I could have never been that version of me before. So thank the goddess for all of it. And also, I'm sure maybe people are like, I don't have cool outfits and videos and stuff. I just decided to make them happen. No one was like, you've been casted in a 2000s throwback music video. No, I wanted to make a 2000s throwback music video. That song you're hearing is a song that I just made myself. And so it's to not wait until someone else says you're chosen, you now are granted permission, you're now allowed to do this. Just choosing it yourself. You want to be a pop star, you get to still be a pop star at this lifespan at 54, at 64, at 74. You get to start dressing the way that you want. You get to start showing up the way that you want. You can start traveling. You can start doing whatever it is. And whatever the block is of, well, I can't because, I guarantee you can find some evidence of someone who has that exact situation going on and has still made that thing happen. I see people here in Bali who have young children, people who, for all walks of life who've chosen to come here. I see women in their 70s dyeing their hair pink. I see, people creating different forms of living where women like me and my best friend live together. There are so many different ways we get to do life outside of the conventional path. And so this is really my invitation for you to start getting a little bit more creative. This is my freaking life. What do I want to do? And it could be something small right now of, I want to paint this wall pink. I just want to see that. Or, but keep stretching yourself a little bit more every single day. And before you know it, you're going to glow up so hard that you're going to be like, I don't even recognize that version of me before. Like, oh, that's so sweet, but I would never go back.
Well, and I think the ultimate ninja move, power move here is you do it for yourself. And I think, and I pretty much have crossed that Rubicon. And I know in some of my social posts and some of the things that I've tried to achieve and so forth, it's like, oh, I want to look like, and it's like back to just this whole business of, no, we give ourselves permission to do these things for ourselves. And that to me is that pure goddess energy. It's not for anybody else.
Yes, it's
really for ourselves.
Yes, it reminds me of a rap in that song of mine, The Feminine is Rising, that says, I'll speak it. We don't do this for the fellas. We do this for the girlies. That embodiment swag for you. We say, more please. We dance for ourselves, our ancestors who couldn't. We dance for our freedom, the woman told they shouldn't. Because when we shake our asses, we awaken our powers. We remember our essence. Remember this body ours. So let your heart break, queen, make you break it down. Let them keep judging. Bye, brush it off your crown. Dance is our prayer. We are finally paired. So go ahead and get that paper. So just a little example of those exact thoughts, this exact conversation that we're having. I was like, like, how do I just turn that into a little poem that became a rap, that became a song? And that's the beauty. The feminine is so inherently creative. And so I'm curious from this conversation, maybe there are new dinner parties that will be formed, or, beautiful homes that will be created, or online magazines. The list goes on, but there is so much awaiting to be birthed through us. Again, we have the womb, and that womb creates everything, not just human life, which is incredible, but it births and channels all that we see, and we've just forgotten it. And now it's time to remember again.
Well, oh my God, I just love it all so much.
We don't do this for the fellas, we do this for the girlies that embody girl swag. For you, we say, more please. We dance for ourselves, ancestors who couldn't. We dance for our freedom, the woman told they shouldn't. When we shake our asses, we awaken our powers. We remember our essence, remember this body ours. Let your heart break, make you break it down. Let them keep judging, brush it off your crown. Cause dance is our prayer, we are highly favored. We honor every flavor, now go ahead, get that paper.
But I want to come back to what you were saying about the womb and this ultimate source of creativity, and back to the yoni as the portal. I mean, when I think about the world as so dominated in its masculine energy, and we see and feel the incredible hurt and heartache from, so many teen men and boys, self-harm and suicide and violence against themselves and women. The masculine and feminine need to be balanced. And for more of us who, again, meant to tap into that feminine creative energy, that gives me a lot of hope. And, you talk about the rebirth. It's like, we're ready for a rebirth on this planet, I think, right? In the best, most joyful way possible.
After every death, there needs to be a rebirth. There's no other way. We just get to choose the direction and the vibration of which it is.
Yeah, and just to, as you said at the very beginning, everything is always in transition, right? And so often we can get stuck, and it's like, oh, we want to hold on to the good moment, or we're afraid. And just this idea of, like, when I think feminine and flow, I say to myself every day, I flow and radiate. And that used to not be the case, right? So that's become a bit of a mantra for me. And it had just continuing to say that to myself every day has changed. I flow and radiate now. And that becomes a deliberate choice. So I'm going to give you the last word. This has been amazing. A last bit of advice, a last prayer, any last words to wrap up our session?
Well, thank you for every single person that's listening right now. This is a really important conversation to have. Share it with your friends, your sisters. Create a goddess circle where you can gather and maybe have a conversation around, what does it mean to be in my feminine? What are areas of my life that I feel like I want to lead more from my feminine? And, the feminine is always, we sat in circle, from the time of the red tents. And so bringing that back, maybe gathering a couple of friends instead of, complain and coffee, have a little goddess circle and really be able to hear each other And maybe you create an altar for yourself with some flowers and some crystals, and you can pull cards and really make it ceremonial and intentional. And just that is so deeply healing for the feminine. And yeah, if this conversation resonated with you, please message me on Instagram. My Instagram is at I am Sahara Rose. I would love to hear what it was and any topics you would love for me to dive into on my podcast. It's called Highest Self Podcast. And I have a mystery school called Rose Gold Goddesses and my embodiment certification as well. And the free mini course, which we will share of really like getting into the grains of what the Triple E method is. So lots of free resources, and I'm excited to support you all.
Well, thank you. And you also have the Highest Self Institute, where you also have courses and people can be trained by you. All right, Sahara Rose, you are magnificent. You are a goddess, and I am so grateful to know you. And I hope one day I'm going to have to maybe go to Bali if I want to meet you, right? Waiting for that invitation.
Yes, you're invited.
All right.
Go plan the waterfalls.
Yeah, I love it. Mwah. All right, thanks so much. Oh my gosh, you guys, I hope you love that as much as I did. That went to so many unexpected places from, did you know that the etymology of vagina was sheath? I mean, never again. It's yoni for me forevermore. Yoni is a portal. I am here for that. Yoni sunning, yoni steaming. Let's embrace the that sacred part of our anatomies and so much more. Honestly, so much more. I really hope you feel so energized and alive, whatever stage you are at right now, knowing that you get to summon that goddess energy, that feminine energy, that joyfulness, that being energy. If you're like me and you're like recovering from being an achievement junkie, permission to relax without earning it. Oh, yes, I will take that all day long. Final reminder, if you have not grabbed your Power of Manifestation handbook, please do, because so many of the highlights from amazing sessions like this are included in it. So it'll just make it easier for you to take notes and go back and remember all the good things. And I can't say it enough. My intention in producing this event really is to help you just feel so inspired to make positive change. Sometimes the positive change comes in little ways, little intentional things that you do, to the big breakthroughs. And that's where we're here. And I'm just so grateful that you're here with me. And I am looking forward to seeing you at the next amazing session of the Power of Manifestation. We'll see you there soon. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Hello and welcome back to another amazing episode of the Power of Manifestation event. My name is Andrea Miller and I am the host of this amazing session entitled Quit Wanting, Stop Chasing, Start Attracting. Amen to that. And I am delighted to introduce my guest, one of my favorite people, somebody who I've learned so much from, Matt Cooke. Matt is a renowned manifestation coach, speaker, and author. His debut book, Beyond Wanting, is being published this fall on 11/11, if you can believe it, by Penguin Random House. So go ahead and get those pre-orders in now. Known for his grounded and modern approach to spirituality, Matt inspires a global audience of nearly 1 million people by blending science, wisdom, and practical insight into the art of true manifestation. At the heart of Matt's mission is a profound desire to connect deeply with spiritual seekers and like-minded souls. He believes in the power of authentic relationships and the magic that happens when people come together to support one another in manifesting their best lives. He lives in Cornwall in the UK with his wife, Corisande, and their son, Humphrey. Welcome, Matt Cooke. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Thank you, Andrea. Great to be here. Excited.
Yeah, you are one of my favorite people to follow on social media, and I'll just shout out his social media is amazing. So I encourage you all to follow him. But I learned so much from you, Matt, because your approach is so practical. And that's what I'm excited to bring everybody today. You're really practical, actionable insights so that they can take, our amazing audience can take full advantage of your, genuine passion and expertise. We're going to start with part 1, the problem with wanting and chasing. You have cracked me open with this idea of stop wanting, right? And I'm like, but wait, isn't it okay to want, because that it gives me direction and I'm setting an intention. I want this outcome. So let's start with just explain to us, if you will, what the problem is with wanting and what should we be doing differently?
So very simply, whenever you want anything in life, you haven't got it. Wanting equals lack. Wanting is the I am statement of haven't got. So what most people unconsciously do is they stay grounded in the wanting without moving beyond wanting, just like my book. So I'm not here to say you can't have what you want. In fact, I'm here to help everyone get what they want. But you've got to embody the essence of your future self who's already living the life that you want. Let's say someone wants love. I want love, and they're wanting a relationship outside of them. Quite reasonable. What most people unconsciously do in that scenario is they're waiting for something outside of them to fill that void of love. So actually the vibration that they're resonating in is the opposite of love. And we'll go into this through this work, that you attract into your life who you're being in the present moment. It's very, very simple. If I was to ground it down to the simplest way to understand this work, you go and walk in front of a mirror and you smile into the mirror, you will see a smile. But if you walk into the mirror and you hope to see a smile, but you're frowning, the mirror reflects the frown. The mirror will only change when you change first. And we have to understand that the universe is the mirror. We attract into our life what we are.
Okay, everybody, just take a minute. If you have your Power of Manifestation handbook, this is an amazing thing to jot down. And by the way, if you don't have it, you can grab it real quick at powerofmanifestation.com. It is going to be really helpful for this session and other sessions. So I do encourage you. But this idea, I love the metaphor here, Matt, of if you look in the mirror and you smile, that's the universe smiling back at you. And if you look in the mirror hoping to see a smile, you're not getting the smile. Like that, I just love that metaphor. I've never heard that before. That is powerful.
Change. Yeah, the mirror will never change until you do. And I think if everyone stops and realizes most of us are waiting for the mirror to change first. Never happens.
that idea of that the universe is just reflecting who you are. And to me, it comes back to, it really feels very grounded in emotions. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, the heart itself is, a thought is more like a wish in the wind, whereas the heart, the emotion is more of the connection.
That's the signal, right?
Yeah.
That is the signal.
Because the way you've got to think about it, and we'll go into this, is that, the body is the subconscious mind, and the subconscious, it doesn't operate in linear time. So what do I mean? You and I right now are using our critical, analytical, conscious mind, and we're here in linear time, and we know what time it is. And so anyone watching this, they're using their critical mind and they know what time it is. They're in linear time in the conscious mind, but the subconscious is in the landscape of now at all times. It doesn't understand the clock. It just understands what's going on. So the subconscious is entangled with this field. So whatever you feel and whatever you embody subconsciously is really the connection that's going back and forth with the universe. That's why a thought is just a wish in the wind. It's not really, it needs momentum. It needs something stronger. And that's why the emotions subconsciously are so powerful.
So let's say I wanted to manifest, I'm building my social media presence. Let's say I wanted to manifest as many followers as you have, Matt, engaged. And oh my God, to the extent that's something that's important to me too. I don't have it now, but I want it. So as a practical example, I want nearly a million plus. I even want more than you. and everybody, whether it's social media, whether it's love, whether it's wealth, whatever it is, I want you to be thinking about that thing that you want as Matt guides me through how to reframe this wanting. So it's not coming from lack, but it's energetically positive. Can you help me?
Yeah. So you want to, so your goal is 1 million followers, let's just say.
Exactly. Let's just say.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Why?
Because I'm super passionate about the work that I do, and I've learned a ton from people like you, and I want, that's that word, to reach that many more people so that they too can learn. My life is transformed, and I want to share that.
Sure. Would you be happy with 100,000?
I would be happy with 100,000, and I would like to reach more people, because I do think by reaching more people, I can have a greater impact.
So what happens when you get to 1 million? Will you just stop?
No, when I get to 1 million, I keep going. And I feel on fire because I've reached a goal that is important to me. And ideally, there's a feedback loop that's happening along the way that I'm like you, I'm hearing, oh my gosh, that's so helpful. Oh, thank you very much. Right. So that mirror is coming back to me to say, hey, this is working. This feels great. Let me keep going.
The man who loves walking will walk further than the man who loves the destination.
Oh, snap. Say it again, Matt. Say it again.
The man who loves walking will walk further than the man who loves the destination.
Oh, I love that, guys. Everybody take that in, right? Because it's about the thing. Right? It's about the thing. It's the creation. It's the act of it. Yes, I love that.
Because let's be honest, you'll get to 1 million, but you will then move the goalposts again. The journey never ends. So there's a great declassified document by the CIA called the Gateway Process, and it was declassified in 2003. And they asked the Monroe Institute to gather all the information back in the 80s. So everyone should check it out. Everyone should scroll right down and read what it said about patterning. Now, I knew in my heart for years that there was a problem that most people were missing. And that is that the bigger the goal, the bigger the void, the further the space, the easier it is to be in lack. So what I've always done myself is I've always reverse engineered down my manifestation goals. So I always firstly start with 12 months out as a maximum. Only because 12 months to me, and I've seen what's happened in 12 months of my life, a publishing deal with Penguin, my wife getting pregnant and our son being born in that same year, buying our dream house. I could go on. So for me, going back to the Gateway Process, I knew that everyone was talking about your goal should scare you. Your goal should be huge. No. To me, if the goal's too big, it creates a vibrational misalignment. It creates lack. So I would say to you, if you're at 400 followers now, you should be focusing on 10K. Okay, as an example. Why? Because 10K is still a million. Because you're still on track, you're still aligned. In the gateway process, everyone should read the part on patterning and then the last sentence. It says, the further away the desired objective, the more it can dislocate one's existing reality with great consequence. Something around those lines. The further out the objective desired, the greater the impact on that person's sort of existing reality. It will dislocate their existing reality if it's too far out.
So it needs to be, it's almost like there's like a Goldilocks space. It sounds like lack of like, hey, I could never have that big thing, so I'm going to keep it small. That's not the right vibration. But if it's so big and you can't believe it, that's not the right vibration. So it's like a Goldilocks, like, hey, this is doable. It's a stretch, but it's doable. And I freaking believe it.
Absolutely. I think actually, if you were just focusing on 1 million followers from where you are, you're going to feel like there's a lot of like work to do to get there. And actually, if you try and understand that, we'll tie this back in, but I like to see the quantum field as like a field of infinite probability. And it's like a probability distributor, and it has to sort of like fit or render into one's reality. So yeah, Andrea, there is an absolute probability that you could hit 1 million followers pretty quickly. But the reality is it might be more of a sequential journey. So I would say to you, there's a lot of people out there who have a huge goal and they absolutely believe it in a time frame. Like they just know. And I would say, great. But to me, like if you're not like 100%, say to yourself, why can't I just reverse engineer that back? Because reverse engineering back and manifesting the smaller goal is still manifesting the larger goal. So for example, the context of love, and then we'll come back, right? Most clients I work with or speak to who are looking for love, they're visualizing being married, let's say with children, and they're single and they're in lack and they're like fearful about their age and this biological clock. And I say, why not let's focus on manifesting a great date and a great conversation, because that is still manifesting the children.
Well, you got to go through that to get to the end goal. And I love that. It just, to me, that is like infinite abundance. It's like, okay, once we get to that place of our intended outcome, there is still so much more opportunity. So I love this so much. And again, just for everybody listening, because I feel like this comes up a lot. Should I go for the biggest goal ever? Should I keep it safe? I love what Matt's saying, and I hope you take this to heart, that find that Goldilocks space that seems exciting and maybe a little scary, but doable. And then once you get it, you're going to keep going. Just like I'm going to get to my 10,000 followers, and then I'm going to get to 100,000, and then it's going to be 500,000, and then I'm going to get 1 million. And it's all part of that journey. And whether you're applying these principles to love, because of course, we want you to love going on the dates. Okay, so let me just do a quick summary since we've covered a lot of amazing ground. So really thinking about this kind of in 3 sections. So part 1, we talked about the problem with wanting and chasing. So wanting, it's not about the semantics. It's that sense of being in lack and having that the I, the observer who's coming from lack, having that perception of lack, and that is kind of where the problem begins, if you will. And then you talked about you attract who you are, not what you say or what you ask for. And then thirdly, you talk about basically self-observation is your starting point. So you start to understand that that observer is not who you are. It is that default mode network. It is that set of messages that just continue to run on a loop. And I loved how you talk about the mirror. If I want to smile and I smile at the mirror, that's what the universe is going to reflect back to me, versus if I say I want to smile and I frown at the mirror, the universe is going to give a frown back to me.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Matt, so what we started with was wanting equals being in that lack frequency that you described. Let's get into, you say you attract who you are, not what you say or what you ask for. I feel like that maybe is a good second point to drill into.
Yeah. So who we are is essentially made up of various components, but we could say it's how we think about ourselves day to day, how that tends to make us act and move and behave in the world. And then that consequence of those two things tends to make us feel a certain way. And then those feelings tend to drive similar thoughts. So we could say, scientifically, everything's energy. So that component there of those several things is moving energy in a certain way. And that energy, the movement of that energy is known as vibration. Everything is vibration. So I like to see our own personal vibration as our I am statement, if that makes sense. So I am vibrating based on how I think, feel, and act in the world. So we have to try and imagine that that's broadcasting our signal. And that signal is what's being picked up in this quantum field. I won't go too deep now because I want to back this up. And then that signal essentially is, if people can try and imagine, the universe is always going to give you, it's always going to say yes, no matter what. So if you say, I want more money, it will say yes, and you'll continue manifesting more wanting because the signal you're giving out is the wanting, because you're waiting for something. The moment you start really practicing the gratitude for the abundance already in your life, and and we really make a deliberate act to do that and to embody gratitude as well. Well, the signal then we're putting out then is one of abundance. So we're going to attract more abundance back. But here's the thing, Andrea, let's break this down. Like I said, wanting is the problem, but not the word. It's more of the vibration. Yeah? More of the vibration.
Thank you. Yes.
We all want stuff. Like I want stuff. You want stuff.
Yeah.
But we just don't want to stay in that lack. But first, here's what we've got to do. Put the wanting, put the vision to one side for a moment, and let's come back to basics and let's just understand something really simple. Who am I being? We have to start with that. We have to start with what's known as self-observation. So anyone listening to this right now, let's do this exercise together. If all of us just close our eyes for a moment and we just say to ourselves inside our head, not out loud, we just say the word hello 5 times. And then once we've done that, we now do it again, but this time we shout it inside our head as loud as we can. And then we open our eyes. The question would always be, what happened there for you, Andrea? Did you hear the word hello? Did you see the word hello? What happened for you when you did that?
I saw it and I felt it, especially the second time. I mean, when you told me to shout it, it was like resonant.
Really. Okay. Yeah. So who saw it? Who saw the word hello or felt it?
Oh God, trick question. I'm not ready for this, Professor.
I
guess it's that observer, right? Or I mean, I want to say me, but I feel like that's the obvious answer, and it's never the obvious answer. Exactly. So who is it?
Yeah, who is it? It's labeled in different ways. You would say it's either the awareness, the witness, the watcher, the consciousness, or the observer. One of those. I like to call it the observer. The observer is the one that watches, observes. So what we all experience there is, we all experience in different ways. I hear it. So I'm not very visual. So in meditation, I struggle to see. So some people are seers, others tend to hear. So I hear it. So who heard it? Well, I, the observer, heard it. So if I'm not practicing the separation, where am I? I being the observer, I get entangled with the thoughts. Okay, now what if those thoughts are ones of negativity, like I'm not good enough, I always fail, people like me don't succeed, I'm always broke, I'll never be able to get out of this, I'm too old now, I've passed myself by it. The I is the thought. Now there's a term called metacognition, which means, meta meaning on top of, we are always on top of our thoughts. And if we practice that separation, we can become aware that we're not those thoughts, we're the watcher, the observer. Now, what happens in our brain, Andrea, is something called the default mode network. The default mode network is a network in the brain that has been wired through repetition. Now, it actually is very quiet when we're in a focused task, when we're having a conversation. If you're watching this, it actually quietens down. Imagine getting the remote and quietening down the noise. The moment we stop doing something like this, watching a podcast or a show or an active, focused activity, the slideshow comes back on. And the slideshow is the default mode network. It's the screensaver, if you like. So it tends to play when we're in idle thought, when we're walking the dog or when we're gardening or having a shower. And that's the thought that tells us that we're not good enough. So the default mode network is essentially pathways in the brain. So the first place we start with manifestation is becoming aware of the current network, the current default in the brain.
It sounds like almost like that's the pre-programming that we probably inherited from generations before us, and a culmination of our childhood experiences, the boss yelling at us or whatever, like all those things that are what we've inherited and what we've experienced going into, if you will, that narrative or that story. Is that which that becomes, you describe it as the loop. Is that, did I get that right?
Yeah. The easiest way to look at it, in my opinion, I always go to a forest trail. Trails in a forest. If you ever go like walking in a forest, there's always these very well-trodden pathways in a forest, trails. And if you're trying to imagine that forest like your brain, and you have these very well-trodden pathways. Now, I want everyone to imagine going down one of those paths in the forest, one of those trails. You go down it. It's very well defined. It's pretty easy to walk on. But at any moment, you can decide to detour and take a right or a left and go through the bush, if you like, the overgrowth, the trees, the stinging nettles, the thorns. And if you do that and you divert off the path, you can get to the same place or a new destination, but it's not going to be easy, is it, initially? Like, you'll walk down and you're like, oh my God, like I shouldn't have done this. I should turn back. Like, it's difficult. You're getting snagged by branches. But as you do that and you step, what happens is you're flattening, aren't you? Part of the unflattened forest. So now let's imagine you've done that, Andrea. Now I'm 10 minutes behind you in that same forest, and I go and I'm like, I think that's a new path. I think it is. It looks like someone's gone down there. So I go down it. Would you agree that it's going to be a little bit easier for me? A little bit. Yeah. Now let's imagine someone else is behind me and they go down it. Through repetition, that now becomes the new default pathway in the forest.
It's almost like you need to go into that to get out of that trodden path of the default mode network, which is not serving you. You've got to be willing to create that new trail. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. So just to bring this in practical sense, this is happening in your brain. Now, the brain, its objective is to save energy. So let's imagine, just like Andrea taking that diversion in the forest, your current default is, I'm not good enough, right? The new pathway in the brain is, I am good enough. Just really simple. When people do that initially, they go, this is so hard and I can't do it. Like, I've tried with my positive affirmations, it's just so hard. Can I just say, just give yourself a pat on the back and just say you're doing really well, because your brain is designed to save energy and it will do all it can to put you back on the I'm not good enough path, because it's well defined. But just like in that forest, if we all keep going, the old pathway will eventually grow over. Now, so it's hard. Look, I'm going to be honest. It's hard to start. It's hard because the brain will always default to the well-trodden pathway. Do you know what's interesting? Even to this day, when I want to change up a positive affirmation with a new positive affirmation, it's so hard to do that because my brain will do all it can to keep me on the old positive one, just because it's the well-trodden path. So what am I getting at here? That's how the brain is designed. All these pathways, which has been built through repetition. Now, if we don't practice the separation like we did in that exercise, the I and the observer is the one that chooses to go down the new path. If we don't understand that we're separate from it, by default, we slide down those pathways. Now, imagine that path, we go on that path, it goes through the brainstem, down into the body, and creates a corresponding feeling, an emotion. So I'm not good enough is going to make you feel frustrated, right? So that feeling of frustration,
but that's the normal, right? And that's what we're already primed for. So it's like we have to reprime ourselves, basically.
Yeah. So we can, and neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to reshape itself at any age. They used to think the brain was primarily fixed by 18, 21. It can now be rewired, which is great for this reason. So that's where we have to start with manifestation. We have to start with understanding, through compassion and separation.
Yeah, compassion for ourselves, right? Because it's easy to be compassionate for others, but so often we're our own worst critics. We're so tough on ourselves.
Let's just take a step back. Let's realize that this is actually going to speed up what I'm looking to manifest. So most people don't want to do this because they want to spend all their time on the nice, shiny things like vision boards and meditation. But most people continue to manifest more of what they don't want because they don't do this hard part first. So whenever I'm working with a client, our first couple of sessions are this, and I'll say to my client, I'll go away for the first week and really be the scientist and practice these observational check-ins through the day where you become aware of what thoughts you're thinking, and the more awareness we can shine on it, the more we can become a master of reframing, right? So that's where we start. Now let me tell you why. I never planned to be a manifestation coach, teacher, author. That was never the plan. And if anyone watches my podcast with Andrew, you'll know my origin story of how I connected with my mom and knew that there was more to life than what meets the eye. And the truth is we're seeing virtually 0% of reality. We're seeing about 0.0035% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Over 99.9% of light is invisible to our eye. So reality is this sort of, this 99.9%. So if we break down anything physical to its purest form, anything in three-dimensional reality, we'll arrive at the atomic level, which is really the foundational place of everything physical. This microphone, our bodies, everything, we get to this atomic level. And then if we go below atoms, we get to this very strange place called the subatomic world with particles such as electrons and protons. And these are really the foundations of physical reality. But what's truly, truly fascinating for me, and I went off and studied quantum mechanics to really try and understand manifestation and how it works, is that this world that creates all things physical actually exists in what's known as pure possibility. Pure potentiality. It exists as what's called a wave and a particle at the same time. So the particle represents all things physical, and the wave means all things energy, the 99.9% we can't see. So hang on. So anything in our world is actually a particle and a wave at the same time. And the only way it becomes a particle is through observation. So our conscious observation in quantum mechanics collapses the wave. That's what it's called. It's called collapse of the wave function. It collapses the wave into a definite localized position called the particle. And that to me was like the aha moment, the real wow.
Because so just to rewind for a moment. So what you're saying, I think what I hear you saying is that literally infinite possibilities exist. Those are all the waves, right? As far as, like you say, pure potential, pure probability. And then to the extent that, just using this example right now, you and I have collapsed the wave. I could be talking to anybody, but I'm talking to you. And you could be talking to anybody, but you're talking to me. The reality is and this is getting a little I want to make sure I get it right. So correct me if I get it wrong, that what we're experiencing is, and what we're observing is, that is our so-called reality. Is that accurate? And that's what's actually collapsing. We could be talking about literally infinite things, but this is what we're talking about. So the reality of what you're saying is, it becomes a particle. The wave was collapsed, and this is our experience of reality. This is what we're observing.
Sure, but let's really ground this into manifestation. Okay, it's we did the observer, the I, the consciousness. Where is that most of the time for most people, right? Rooted in lack, rooted in scarcity, right. Rooted in unworthiness.
I'm not enough.
So why do people continue attracting the same patterns in their life? Because the observer is lack. So therefore, the wave collapses and they continue to attract the same men into their life, the same problems into their life, because they haven't practiced the separation of the awareness, the observer, reframed the thoughts. So all of my clients go, Matt, you're not going to believe it, but this happened out of nowhere. Well, of course I believe it, because firstly, you became aware of your current lack and default mode network, you started rehearsing a future as if it was already done. So the observer's now seeing a timeline where what you seek is already done, and that collapses the wave. And therefore, you then start to see synchronicities appearing in your life. And that is how it works. Whatever you're observing is whatever you attract, because in quantum mechanics, observation collapses from energy into matter. But most people's observation is in lack. So that's why I always say every single human being on earth is in a state of manifestation. My goal is to help people become conscious manifestors, not unconscious manifestors.
Yeah, no, that's so beautifully described. That effort has to go in. So yes, the effort has to be there, but we want to just really emphasize, at least I do, and I think you would agree, that the idea of stressing about how is secondary at this stage.
It's a good point. Yeah. There's two types of action: forced action and aligned inspired action.
Mm-hmm.
And, so you and I and anyone else, we're taking aligned inspired action towards that vision. We're not forcing it, not making things happen. Just on this, before we roll into the last part, is that letting go or surrender is an aspect that a lot of people struggle with when it comes to manifestation. Okay. And as I'm telling this story, I'm actually looking out from my home office in the garden, and I'm looking at some grass seed that I've recently planted, and it's now I'm starting to see the grass coming through. And it's a great analogy because there's a co-creation between the intelligence and yourself. So let's imagine for a moment, we're doing this work, we're rehearsing. So we're in meditation, we're visualizing our desire as if it's already done. That is like akin to me clearing the earth here, getting rid of the stones, removing the limiting beliefs, and planting the grass seed. So that's planting the intention into the universe through meditation. Now, it's really key that once we do that, we get up from that meditation, or I get up from planting the seeds, and I surrender, I let go. You have to open up and allow that intelligence to come through. Now, if you're a gardener and you're planting grass seed, then you'd say it's Mother Nature. When it's manifestation, you'd say it's the universe or divine intelligence or the quantum field. Now, that grass seed isn't going to turn to grass after one day. Likewise, my meditation might not manifest into a book deal after one day. So what you do is you visualize, or you plant the grass seed, and you get up through that day. You try and stay in your heart. You stay excited. And if any signs come your way, you take inspired action. But if at the end of the day nothing happens and the grass seed still hasn't bloomed, well, I'm going to show up the next day and I'm going to water the grass seed, or I'm going to show up again in meditation and I'm going to visualize that same outcome as if it's already done. And that's like watering the seeds. And at some point in divine time, when you're least expecting it, you'll start to see the results. Like I'll start to see the grass coming through, or I'll start to see signs coming through. And that is surrender. People think surrendering is waving that white flag and like, oh, I just do it once and then I walk away and never do it again. No, we've got to co-create. We've got to allow that intelligence to do its thing as well. People get in the way, you see. When we don't let go, we block the energy, so to speak, and then that's when we're likely to force action.
Well, and I want to come back to the word certainty, because that's something I've really learned from you too, is it's almost like this, to me, this really wonderful, beautiful tension between being certain. For me, I am certain I'm going to get those 10,000 followers. And by the way, I'm going to get my million. I know it, I feel it. And I know the why and the motivation behind it. And yet, I say this healthy tension because it's not happening today and it's not happening tomorrow, and it may take more than a year. And so for me, this idea of saying I am certain of the outcome, but I'm going to surrender to the divine timing, to how it's going to unfold, to me, that's genuinely fire. It's like, let me love the walking, Matt. Let me love the freaking walking. As a hiker, it's a great metaphor. And that to me is like this beautiful sweet spot of, I know this outcome. I am certain of the outcome. I trust the outcome. Those are some of the things that I've learned from you, but I am willing to surrender to, in this phase of the journey, to how it unfolds. Guys, everybody listening and watching, this juxtaposition between being certain of the outcome, feeling it, and just continuing to come back to that feeling of excitement and certainty and surrendering to exactly how it's going to unfold.
That we're manifesting from this infinite field of potentiality. But we do exist as individuated units of consciousness, which is part of a larger consciousness system. And here in physical matter reality, which is what we live in, there is a rule set. And that rule set has been carefully designed by this larger system. And that rule set has things such as gravity. It has things such as time. So if a boulder's rolling down a hill, we can't use our minds to roll it back up because there's a thing called gravity. But there's also a thing called gestation, which is that things take time, i.e. a baby takes 9 months. So we live in a rule set, and therefore, it's not a genie jumping out of a bottle and, our wishes are sort of, things do take time. And we have to appreciate that. Now, some things take, some manifestations happen very, very quickly. I often find my better manifestations are the ones that have taken a little bit longer because it's who you become in the process. Like, look, let's be honest. You could have one video that goes viral and you could, in theory, get 1 million followers.
That's what I'm talking about, Matt.
There is sailing with Phoenix. People might know him. He's sailing from somewhere in the US to Hawaii, and he quit his corporate job, and he's a sensation on Instagram at the moment. And I've seen him gain 1 million followers in a week. Great. And I love following him. But I think who Andrea becomes in the process and the journey to 1 million, the universe really isn't making you wait. It's preparing you. So when you get what you want, you can hold it. That's where I've really come to.
Oh my gosh, I was in tears this morning. I just went on this great trip. I came home. It's so beautiful here in Colorado. And tears of so much gratitude and joy because it took me a long time to feel worthy, Matt. I mean, I'm just going to keep it real. And I was in this moment of complete gratitude and saying, I can finally hold it. My starting point won't be this moment of saying, hey, Matt, I'm going to speak this into the universe. I want my 1 million followers. My starting point started when I really started taking myself seriously, when I said, I am worthy and I care deeply about this outcome for all the right reasons, right? That to me is a different time horizon, and one that I just really want to put out there to you guys, to all of us. It is about that becoming, because I know now that I am worthy and I deserve it. And I didn't believe it before. I did the work and now I know. Okay. So part 2, what you talk about is observation changes reality. You're wiring your identity from the inside out. So you talked about that quantum observation, how at the quantum level, particles exist in probabilities. And when we observe them, it collapses the wave. I think I've gotten that in a way that I've never gotten it before. So thank you for that. So that's part 1, that quantum observation. Then you talked about the default mode network and that the brain and neuroplasticity, and using the wonderful metaphor of walking out in the Colorado woods, that by creating those new paths, we're able to leverage the neuroplasticity, tell a different story to ourselves, about worthiness, instead of being that observer that just is continually coming from a place of lack. That's critical.
I like to see my identity, like I said, as who I'm being. So who am I being is how am I thinking, how am I feeling, how am I acting? Yeah? So that there to me is my personality. Joe Dispenza says this beautifully: your personality creates your personal reality. And that's because of what I've spoken about there with, collapse of the wave function. So whoever you're being from a personality point of view, an identity point of view, is what's reflecting out, or if in a sense, that is what's observing this quantum state. And therefore that's what's reflecting back or collapsing.
Okay. So that's your energetic identity. There's this great, Jim Carrey clip. I'd love to tee this up real quick because he did this wonderful commencement address a handful of years ago where he talks about identity in such a cool way. Let's watch.
I'm saying I'm the proof that you can ask the universe for it. Please. And if it doesn't happen for you right away, it's only because the universe is so busy fulfilling my order. My father could have been a great comedian, but he didn't believe that that was possible for him. And so he made a conservative choice. Instead, he got a safe job as an accountant. And when I was 12 years old, he was let go from that safe job. And our family had to do whatever we could to survive. I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't want. So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love. I am at the top of the mountain, and I was,
We just watched two great clips from Jim Carrey. You know, he is known for being one of the great manifestors out there and having this immense amount of success. And he's urging us all to ask the universe, and it's almost like what you were saying, and I'd love to get your perspective, Matt. He's asking the universe and believing that he's worthy. Do you feel like that captures what you're trying to get people to do better?
Yeah, so he said a couple of things, importantly. Firstly, he said his father wanted to be a comedian but didn't believe it. So I think the belief there is key, right? He said we have to move beyond our personality. Our personality is primarily made up of how we think, feel, and act. So that's the default mode network. That's why he's saying move beyond it. Everyone's personality has been built differently based on their upbringing. And he said ask, but we lack the context there of how he asks, because there's actually a section that I've included in my book of Jim Carrey, where he manifested $10 million for his role in Dumb and Dumber, but he didn't know it was going to be for Dumb and Dumber. I think it was 5 years before that he wrote himself a check for $10 million for acting services rendered, and he would go up to Mulholland Drive and he would rehearse and visualize himself being an actor and being handed $10 million. And he was I think it was 1993 or 4, he landed the role for Dumber and Dumber, which paid him exactly $10 million. So, he wasn't waiting and wanting, he was actively embodying and rehearsing and visualizing. But then, of course, taking the inspired action and probably picking up jobs here, there, and everywhere. But he was fully believing it. He was rehearsing it in his mind. So if we keep doing that, if we go back to neuroplasticity, what starts to happen inside your brain, it will start to look like your future's already happened. That's what's really powerful. So by the time he was landed that role, inside his brain, his default mode network, his neural pathways in his brain would be showing to a brain surgeon who peeled back his skull, oh, he's been given $10 million for acting services rendered. Like as a child, as a young child, my mum's no longer here, but the one thing she always used to say to me as a child, Matt, one day you'll grow up and you'll be a nurse. And to me then it was like a nurse was something that was the furthest away from what I wanted. I wanted to be a footballer, a soccer player.
Oh, I don't think I knew that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, as a child, I did. As a child,
yeah.
When my mom kept saying, you're going to grow up and be a nurse, it just didn't fit in my ideology, And I said, well, I remember saying to her, "What do you mean? Why do you think I'll be a nurse?" And she said, "Because you're really good at helping people."
That's amazing, man. That really is amazing.
Yeah, I realized in that moment that is sort of like what my way is. Like Carrie's is like humor and like making people laugh and making people feel light and relaxed. My real driver here is to help people, to be a nurse, So the vehicle that helps me do that is manifestation. The vehicle for Jim Carrey is being an actor, and being a comedian. So I think you have to be driven by the deeper essence behind the desire as well in the first place,
And what's so fun with somebody like him who's so successful, oh my God, that the earnestness and the wisdom is it's wonderful. Okay, so let's do this. Since we're coming to the end of our amazing session, and it's been amazing, thank you so much. You've got a really cool live practice. You call it Be, Do, Have. Can you walk us through that, please?
Of course. So I've just said to you in this session that we attract into our life not what we want, but who we're being. Yeah. So when we start to get clear on what we want, it's a good place to start secondary. We all need to get clear of what we're in lack of, what we desire. So we need to get clear on what we want to have. But most people start with that. What do I want? but they miss something really fundamental. So this is what I'd like everyone to either journal along with. Maybe Andrew, you think about this as well yourself. Really think about this, okay? So here's exactly what I do myself. Ideally, you do this and you get yourself into a form of a meditative state yourself. And I would recommend after doing this exercise again, and what I like to do myself is actually sort of have my phone on, recording myself at the same time and speak out loud. So let's imagine, everyone, that we are able to go and meet a future version of ourselves. So maybe, Andrew, if you want to close your eyes and you do this. And I want you to imagine that there are, in this quantum field, an infinite amount of future versions of you that exist, Andrea. And to anyone else watching as well, there is an infinite version of you that exists in any time frame. But let's be specific. Let's imagine a year from now. Okay. So when we ask that question, who do I want to be on the 9th of June, 2026? I want you to start imagining now who that is from a personality point of view. How does that version of you think? Who do you want to be? So think of their being, okay? How do they hold themselves? How do they react in the world? How do they show up in the world? Who are they? How do they look? How do they behave? How do they dress? Just imagine that. Imagine that version of you. Who do you want to be? So as you're visualizing that version of yourself now, I want you to imagine that the version of you in 2025 is drifting towards now this version of you in a year from now. So as you think of who it is that you desire to be, you now see them. So try and imagine where they are. Maybe it's at a different home. Maybe it's somewhere else. Just try and imagine where they are. Okay? And this future version of you, this specific one that you've chosen, isn't yet aware that you're watching them. But I want you to imagine that you're getting closer and closer and closer, almost like a fly on the wall. And just look at them. This is the version of you. You could be anyone, but this is who you desire to be. What is it about this version of you that you like? What's the energy that you pick up when you're around them? What is it that you like about them? Just really be there and really feel that. Maybe you're proud of them. I want you to imagine now to yourself what you'd say if they could hear you, what you'd say to them. And as you do that, I want you to imagine now that your future version of you has noticed you. So you're now there with this future version of you. And they've been expecting you. So I want you to now imagine walking up to them. Be there now, right in front of them. Locked eyes. Now put your arms out and hug them. Give your future self a huge hug. Feel their embrace. Feel that squeeze. That's true love. And now say to them what you wanted to say. But they want you to know how proud they are of you, because they know that you created them. The work that you're doing now in 2025 created them. So just be there with them, really feeling that embrace, this future version of yourself. Really feel that. Really feel it. And just start to remember this feeling, because this feeling represents this future. You can remind and teach your body emotionally what your future feels like. And now I want you to imagine finding somewhere to sit down with this future version of yourself. So just find a place now, sit down with them. And you say this: I could be any future version of me, and you are who I desire to be. What did you do to be you? Tell me what you did. And just allow that space and see what comes. If nothing comes, maybe it will come after. Maybe they'll tell you what action they took. What did you do? What habits did you do? What action did you take? And we listen. My version of myself said, Matt, I took risks. I leaned in. I ignored the haters. I got rid of the energy thieves. I was focused, disciplined. I went every single day. I didn't skip meditation. What did you do? Ask them now. What did you do? Spend a few seconds there now. What did you do to be you? And we just sit with that. And now we say, okay, let me grab their hand and say, as a result of doing all of that and now being this version of me, show me what you get to have. And they can transport you anywhere. They can show you anything. Imagine now being with them. What you get to have. Maybe you're with your family in a new home. Maybe you're seeing your business, your Instagram. Whatever it is, it can be the material things too. This doesn't matter. Let's bring some ego in if we want. That's fine. It's part of it. But you get to have. And this is where now you imagine that you're being taken around maybe. And you're seeing it all. And now just to finish, we just go back and we just give them one more huge hug. We just say, with a hand on our heart, we just say, thank you, thank you, thank you. And your future self is here, always. Whenever you want to reconnect, whenever you want to go back and ask more questions, maybe you want more clarity on what they did. They're always there in that landscape, waiting for you in the present moment. And as we now drift back to this present moment here in your physical setting, become more aware of the chair you're sitting on, in your physical body. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Oh my God, Matt. I did not expect that to be so emotional for me. Oh, thank you. And I hope it was for everybody following along, and please go back and do this. I mean, as you were speaking, what the word that kept radiating through me was trust. And I've had trust issues in my life, and this idea of trusting myself, and you use the word risk too, that trusting, surrendering, taking the risk, having the courage to be that future version of me and to have what I know is possible for me was very powerful. Thank you.
So a few things on that. Firstly, I want everyone to know scientifically that they exist. They exist. Okay. And never second guess any instant thought that comes into your mind when you do it. Take it. But here's the thing. What you should end up with when you do this yourself, you should end up with notes from be, from do, from have. And you look at it and you say, okay, well, if I start trusting, if I listen to what my future did, trust, take risks, follow the journey, stay consistent. You start doing that now, right? As we're recording this in 2025, automatically as you do that, you'll start being that version who's lighter and more energetic. And as a version, as you start then doing, you immediately start being. And guess what? You attract into your life who you're being. So as you start being, you start to get what they have. And that is it, literally. And that is what we do in manifestation. We visualize that future version of ourselves who's already living that life, but then tangibly here, we start doing what they said. And as we start doing what they said, we automatically start being them. And by being them, that's the mirror. That's the observation. It's the collapse of the wave. We start to have the evidence, which is the wanting. And that is how we move beyond wanting.
Amen. And just really to underscore the, that being, since that's where we started and we have to come to a close. When I think about my own life and just the work that I've done, following your advice and others, you and I are both, along with many others, big proponents of Joe Dispenza's work and so forth. So that doing that, that deep meditation every day, and really embodying that worthiness as somebody who didn't feel worthy for the longest time. And I've been fortunate. I live in a nice home and so forth. But I appreciate what I have now like I've never before. And I emphasize that because I know a lot of people
want the thing, and even using the example that we were talking about in my own life, the 1 million followers, it's less about the 1 million. Yes, again, little ego, and I appreciate you're giving everybody permission to have a little bit of the ego, right? That's good, but you're asking about the why and the feeling of it, and being the person that loves to walk and to have that experience. To me, that's where it all completely aligns. So it's not out there, but it's in here.
Well, where
it's
did
manifestation
you get
from the inside out.
You got emotional when you went to see the being, the future version. You know, it wasn't the million. The million's always it's where's the energetic exchange of the million going for why, and it's always the purpose and the trust. And yeah, so that's what I do. I do this exercise. This is clearly everyone here listening to this is getting an early sort of preview of my book. This is the best way, in my opinion, to get clear on your vision. You know, it's to break down the aspects of the doing and the being, and sort of the have is automatic, if I'm honest. The have is a byproduct.
That's it. That is it. I mean, 100%. Like that that becomes the outcome. Yeah. I mean, I always say, even in my team professionally, I want to think about what the input is, because the output then will take care of itself.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that is it.
The have is just a natural consequence of the being and doing.
So that's how we then bring up the title of this show, Quit Wanting. Most people start with the have, but we now understand that's just automatic from the doing and the being.
Oh my goodness, Matt, you are a genius. I love this so much. I learned so much, and I'm already so familiar with your work. So this is really cool for me personally. Thank you. Everybody watching, I hope you got at least as much out of this amazing session as I did. And of course, just another quick shout out to the Power of Manifestation handbook. If you have it, I hope you're using it. If you don't, you can get it literally instantly by going to powerofmanifestation.com. Definitely, if you got the handbook, if you have a notebook, definitely be writing stuff down, because you're going to forget it. And just like Matt said, when it comes to those quick bursts, the intuition, you want to write it down. And particularly, there were so many great takeaways that I want to make sure you're capturing in this session, and of course, in all the other amazing sessions of the Power of Manifestation event. All right, quick summary, and then I'm going to let you go, Matt. So we went through 3 main sections. Part 1, the problem with wanting and chasing. And just to really recap, that wanting, it's not about the word wanting. It's just that coming from a place of lack. Wanting isn't the problem. It's the feeling of, I don't have it and I have concerns about getting it. Matt, really, you underscored that you attract who you are, not what you say or what you ask for. And then you also really emphasize that self-observation as a starting point. So that's kind of the 3 main points in part 1. Going into part 2, you spoke beautifully about how observation changes reality and explained how we can rewire our identities from the inside out. You talked about that quantum observation. There are infinite possibilities for each of us, and that our default mode network is that kind of the storyteller, if you will, and we're able to change. Remember, everybody, that great metaphor of walk with me in Colorado, walk on a trail. Let's make a new trail together, creating new channels in our default mode network. So if you're coming from, I don't believe it, I am not worthy, I'm not lovable, etc., that you're gonna face some of the brush, you may some thickets and so forth, but the way to change that default mode network, that story, going from lack to worthiness, is going to require that change in that change in thinking and feeling. And then Matt also talked so beautifully about that energetic identity, and that's ultimately where the action is. That feeling of gratitude. And he says, just the thoughts alone, not very magnetic. It's the feelings, that gratitude and excitement. That's really where the action is. And then in part 3, Matt, you did such a beautiful job of taking us through your be, do,
have guided meditation. It was emotional for me. I hope it was emotional for everybody doing it when you guys are hugging your future selves and knowing how much you can be, do, and have for yourself. So just to summarize, it starts with, who do you want to be when you're thinking about that future self? Maybe even just as little as a year out from now. Who do you want to be? What did your future self do to be the person and live the life you desire? And finally, what does your future self now have by being that version of yourself and doing the things that enable you to live the life you desire? And again, this is all, these highlights are also in the Power of Manifestation Handbook. I know it's a lot, but I really hope all of you are just honestly soaking all of this in. Okay, Matt Cooke, I could talk to you for days. I know we will talk again. Thank you so much. Guys, if you want to get even more from Matt, there is so much more. A couple quick things. You can find him at Matt Cooke Coach, Matt Cooke Coach on Instagram and TikTok. He has the most amazing online course. It's called Evolve. And Matt, remind me your website again where people can find Evolve.
mattcooke.me.
Matt's amazing book, Beyond Wanting, is available for pre-order now. And depending on when you're watching this, it may already be out. I encourage you to grab a copy. There is so much more than just what we covered today from the one and only Matt Cooke. You are amazing. Thank you. Mwah. I can't wait to talk to you again soon.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. It's been great.
Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class